Okay, we're going to get started now. I'll just ask councillors to take their seats. Thank you very much. So we're in chambers today, anticipating more councillors. I see some councillors not on the committee here, so glad to have you around the table as well. I think with that, we'll start with the roll call. Chris, over to you.
Councillor Brockington.
Here.
Councillor Brown.
Here.
Councillor Curry.
Here.
Councillor Devine. There. Here. Councillor Hill.
Present.
Councillor Kavanaugh.
Present.
Councillor King. Here. Councillor Luloff.
Present.
Councillor Tierney.
Present.
Vice Chair Carr.
Present.
And Chair Menard, you have quorum, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much for that. I want to recognize that we're on the unceded, unsurrendered Indigenous Anishinaabe Algonquin territory for our meeting this morning. I'm anticipating we're going to go hopefully not too late today. We'll see. We have several delegations for several of the items. Well, for one of the items, we have delegations. Other than that, it's a fairly light agenda. So the one large agenda item. So we'll see. If we go past noon, we'll take a break so folks can get some food, that sort of thing. Declarations of interest. Are there any declarations of interest? Okay, seeing none. Confirmation of minutes are the minutes of the Environment and Climate Change Committee meeting of Tuesday, the 21st of March, 2023 confirmed. Thank you very much. And responses to inquiries. So there's been a request by a couple of councillors on this one to lift this item to the next meeting. So as per procedure, we'll consider that at our next meeting. Won't deal with that today. First item on the agenda is the status update, ECC inquiries and motions for the period ending May 25th, 2023. I'm not sure if anyone has any questions or comments on this item. Doesn't look like it. So is this item received? Thank you. The next is the update on the provincial Blue Box program transition. I know we have no speakers registered for this item, but we do have a presentation for staff. So we'll hold that item and come back to it. And of course, the curbside waste diversion policy, that'll be the larger item for today. And we've got, I believe as of now, 8 delegations, seven delegations. So we'll come back to that as well. And then we'll get to the in-camera item. So back to the provincial Blue Box program transition. And I'll pass this over to staff for a presentation to councillors.
Good morning, members of the committee. Bonjour à tous. I'm just going to do a very quick intro to introduce the team and then the context for today. And then we're going to run through the brief presentation. Again, my name is Alain Gontier, the General Manager for Public Works. And with me to my left is Shelley McDonald, the Director of Solid Waste Services. I'll skip Nicole for now, but I'll come back to Nicole afterwards. And then Andrea Gay-Farley, who's the Program Manager for Program Planning in Solid Waste Services. So just a bit of context for this presentation. This is really a follow-up to the July 6, 2022 council meeting where you approved basically delegated authority to staff to negotiate a transition period or the contract for the transition period for the individual producer responsibility. So this is very much dealing with the recycling. So what we're here today is basically to present you the outcome of those negotiations, which from my perspective have been very successful and positioned the city very well in terms of continuing to move forward through the transition period. So with that, I'll hand the floor over to Shelley McDonald.
Thank you, Alain. Good morning, everyone. This morning, as Alain mentioned, I'm joined by Andrea Gay-Farley, who will be providing a very brief presentation to update you on the transition to provincial Blue Box individual producer responsibility and highlight the recommendations captured in the staff report before you today. Before diving in, I wanted to provide a quick refresh on what the provincial shift of recycling programs really means. Next slide, please. As part of the province's waste-free strategy, Ontario continues to shift towards a circular economy with a goal to keep resources in use for as long as possible, extract the maximum value from them, and then recover and regenerate products at the end of the initial product's useful life. A key driver for a successful circular economy is called individual producer responsibility, or IPR, where the producers of products and packaging are held environmentally accountable and financially responsible for reducing waste and recovering resources associated with their products and packaging. To date, 4 programs have shifted to the IPR model: tires, batteries, electronics, and hazardous and special products. The last program to transition to the IPR model is the Blue Box program, which in Ottawa includes both our blue and black box materials. This shift will represent the biggest change to recycling programs across the province since their inception, and we will continue to work on making the transition to the new provincial Blue Box program as seamless as possible for Ottawa's residents. I will now turn it over to Andrea to review the Blue Box transition plans and review the recommendations of the report.
Thank you, Nicole. In June 2021, the province released the final regulation for the Blue Box transition to IPR. The regulation outlined the rules in the new IPR-based program and provided targets for producers to meet. In addition, the regulation identified Ottawa's transition date as July 1st, 2023, just 25 days from now, alongside London and Toronto, with approximately 1/3 of Ontario transitioning each year through the end of 2025. Through the transition period, best efforts must be made by producers to maintain existing services to residents. During transition, we will continue to collect blue and black box materials and be compensated for this collection by circular materials. As of January 1st, 2026, producers will implement a new standardized common collection system across the province. They will be required to collect blue box materials as specified on the regulation and have collection targets to meet and report on. In addition, and it's important to note that starting January 1st, 2026, Ottawa will no longer play a role in the collection or processing of recyclable materials from eligible sources. Further, the city will no longer receive any funding for the management or processing of these recycled materials. It will be critical for residents to understand that recyclable items need to be diverted through recycling programs instead of being inappropriately placed in the garbage. This will ensure that the city is not bearing the brunt of processing and landfilling this material that could otherwise be managed by producers. In 2022, Circular Materials Ontario was identified as the lead producer responsibility organization. A PRO is a company that represents many individual producers and helps them meet the requirements under the regulation. So by being named the lead PRO, Circular Materials will oversee the administration of the collection and processing of all eligible materials throughout all of Ontario. They will also work on behalf of producers to provide promotion and education to residents on the recycling system and achieve material management targets as set out in the regulation. Next slide, please. So as Elaine mentioned, in July 2022, Council received an update on the transition progress, and we sought delegated authority to be able to negotiate agreements as needed to ensure a successful transition period. The delegated authority served 2 purposes. It allowed staff to begin and complete negotiations with Circular Materials and to extend the current curbside collection contract to the end of December 2025 if an agreement with Circular Materials could be reached. The report also outlined the 2 options for the city: to either opt in to continue to collect during transition or to opt out and remove ourselves from the collection of recycling materials. We have been working hard to ensure a seamless transition period for our residents, which will start in just 4 weeks or 25 days, while ensuring this is a fair and a reasonable agreement for the city. Next slide, please. So the purpose of the report before you today is to provide you an update of our negotiations with Circular Materials. It also seeks a small delegated authority to be able to amend the solid waste bylaw as needed throughout transition on transition items only. And I'll go through what this might mean. And the third thing is to seek delegated authority to execute the curbside collection contract for an additional 3-month extension from January to March 2026 for garbage and organics only. Next slide, please. So staff began negotiations with Circular Materials last summer, and we reached a successful agreement in April of this year. Under our delegated authority, staff executed a contract with Circular Materials that was deemed to be fair and reasonable for the city, and where all other conditions of our delegated authority were met. The terms negotiated with Circular Materials will allow the city to continue to provide status quo collection and customer service, including bin delivery and responding to customer inquiries throughout the transition period. The agreement also allows for the city to continue to collect from sources not eligible under transition, including the Yellow Bag program and city facilities. The negotiated terms will see compensation for the city that will or almost entirely cover our collection costs for our blue and black bin programs for the 2.5 years of transition. We have also executed the short-term extension contract for the curbside collection to continue service to the end of December 2025. The pricing received for this extension was below the threshold set in the confidential memo as part of the July 2022 report. Next slide, please. So despite expecting minimal impacts to our residents during transition, some bylaw amendments may be necessary to align with changes to the collected materials in the city's current program. So the example I used during your councillor briefings is right now film plastic is not allowed in the blue box. It will be required to be an item in the blue box come 2026. They may decide to add film plastics at any time between now and then, and we want the ability to add it to the bylaw as soon as possible so that it can be allowed in the system. Staff will report back on any delegated authority lose through existing reports to council. Next slide, please. The final recommendation of this report sees delegated authority to further extend the curbside collection contract with our current vendors for organics and waste collection only for an additional 3 months starting in 2026. This serves to minimize operational risks, including potential service disruptions following the transition period, with the new end date being March 29th, 2026. The risks include the fact that all municipalities will be transitioning to the common collection starting January 1st, 2026, and changes are anticipated at the curb with regards to recycling. Keeping garbage and organics collection status quo as we adopt to the common collection system reduces risk and impacts to residents or collections. It was also noted by our operations and vendors that the start of January is peak holiday and collection season. So collection staff are typically operating under increased pressures, and relieving them of additional pressures of a new collection contract would be beneficial for both them and to serve to minimize impacts to our residents. We worked with procurement to confirm interest from both our in-house group and Miller Waste Services for the additional 3 months and received pricing that was deemed suitable and in agreement with current market rates. Next slide, please. So this is the very busy slide on the screen in chambers, but this is the table out of the report. And what it shows you is that the impact to residents is $1.22 per month starting in 2025 for that collection extension that gets us to the end of the transition period. And for the additional 3 months for garbage and again organics only, the impact is 73 cents. And we deem this was fair and reasonable within current market conditions. So a slide dealing with financial implications, I would be remiss if I didn't point out one more time that starting in 2026, the city will no longer be funded for the collection of eligible recycling materials. It will be crucial for us to continue to message to our residents to use the blue and black box as much as possible. Next slide, please. So I always find it easier to see flow in a timeline. This slide gives you an idea of what's to come should the recommendations in this report be adopted. As discussed, Ottawa will transition in July 1st, 2023, with a third of municipalities transitioning to the end of 2025. This we expect come July, minimal changes to our residents. June 2025, the short-term contract extension executed through delegated authority will begin, ensuring no changes to our residents occur through to the end of 2025. By December 31st, 2025, all Ontario municipalities will have transitioned. And starting in January 1st, 2026, Ottawa will no longer collect recycling from curbside residents, and producers will run the common collection system. Once the common collection system is established, and should we approve at recommendation number 3. The city will start a brand new collection contract at the end of March 2026 for garbage and organics only. Next slide, please. Quick next steps. We are now a vendor to circular materials, so we're implementing some change management processes in order to ensure contract compliance with circular materials with our agreement. Staff will also work to provide options of what to do with ineligible sources, including yellow bag and city facilities come 2026. We will continue to engage with circular materials and other municipalities to understand details on the common collection system, including how producers will service public spaces. And lastly, we will be reporting back to council with an update on the transition period, how it's going, and what the 2026 system will look like. Thank you for the opportunity to present to you today.
Okay, thanks very much for that presentation. I think this is happening all across Ontario, but not widely known, I don't think, in many municipalities. So really good to have this presentation, and I hope there's some reporting on it too. And I know councillors will have questions. I see Councillor Hill up first. I thought I saw Councillor Brockington's hand up first, but on my screen it says Councillor Hill. Councillor Brockington, did you have your hand up first? Okay, Councillor Hill.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you, Councillor Brock. I'm very courteous this morning. I'll be sure to have breakfast with you more often. I just want to confirm a couple of pieces here. So the this program only is referring to blue and black box diversion, correct?
Yes, Council.
And could you give me a sense, because we talked about the importance of maintaining the momentum that we've got right now with this recycling program, even increasing that. What are our current diversion rates on those blue and black boxes right now, in terms of diversion? Yeah.
I'm going to turn it over to Nicole because she's probably got the most recent numbers. We'll get that for you. Do you want to move to your next?
Yeah,
question,
that's not a
Councillor?
problem. Thank you very much. Actually, this is a good filler. I'm just interested for when I speak to my residents about what is going to be happening as we went through that timeline. Could you just, in kind of layman's terms, speak to what is July 2023 going to look like in terms of this transition? I know you talked about kind of seamless for the customer. What are they going to see? What are we going to see? Is there going to be money changing hands that are going to be of relevance to either me or to the residents of Barrhaven and such? What can I tell them?
So your residents in Barrhaven should see no changes at all. They'll see the same collection trucks, same bins, same drivers driving the trucks, same day of collection. That's during transition. What looks like 2026, we don't know yet. Circular materials, instead of getting funding from Stewardship Ontario, now we get full funding for our collection program for the blue and black problem from Circular Materials. So we are acting as a vendor to Circular Materials to continue collecting, and we subcontract to our current vendors, which are collecting the garbage today.
Okay, no, that's perfect. And just while we're looking for those last numbers, I know when we had our pre-brief on this, we talked about the value of education and promotion. And I know one of the key points you instilled to me was that the success that we've had in increasing these diversion rates with the Blue Box program, in large part was a function of our liaison and coordination with some of the local school boards. I was wondering, could you perhaps maybe speak to that a little bit, and then we can perhaps have a direction on that?
So I'd like to, yeah, it's definitely, the Blue Box program is one of the most successful programs because at its inception at the provincial level, they went into the curriculum. So it's not necessarily the city's outreach with the school board, but they went in full force with the Blue Box program when it was launched decades ago. And what this meant is that kids were going home and saying, Mom, Dad, don't throw that in the garbage, it goes in the blue bin. And so we'd like to keep up that programming with the school boards by engaging with them as often as we can.
And there are city liaison or touch points that connect with some of those school boards at present.
That's right. And, you know, after our discussion, we're anxious to reach out to the rest of the school boards and become a part of their environmental liaison committees.
Okay. I do have a direction, Mr. Chair. I'm not sure if you've got it or wish to put it on the screen, Chris.
Oops. Yeah, so I've seen that, Councillor, and you can go ahead and read that out.
I'm just waiting for it to go on the screen because I don't have it handy in front of me here. Sorry, I can run grab it if you like. There we go. We got some exercise this morning. Thank you. So the direction I have, if you're willing to receive it, staff, would be that staff include in the new solid waste master plan options for greater educational outreach, including exploring broader options for engagement with local school boards. Is that reasonable? Okay, then Chair, I'm finished. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor Brockington.
Thanks, Chair. Good morning to you. Thank you, staff, for the presentation. It's, of course, very important for the public to learn about the transition that's happening, but hopefully it's seamless and they won't need to really understand the nuts and bolts because it needs to look and feel exactly the way it is now, and hopefully with some additional items being collected. My comments stem from page 13 of your report, and in that report you talk about, I'll just quote it a few sentences, Ottawa's current waste management system is extremely integrated, and removing the recycling program from the city's collection service represents substantial change to contracts and residents. You talk about the contracts include waste, recycling, organics from 306,000 homes, 2,150 multi-residential properties, parks, public spaces, small businesses, schools, city facilities. And then you say some of which will not be eligible for the provincial Blue Box program's transition to individual producer responsibility starting July 1st of this year. Council will have to decide whether to include servicing those facilities post-transition. Can you explain what this means exactly, please?
Sure, Councillor, great question for you, Chair. So there are non-eligible sources underneath the regulation. There is a list of them, but they include most industrial, commercial, and institutional, and city facilities. So germane to the city is our own city facilities that have recycling, and yellow bag program, where we collect recycling from small businesses. So over the next 2.5 years, we are going to look at how we continue to provide service to those facilities and what that's going to cost the city. So they're not eligible under the regulation, which means the producers are not responsible for collecting from them. So the city will have to continue figure out how to continue collecting from them. During transition, we are going to continue collecting from them, and there's a small deduction to our collection contract with circular materials. So they've agreed, since they're already on our routes, they'll continue to collect from them.
Just using the schools as an example, we collect green bin waste from schools who wish to put it out at the curb. Are they collecting paper waste and recyclable material now? And if so, how is that being collected and disposed of?
So right now, schools send their recycling through private contractors, but yes, they are eligible under the regulation. So they will be part of the producer's mandate.
Excellent. Okay. And just the financial terms that have been negotiated, did the contractor come to us with a number that is higher than what we actually settled for?
Could I clarify? Are you talking circular materials? Did they come to us with a number that would give us more than we are currently paying for collection?
No, I thought that there is an additional cost. The last grid talks about the percent increase based on 2021 rates. Is there any net increase in cost to the city of Ottawa?
I'm not understanding your question completely. Let me try and answer it and see if I get to the answer
Okay,
right.
fair enough.
So there's a net cost there's an increase in cost to collect through that position, and that cost is compared to 2021 costs. But the net cost to a household, to a curbside collection household, is $1.22 per month, starting in 2025.
Okay. But when we were negotiating the cost and the fees leading up to these extensions by extending the contracts, did the contractor come to the table with numbers that are higher than what we actually agreed to? Was there some negotiation, or did we just agree to whatever number they provided?
So when we submitted our confidential memo last year, we took a look at the market and provided council an envelope of what we thought those collection contracts could come in. A reasonable envelope, in our opinion. The collection cost that came back to us was underneath that envelope by a margin. And so we deemed those as fair, reasonable, because we had already done the market research.
Fair enough. Lastly, are there any risks to the city overall by shifting to producer responsibility? What if the contractors at some point say, it's not financially feasible, we no longer want to be in this business? Are municipalities, in addition to Ottawa, potentially at risk where we might not have a recycling service that's viable for a period of time until we start that up again? Are there any risks at all that we need to be aware of?
I've not identified a risk that has to do with not wanting to do collections, and I'll tell you why. It's because Circular Materials has a vested interest to make this program work. They are the common collection system administrator for the province, and they are paid by producers to help them meet their targets under the regulation. If producers don't meet their targets, there's a financial penalty that could come from the province. So it really is in their best interest to make the system work. The other marketability is Circular Materials is actively engaging in other provinces and states to be this kind of administrator for recycling programs. So again, it's in their interest to make it function well.
Okay, thanks very much, Councillor Brockington. Councillor Curry.
Thank you. As Councillor Menard said at the very beginning, this is such a good news story. I mean, in my opinion, I've been waiting for this for kind of a long time, and I think that the community is unaware, to your point. People do not understand overall across Ontario how good this is. So my question to you, and I have a statement later on, but my question to you is what does our education component of this actually look like?
So as part of our contract with Circular Materials, we will be engaging with them to roll out their public education campaigns. So they are developing a library or a suite of material to help us bolster our recycling messaging. And so we'll be working with them over the 2.5 years to roll out communications throughout the transition period. Post-transition, recycling education will be mostly on the pro to educate throughout the province.
Okay, thank you for that. My comment on that would be, you see, the research shows in general, whether it's coaching kids or just general human behavior, that in giving up people an incentive to do something is better than punishing them. And so hence, when we get to the next item on the agenda, I would like to talk about that further. But for people to understand that if they divert now, that the city will then have to pay less, that's what we want to do. Say, please recycle. Because if you recycle, that will cost the city less, which could potentially then cost you less on your tax bill. That is an incentive that people want to hear and people need to understand. I mean, kids in schools, we've given them all the, this is good for the world arguments, and that is better for kids. Kids love that. And adults do as well. But adults want to hear the financial part of this. Why should I care? Why should I do this? Why should I go to this rigmarole of recycling all this stuff when I could just so easily put it in the garbage? But is there an actual benefit to me? So I just think maybe the advertising and education campaign will be good by Circular Materials, but I think the city needs to have its own clear messaging on how this actually impacts people and their wallets. So I would just leave it at that, but I think this is very much related to the next motion in terms of that messaging. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor Curry. And I don't see other hands up. I'll just make a quick comment on this. It is a very good thing that this is moving towards that producer pay model, which has been discussed widely, and where it's implemented, it tends to work. One thing that I'm monitoring personally is the collection day. I think it's important that we really work with Circular Materials to make sure that they're collecting on the same day that we've got our regular pickup of that green bin and our waste stream. Having 2 collection days in a week wouldn't be ideal for our city. And so that's something I know staff are seized with as well. And the other issue for me is around the collection of certain areas like our parks, how that's going to work, moving into our parks system, especially we've got the 3 stream in many of our parks now. We're trying to expand that where we can. We need to make sure that that's taken care of. And I know staff are aware of those challenges and working with the province and Circular Materials to make sure that those things are aligned. So thanks very much for all of your work. I hope there is more reporting on this item because it is a good news story and a change that I think a lot of people won't be aware of, but hopefully now they'll get a little bit more aware. So thanks very much to staff and to councillors around the table. Is this item carried? Okay, thank you very much. Okay, so we're going to be moving now to the curbside waste diversion policy item. We have several speakers registered for it, but for their benefit, I want to make sure we get on the floor all of the directions, the motions, that sort of thing, so they can see it before they present to us. So I'm going to go through some of those, and I'll ask counselors to read them out as I go along. And this would be in order. I'm trying to do this as simple as possible, but in order of consideration, how they'd work in the meeting. So the first is Councillor King, the direction for Councillor Johnson. If you've got that, if you can read that in on the direction of staff.
Absolutely. Thank you, Chair. That staff be directed to, one, ensure that an equity lens is applied to program rollout, recognizing that purchasing additional tags will place a disproportionate financial burden on low-income residents. Two, ensure consideration of how the city can support all low-income residents to access tags, including but not limited to residents on social assistance, students, the working poor, seniors on fixed pensions, and those with temporary resident status. And three, utilize data from the city's 2018-2019 four-season curbside waste audit study to target public education measures at communities where there is currently a lower participation in diversion programs.
Thank you for that, Councillor King. And then the next one be your direction, your personal direction.
Thank you once again. That staff be directed to work with Ottawa Community Housing and other nonprofit housing organizations and to help harmonize existing practices, increase staff and tenant knowledge of waste diversion, and to consider the unique and diverse needs of their tenants when initiating the city's implementation plan and readiness update for Q1 of 2024 or 4 months prior to implementation.
Thank you for that. Councillor Hill, you've got a direction to staff as well. You need to.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That staff review options to consider the diversion of construction and demolition solid waste products from the trail landfill with options back to committee by Q4 2023.
Perfect. Thank you for that. Councillor King, you've got a motion on the education plan as part of the implementation.
Thank you, Chair. Whereas staff are recommending changes to Ottawa's curbside waste diversion policy, whereas the changes to the policy aim to encourage residents to alter their disposal habits and encourage more sustainable waste management habits, whereas the recommended policy would require some level of change for all residents, whereas approximately 58% of what residents are placing at the curb could be diverted through the city's recycling or green bin programs, whereas the purpose of this policy is to encourage residents to evaluate what they are setting out for garbage collection and increase use of the existing recycling and green bin programs, whereas staff are recommending a partial pay-as-you-throw program with an annual allotment of garbage items with the options of additional tags to be purchased by residents, whereas committee and council will be provided an implementation plan and readiness update by Q1 2024 or 4 months prior to program implementation to help with the changes to curbside waste. Therefore, be it resolved that with the implementation plan incorporating education plan for residents that include A, identifying barriers and challenges under our current system and target the communication plan to address these concerns and encourage positive participation in the new curbside waste diversion program. B, develop a response plan for illegal dumping, specifically around high-rise buildings, low-income neighborhoods, and areas that are known for large garbage items to be placed on curbs and next to buildings. C, encourage the targeted communication campaigns, include opportunities for residents to participate in waste audits and explore opportunities to expand the educational campaign to schools and community housing. D, ensure that the one-time capital ask of 3.5 million in 2024 funded from the reserve focus on education and outreach first in communities where there is currently a lower participation in the curbside waste diversion program. And E, that as part of implementation planning, staff develop a set of proposed metrics to assess enhanced outreach performance in communities with lower diversion rates as part of the implementation and readiness update report in Q1 2024 prior to launch. And F, as part of staff's report back to council on the policy changes, that staff report back on performance metrics, assessing the effects of enhanced outreach efforts in communities with lower diversion rates.
Okay, thank you, Councillor King. Councillor Carr, with your motion on the 2-bag limit with no tags for the 2 bags.
Okay, thank you. I'll just wait till you screen shared. I think it'll be easier for me to read that way, please.
Yes, we'll get that on screen for you here.
Thank you. Whereas council is scheduled to receive the draft solid waste master plan by Q4 2023 prior to a final round of consultation, and whereas the curbside waste diversion policy is just one of the elements of the proposed solid waste master plan, in addition to other options such as multi-residential waste diversion, food waste reduction strategy, expansion of the Take It Back program, textile waste diversion, separate bulky waste collection and recycling, automated cart system, waste to energy, anaerobic digestion, etc. And whereas the curbside waste diversion policy recommendation before council is a partial pay-as-you-throw program that would require residents to tag every bag garbage item set out at the curb, and some residents have expressed concerns with the administrative burden of this recommendation. And whereas in 2007, the city's garbage item limit was set to 6 items every 2 weeks, and that limit was not changed with the introduction of the green bin program in 2010, the switch to bi-weekly collection in 2012, or the modifications to the green bin program in 2019. And whereas the current solid waste fee for residents of Ottawa is $130 annually and would be expected to rise considerably with the status quo approach to curbside collection alone. And whereas the city's current average curbside garbage set out is 2.1 items every 2 weeks, and council recognizes it is industry best practice to set a garbage limit at or below the average set out to increase the waste diversion rate. And whereas the most common pay-as-you-throw program implemented in Ontario is a partial pay-as-you-throw system where tags are only required above a certain limit, including in nearby municipalities such as Brockville, Mississippi Mills, Carleton Place, Kingston, Source, Stormont, and whereas a transitional allotment of tags with no expiry date would provide residents with flexibility at the outset of the program's implementation in July 2024, allowing them to better manage the transition. Therefore, be it resolved that recommendation 1A and the curbside waste diversion policy report be amended to read a partial pay-as-you-throw program with a bi-weekly limit of 2 garbage items set out every 2 weeks, with the option of additional tags to be purchased by residents to set out garbage items above the bi-weekly item limit. And be it further resolved that households be provided with 15 tags at no cost and with no expiry date as a one-time allocation to assist with the transition to the new partial pay-as-you-throw program. And be it further resolved that households are permitted to place a 3rd untagged garbage item at the curbside the last week of December and the 1st week of January.
Okay, thank you very much, Vice Chair. I'll now go to Councillor Brown for your motion on the amendments to the proposed curbside waste diversion policy. 4 bags.
Thank you, Chair. Whereas staff have proposed changing curbside waste diversion through a partial pay-as-you-throw system for waste management that, if implemented, would provide residents with 55 garbage tags annually for curbside disposal and the option for residents to purchase more tags if necessary. And whereas the proposed partial pay-as-you-throw policy is estimated to improve waste diversion by 6% and extend the life of the Trail Road landfill by 2 years. And whereas the proposed partial pay-as-you-throw policy is estimated to cost up to $3.5 million to implement and is estimated to operate at an annual $1 million net operating loss, pending confirmation based on the finalized implementation plan. And whereas during consultation, the partial pay-as-you-throw was identified by residents as likely to increase illegal dumping, disproportionately increasing costs on large families and lower income residents, present challenges for rural residents, and create sanitary concerns. And whereas partial pay-as-you-throw and firm garbage limits were tied for the #1 curbside diversion option of residents surveyed through an independent panel commissioned by the city. And whereas staff are in the process of developing and recommending a variety of other policies that are likely to have an equal or greater impact on extending the life of the Trail Road landfill as the partial pay-as-you-throw program. Therefore, be it resolved that the report be revised to replace the partial pay-as-you-throw program outlined in report recommendation 1 with a firm garbage limit policy. And be it further resolved that report recommendation 1 be amended to read as follows. 1, approve the following changes to the city's current residential curbside collection policy. A firm garbage limit program with an enforced allotment of 4 garbage items every 2 weeks with a phased-in implementation plan. B, expansion to the city's special considerations program to include non-hazardous medical waste. Be it further resolved that the report recommendation 2 be amended to read as follows. 2, direct staff to include the required amounts for capital and operating necessary to facilitate the firm garbage limit program as part of the 2024 budget process. Be it further resolved that the report recommendation 3 be amended to read as follows. 3, delegate the authority to the general manager of the Public Works Department to make the related amendments to the solid waste management bylaw number 2012-370 to implement the changes to the curbside collection policy as directed in recommendation 1. And be it further resolved that report recommendation 4 be amended to read as follows. 4, direct staff to provide committee and council with a phased-in implementation plan and readiness update no later than Q4 of 2023, with the goal of beginning the implementation of the policy prior to Q2 of 2024. Be it further resolved that in conjunction with the preparation of an implementation plan and readiness update, staff provide a cost analysis for committee and council's consideration to develop an exemption process so as to better support large families, Good Samaritans who collect garbage in their communities, low-income residents, farmers, and others who are most likely to be disproportionately impacted by such a policy change. And be it further resolved that staff report back to committee and council with an analysis of the costs and impacts of increased collection beyond the 4-item allotment on weeks which follow major statutory holidays. And be it further resolved that staff provide committee and council with an estimate of the cost savings accomplished by implementing a firm 4-item limit instead of the staff proposed partial pay-as-you-throw system. And that staff provide committee and council with options for how the delta in cost savings could be invested in improving citywide waste management, including by improving communication and education.
Okay, thank you very much for that, Councillor Brown. And the next motion is from yourself as well for Councillor DeRoche, who I see is also online.
No rest for the wicked. Thank you, Chair. I'm moving this on behalf of Councillor DeRoche. Whereas the City of Ottawa's Office of the Auditor General reviewed the procurement practices related to the source separated organics contract in 2011 and presented to Audit Committee and Council in 2014. And whereas the OAG provided a follow-up to the 2011 audit of procurement practices related to the source separated organics contract, tabled at Audit Committee in 2018. And whereas the OAG reached a conclusion that data supporting the 20-year contract with Orga World Canada Limited was not correctly interpreted. And whereas the City of Ottawa's solid waste services are relying on key data to support the approval of the curbside waste diversion policy. And whereas the City of Ottawa has in the past asked the OAG for independent reviews of prior decisions in areas such as transit. Therefore, be it resolved that the Environment and Climate Change Committee recommend council request that the OAG consider a review of the data used by solid waste services to support the curbside waste diversion policy, including but not limited to waste volume projections, landfill waste capacity, waste diversion projections, and proposed financial projections. And be it further resolved that the Environment and Climate Change Committee recommend council defer final consideration and approval of the curbside waste diversion policy until the OAG has reported back to council on their findings to ensure the accuracy of the supportive data.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Are there any other directions or motions that anyone has that they'd like to put forward at this time? Okay, I'm not seeing any. Thanks for reading those in, councillors. I am going to go to staff for their presentation and then to the delegations. But before I do, I just wanted to welcome councillors that are not on committee. You didn't get a chance to do that in roll call. So Councillor Johnson, thanks for being here. Councillor Kitts, Councillor Kelly, Councillor DeRoche online, DeRue's online, and Dudas online. I think I've got everyone. So thanks for joining this important meeting. I just wanted to make a few brief remarks too before we go to the staff presentation. Today is an important day to discuss how we reduce our waste and save money and join the ranks of cities across Canada and the world who are leaders when it comes to diversion and reuse. You'll hear in the presentations today how a partial pay-as-you-throw program will help the city meet targets set out in the province's food and organic waste policy statement, which calls for a 70% reduction and recovery of food and organic waste from landfill by the end of 2023. On an even more ambitious scale, in 2015, the United States Conference of Mayors adopted a set of zero waste principles, placing waste reduction, reuse, recycling, and extended producer responsibility at the very top. Cities across Canada have been instituting measures to reduce waste going to landfill, including economic instruments like bag tags, mandatory measures such as material-specific landfill bans, and zero waste and circular economy initiatives, including extended producer responsibility programs. Earlier this morning, you heard about the transition of the Blue Box program to an extended producer responsibility model. Household hazardous waste, batteries, tires, and electronics have already transitioned to this model. Partial pay-as-you-throw models are proven to divert waste at the source so that valuable recycling and organic materials don't end up getting buried in our landfill. We have heard from residents through engagement over the past few years as part of the Solid Waste Master Plan that residents want to contribute to implement more sustainable waste management changes to keep the costs of waste management as low as possible. Reducing and diverting waste at the source is one of the least costly options to implement in comparison to expensive other technologies or new landfills. This makes good financial sense. The Ministry of Environment and Climate Change has estimated that every 1,000 tons of waste diverted creates 60% greater GDP and 40% more jobs compared to disposal. I think that's why we're seeing 130 municipalities in Ontario have already adopted these types of programs with great success at increasing diversion rates and reducing waste going to landfill. So what does this look like on the ground? The city of Beaconsfield, Quebec piloted a highly successful pay-as-you-throw waste collection system that allows people to choose a smaller bin or less frequent pickup and save money in the process. Prior to that program, they were one of the biggest generators of garbage per capita of all of the Montreal suburbs. That program has resulted in a 50% decrease in waste landfill per capita and a 40% decrease in municipal costs for waste collection. Others have chosen mandatory measures such as Metro Vancouver. And that ban on organics that they did diverted over 137,000 tons of waste over 2 years and increased the food waste recycling rate in the multifamily buildings from 63 to 90% within just 3 years. While diversion rates across Canada have increased over the last 20 years, Ottawa is lagging behind in this regard. We currently pay $130 or a total of $183 per year with all the fees and services involved in Ottawa's solid waste fees. And it's well below other major Canadian cities. At the highest end of the scale, Edmonton asks its residents pay an average of $585. We are very, very low when it comes to collection costs. And I think we need to maintain that. We need to keep our fees low for residents in this regard. This is one of the programs that can do that. So I think we're here today with an opportunity to build a cleaner, greener, and more financially sustainable city, and just welcome all the councillors that are here to have this discussion. With that, I'll move to our city staff for a presentation on this program. Over to you. Sorry, Councillor Rockington, you had something before the presentation?
Thanks, Chair. Yes, if you could just let me know, in my package of motions, there was an additional one from Councillor Carr regarding a sponsors group. Is that now off the table?
That's going to be other business.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks very much. Over to you. Thanks.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. So I'm going to introduce our color coordinated team here this morning. I've already introduced Shelley McDonald. To her left is Nicole Hoover-Bienez, the Program Manager for Solid Waste Long-Term Planning. Also following today's presentation, we have Isabel Jasmine from Financial Services, Roger Chapman from Bylaw and Regulatory Services, and also Naz Namazi from Legal Services that all will be available for questions alongside our team. Donc, le but de la présentation aujourd'hui est de discuter de la proposition d'une nouvelle
presentation today is to discuss the curbside waste diversion policy.
The proposed policy, and some of you took part in staff's technical briefing in May. And I want to say how much we appreciate the level of engagement that we've seen both from councillors and also the public on the proposal that is before you. We definitely understand the challenges of introducing new waste-related policies and the concerns that these can bring. And we hope that today's presentation will provide basically with a good understanding in terms of the basis for the proposal that is before you. Next slide. Le paysage de la gestion des déchets est complexe et en constante
Well,
évolution.
this is a complex issue that is evolving all the time. There's new policy changes that are proposed by the province, and we're end up working and having to adjust on a short-term basis, and we have to plan on a long-term basis.
Of waste management in Ottawa, commonly referred to as the Solid Waste Master Plan. This is a multi-year, multi-phased planning process. As we have an eye to the future through the Solid Waste Master Plan, we're also looking at the now and our short-term horizon. In addition, the new curbside collection contract that will be before committee in the fall will incorporate this policy should committee and council approve it, as its specifications don't need to be included for the new contract procurement process. Now, I want to clarify also that when I say short-term, I don't mean interim. The focus of today's discussion is on the lowest cost option that will help to extend the life of the landfill site, plus reduce ongoing operating and processing costs beyond the current landfill. And we received a lot of questions as to why is this policy coming now and not later? And I just want to elaborate on a few key points. The first one is that we need to grow Ottawa's diversion rate closer to the 2023 provincial 70% target and prepare for the phasing out of food and organic waste from our landfill by 2030. We need to do everything we can now to extend the life of the Trail Road landfill site. We've made significant investments in that existing asset, and we want to get the most out of that investment as we can. We need to encourage residents to continue to fully participate in our recycling programs, to reduce the amount of waste requiring management through our long-term solution, be it a landfill or alternative technology. And ensure that taxpayers are not paying for recycling costs that as of July 1st of this year will be the responsibility of producers of packaging. So there is definitely a financial incentive for residents. What you will see today is the results of over 2 years of project work and research. It's the result of public engagement process where over 20,000 of our residents were engaged. What you will also see today are recommendations that align to council's approved vision of the Solid Waste Master Plan. As I mentioned before, waste policies are challenging, but I could say that I'm very proud of what the team is delivering for you today. It's based on best practices. It's demonstrated by the wide implementation of curbside diversion policies across municipalities. It's founded in data that's proven to increase diversion rates. So now is the time to adapt and adjust so we can continue to deliver one of the most cost-effective waste service in the country. We thank you very much for your engagement on this file, and I will now pass on the floor to Shelley McDonald.
Good morning, and thank you, Alain, for that. So next slide, please. Implementing a curbside waste diversion policy supports current and upcoming policy changes and direction from the provincial government. The provincial government's food and organic waste policy statement aims for 70% reduction and recovery of food and organic waste from landfill by the end of this year. Ottawa is currently falling short of that goal, so we need to divert more organic waste as soon as possible. The statement also aims to phase out food and organic waste from landfill by 2030. This would also apply to alternative technologies in place of a landfill, meaning organics diversion will still be required regardless of what is done once trail reaches its capacity. Encouraging change and maximizing use of organics diversion programs will be vital for the city's success in the implementation of this statement. As Alain mentioned, adapting to change takes time. Implementing these changes now is important to set our community up for success in the future. The shift to individual producer responsibility, as we just learned from Andrea, provides Ottawa with the opportunity to maximize participation in recycling programs, to ensure recyclable items are not consuming space at the trail waste facility, and that the cost is left with producers as this policy intends and away from the taxpayer. The proposed curbside policy aligns and supports these provincial policies. Next slide, please. This project is a component of the city's solid waste master plan. The council-approved vision for the waste plan is a zero waste Ottawa achieved through progressive, collective, and innovative action. Key goals of the waste plan include extending the trail waste facility landfill beyond its existing anticipated end of life and reducing the amount of waste generated by residents by maximizing the use of recycling and diversion programs. While the solid waste master plan will provide the overall framework, direction, and goals for solid waste management, diversion, and reduction over the next 30 years, there are important component projects being explored now for their ability to deliver short-term impacts to enhance the long-term solutions. These component projects are the multi-residential waste diversion strategy, the new curbside collection contract, the Blue Box program transition to individual producer responsibility, future organics processing capacity, and today's focus, curbside waste diversion policy. All of these projects impact each other, support diversion efforts, and will have a cumulative impact on extending the life of the landfill and deferring costs associated with siting a new landfill or disposal technology through a multi-pronged approach. Another key driver is achieving the council-approved targets in the climate change master plan. These targets aim to see 98% diversion of organic waste from landfill and 100% diversion of paper products. Next slide, please. The proposed policy specifically impacts one sector of our waste collections, residential properties receiving curbside collection services. These account for 82% of the residential waste managed by the city, with the remaining 18% being produced by the multi-residential sector. A strategy to increase waste diversion at multi-residential properties was approved by council last year, and rollout is well underway. Our last waste audit found that approximately 58% of the waste that residential properties disposed of could have been diverted through green bin or recycling programs. While the last waste audit was completed prior to the green bin program changes, and some progress has been made to achieve greater diversion, as you will see in the set out study data to be presented shortly, there is still opportunity to divert waste generated by curbside households. The next 4-season waste audit is planned to launch later this year. The curbside sector presents the most significant opportunity to divert unnecessary waste from the trail road landfill. Organic waste, which emits powerful greenhouse gases when breaking down, as well as recyclable materials that, within a month, will become a full producer paid program. Next slide, please. As you think about the policy recommendation before you today, we wanted to provide an overview of the current curbside policy and the diversion policies that followed it and highlighting their impacts. In 2007, 15 years ago, the city's 6 garbage item limit was implemented. This has and remains to be the set out limit for curbside residents. In 2010, the green bin program was introduced as a way to divert household organic waste away from landfill. This policy implementation saw an increase in diversion of 7%. 2 years later, biweekly garbage collection was introduced to encourage residents to optimize the use of diversion programs, including the weekly pickup of the green bin. This was the last time a garbage policy was implemented in our city, and its implementation saw an increase in diversion of 5%. The latest waste diversion policy enhancement was introduced in 2019, allowing plastic bag liners and dog waste to be disposed of in the green bin. This was a measure taken to alleviate the yuck factor, which many residents said was their reason for not using the green bin. This policy change resulted in an increase of diversion of 3%. While our community has collectively made great progress over the past decade, over half of what goes in the landfill could still be diverted through existing diversion programs. It's time for a change. And we heard through engagement that residents are willing to make that change to help our community be more sustainably managing our waste. I'll now hand things over to Nicole to complete the presentation.
Great. Thank you so much, Shelley. Good morning, Chair, members of committee and council. So we'll jump right into the recommendations here. I'll just ask for the next slide, please. So first and foremost, we are recommending that committee and council approve the introduction of a partial pay-as-you-throw program, or more commonly known as a tag-a-bag program. So pay-as-you-throw programs are proven and effective policies that help reduce unnecessary waste from going to landfill, and they also help incentivize residents to use their blue, black, and green bins. So beginning in Q2 of next year, we are proposing that each household would receive 55 garbage tags annually as part of the solid waste user fee that they currently pay on their property tax bill to use at their convenience throughout the year. So this recommended service level is in line with industry best practice, which is to set the garbage set out limit at or below the citywide set out limit in order to help drive use of recycling programs. And I'm going to walk through the data shortly on that supports this. So if households run out of their annual allotment of tags, they would have the option to purchase additional garbage tags as needed to have their waste collected. So this proposal ultimately treats waste more like a utility. So very similar to hydro, to water, to natural gas. Households would be paying based on how much they use the garbage program. And there would continue to be no limit and no tagging requirement for recycling, green bins, as well as leaf and yard waste at the curb. So the recommendation in front of committee today is based on extensive research, as Alain had spoken to earlier, a municipal scan, comprehensive community engagement. And the ultimate intent of this policy, again, is to reduce unnecessary waste going to landfill by increasing participation in recycling and green bin programs. In terms of the second recommendation, we are seeking council's approval to expand the existing special considerations program to also include non-hazardous medical waste. And this is in an effort to help address concerns that have been raised by residents through engagement who generate medical waste that cannot be recycled. So lastly, we are recommending that council direct staff to report back to council in Q1 of next year on a citywide implementation plan and readiness update. And that will detail how the city will support residents through this change, including details on the launch of a citywide communications and outreach campaign, an approach to education and enforcement of illegal dumping, details on where and how residents will be able to purchase additional tags, and plans to manage equity considerations such as additional supports for lower income and fixed income households. Next slide, please. So as I appreciate all of you have been hearing from residents within your ward, of course, we have heard a number of different questions over the past few weeks about what exactly a garbage item is and what items would require a tag. So I just wanted to take an opportunity here to clarify some of those examples. So as is the case today, an item can be a bin, a bag, or a bulky item, as some of those examples included on the slide here. And bulky items, just as an example, could be a piece of furniture. So all of these would require one tag to be collected. So the maximum weight of a bin or a bag is 33 pounds, and the maximum size of a bin is 140 liters, and that exists within our current solid waste bylaw, and we're not proposing any changes to that. So a bin can either hold a few garbage bags or households can dispose of multiple smaller bags in a bin. So for example, kitchen bags or, bags from bathrooms throughout a household. And only one tag will be needed for that bin. So not every single bag needs to be tagged within the bin. So I think that was a large misconception that we have heard. So, and I just wanted to underscore this because as you can see in the example right here, a 140 liter bin can fit a fair amount of garbage. And the recommended policy change would allow residents to set out approximately two 140 liter bins every collection without paying anything more than they do today. Next slide, please. So to support the policy recommendation, we did undertake an updated waste set out study last fall. And the study found that the average household garbage set out citywide is 2.1 items every 2 weeks, with garbage items being, of course, a bag, a container, or bulky items. So 74%, so about 3 out of every 4 households set out 2 garbage items or less at the curb for collection. And this ranged from 76% in the city's urban areas, 75% in the city's suburban areas, and 68% of garbage set outs in rural areas. And the set out study also found that about 96%, so a strong majority of household garbage set outs across the city are already within the current 6-item garbage limit. So as you can see from the table on the slide, I know it's a little busy here, but then as with this, some main points and kind of key takeaways from here is that as the number of garbage items set outs increase, we see that the participation in blue, black, and green bin recycling programs tends to drop. So this data paired with the city's waste diversion the data that Shelley walked through earlier show that there is still ample opportunity to increase participation in curbside diversion programs amongst all residents. And it further emphasizes that the current 6-item set out limit is not effective in encouraging further sustainable waste management habits. So by setting the recommended standard service level at 55 items per year, which again equates to about 2.1 items every 2 weeks, we're trying to limit the impact to residents as much as possible while balancing the need to encourage residents to increase recycling while providing households with that flexibility, as the waste audit, or sorry, the set out study also confirmed that the amount of garbage set out for each collection tends to vary from collection to collection. Next slide, please. So 5 policy options were considered through the development of the policy recommendation that's in front of committee and council today. So these options were identified through the Solid Waste Master Plan's council approved options identification and evaluation process. And they were identified as the most effective options to further increase recycling and organics diversion from curbside households. And to better understand each of these options, we surveyed municipalities which have implemented different curbside policies. We conducted a review of industry best practices and a literature review of peer-reviewed research to gain insights on the benefits, the challenges, and success of each of these policies. We also completed extensive engagement to seek feedback from residents on each of the options, what their preferred option was, the garbage set out limit, and preferred approach to enforcement. So as you can see on the slide here, we had overwhelming response. More than 20,000 responses were received by the city's online public survey. And we also purchased a representative sample of 1,000 responses, which were made up of Ottawa residents that reflect characteristics of the city's demographic profile, which allowed us to gain feedback from those who typically wouldn't be as engaged on this subject, and really just underscoring the importance of making sure that we had representative feedback from across the city. Next slide, please. So through engagement, we learned that the majority of respondents, or the majority of households and residents, support reducing the current 6-item garbage limit, and residents indicated their willingness to make changes in their own households. If the garbage limit is reduced, residents wanted to ensure that there would be more equitable and flexible service for everyone. Of the 5 options explored, a partial pay-as-you-throw program had the strongest support from residents and stakeholders. And one of the common themes for why people supported this is that it offers flexibility, especially as waste volumes vary from collection to collection. Residents like the fact that if they had extra garbage, they could still set it out with a tag, versus a firm garbage limit that doesn't accept waste above a certain amount. And I think, as we can all appreciate within our own households, generating waste, again, it'll fluctuate throughout the year, whether that's for spring cleaning, whether that's for fall cleaning, or after special events and hosting events as well. In terms of special considerations, residents shared that unavoidable waste they generate includes diapers, non-hazardous medical waste, and special considerations should be made to not adversely impact those who generate these types of unavoidable waste. And participants also noted that regardless of the policy explored, various implementation factors needed to be considered, including how the policy would be communicated, how it would be enforced, and how it would impact vulnerable sectors of the community. Next slide, please. So included on this slide, we wanted to provide some examples of some of those comparator municipalities. And I think what this further emphasizes is that partial pay-as-you-throw programs and bag limits are proven to help reduce waste to landfill and increase participation in recycling and green bin programs. So about 132 municipalities in Ontario alone have successful partial pay-as-you-throw programs in place. And we wanted to share, again, some examples of what municipalities who implemented similar programs over the past decade have achieved to help set some context. So we had a total of 26 different municipalities that we had included in this scan. So I've given you a snapshot here of those that had partial pay-as-you-throw programs in place. And these municipalities were included in our scan based on comparative waste stream programs, their geographic makeup, but also because they had some really good concrete data available publicly for us to be able to analyze, which is not always necessarily the case within the industry. So as you can see, most experienced positive results within the first year. And for the most part, that success was sustained or increased over the 5 years after initial implementation. So the experiences of these municipalities were used to model what we believe we as a city could achieve in implementing a similar model here in Ottawa. Next slide, please. So this slide depicts the best model or the modeled best case scenario of what we anticipate we could achieve as residents adapt to the proposed policy change. So within the first year of the policy's implementation, we could expect to see garbage tonnage reductions of up to 19% per capita. And as our waste program continues to evolve, by year 5, we could see up to a 28% reduction in garbage tonnages per capita. Within 5 years, we estimated that the curbside diversion rate could increase by up to 6%, which would bring the city's curbside diversion rate to approximately 59%, which is more in line with comparator municipalities. So in addition, we could see up to an estimated 19% increase in recycling and an estimated 8% increase in organics tonnages captured in those recycling programs, which of course would better position the city to achieve provincial regulatory policy targets that Shelley spoke to earlier. So with the reduction of tonnages to landfill, there is an estimated gain of an additional estimated 2 years of landfill life. And the more sustainable changes will help reduce the amount of waste requiring management with a future landfill or alternative technology. So there are lasting benefits for whatever that future option is that council will direct as we table further options for council's consideration this fall as part of the solid waste master plan. So I just want to add that the modeling was based off of municipalities that have implemented partial pay-as-you-throw programs that have seen those successful trends with City of Ottawa data layered in. So maximizing the success of this program here in Ottawa will of course rely on a number of factors, including how residents adapt adapt their waste habits and consistency of proper communications and enforcement, just to name a few examples. Next slide, please. So as with any policy recommendation, there are financial implications to consider. So we're proposing a one-time capital ask in 2024 of up to $3.5 million, which would be further refined through implementation planning to deliver this policy change. And this is required to help ease residents into this change. And this one-time capital ask will be absorbed through the solid waste capital reserve. There will also be an anticipated increase in the annual operating budget of up to $1.5 million. And again, this will be further refined through implementation planning. This largely reflects the increased costs associated with processing organic waste, as well as the annual cost to print and distribute tags and continue our educational support and enforcement efforts. Operating costs are expected to be partially offset by the sale of additional tags. And cost recovery is estimated to be approximately $450,000 in year 1, reducing to approximately $400,000 in year 5. And the recommended cost of additional tags is $3 per tag, which is reflective of full cost recovery for disposing of an item of garbage. And while additional tags will be available for purchase, the program is not intended to drive up garbage costs for residents. Ultimately, what we're trying to do with this proposal is encourage all households to make full use of the existing diversion programs that are in place, ultimately reducing, reusing, recycling to the fullest and limiting unnecessary waste from ending up in landfill. So this policy gives us an opportunity to also avoid using valuable landfill space. So while I spoke to a projected additional 2 years, high-level estimates suggest that the landfill capacity that we could delay using with the implementation of this policy is valued at about $1.1 to $3 million per year. And this is based on today's market conditions. So while not a true cost recovery or savings, it does represent a significant return on investment with respect to saved capacity when looking at airspace from the perspective of financial value. So lastly, we do not expect to see a reduction in processing costs due to lessened materials being sent to landfill for processing. Next slide, please. And just before I hand things back to Shelley to conclude today's presentation, I just wanted to take the opportunity to walk through some of the key concerns and questions that, of course, we've been hearing from members of council as well as members of the public about this policy. So as a reminder to members of council, most of these key considerations are being worked on and will be addressed through implementation planning should council approve the policy recommendation in front of you today. So in terms of illegal dumping, it's certainly the top concern that we've heard so far, and something that, of course, was also flagged to us from municipal counterparts who imposed a similar policy, and we have our own experience as well from the introduction or the transition to biweekly garbage back in 2011. So whether it be illegal dumping on someone's property, in city ditches or parks, our implementation plan will detail how staff will plan to proactively monitor and enforce penalties for illegal dumping. And additional staff supports will be put in place through the funding requests sought in this report. In terms of rental units, so we heard a lot of confusion in terms of who would be responsible for providing tags to tenants. So under the proposed policy, landlords will become responsible for distributing the annual allotment of tags to their tenants. And should more tags be required, they can be purchased on an as-needed basis. And one thing I just wanted to emphasize as well is that multi-residential properties are not impacted by this policy, as work to increase diversion program participation in the multi-residential sector is already underway as part of the council-approved multi-residential waste diversion strategy. And last but not least, fairness and fees. So as we heard through engagement, there are a number of equity considerations that we need to account for and balance. Through implementation planning, we are exploring additional supports for lower income households that are on fixed incomes and targeted education to households across the city who continue to set out large amounts of waste who do not currently participate in recycling and organics diversion programs. And just to finalize things, we've also heard a lot of comments about why now. So as Shelley had alluded to earlier, we recognize that there's an opportunity to do as much as we can now to extend the life of the Trail Road landfill, but also to encourage residents to fully participate in existing programs that are in place today. And this is an important part of our long-term solution and supporting that long-term solution. So whether it be a new landfill or a new alternative technology. So I'll pass things back to Shelley.
Thank you, Nicole. Next slide, please. This timeline provides an overview of the next 4 years as it pertains to this project. The top bolded items are specific to curbside diversion options, with the bottom blue items being component projects that are directly related to decisions made on this project today. If approved by council, waste collection would remain status quo and residents would not see this change at the curb until Q2 2024. An internal working group will be established to work on planning implementation. This would include members from our community and social services teams, our bylaw teams, revenue, as well as our 311. We would continue with working with key stakeholders to understand the unique nuances, and we would utilize our internal working groups to promote the policy changes and support outreach and communities across the city. Once developed, the implementation plan and readiness update will come to council no less than 3 months prior to the policy implementation, currently slated for Q2 2024. Through annual reporting on the solid waste master plan, we will provide council with updates on the policy change and diversion trends, and in line with industry best practice, we'll look at conducting a program review in 2027 with potential recommended amendments as required. Next slide, please. So to wrap up, we're recommending a partial pay-as-you-throw program, allotting 55 tags annually for households to use. This recommendation is supported by comprehensive data collection and analysis, as well as extensive stakeholder engagement, through which we learned that there's strong resident support for reducing the garbage item limit and that residents wanted flexibility in their service. Our municipal scan and past city policy implementation demonstrates that curbside waste diversion policies are proven to increase participation in waste diversion programs and decrease unnecessary waste to landfill. This recommendation aligns with municipal and provincial targets for waste reduction and diversion. And I will conclude today's presentation with the same statement as Alain mentioned at the opening. The landscape of waste management is complex and ever-changing. And by implementing a curbside waste diversion policy now, we'll be setting up the city's future waste management landscape for success. Thank you.
Thank you very much to staff for that presentation and for all the work over several years now, and of course the extensive data analysis that you've done as part of this report. I also wanted to thank Councillor Dudas, as well as former Councillor El Shantiri and former Councillor Moffat for your help on the sponsors group with regard to the solid waste master plan. I do want to now move to delegations. We have 7 delegations today. The first up is Duncan Burry with Waste Watch Ottawa. Duncan, please have a seat and you've got 5 minutes.
Morning. Thank you very much. I had asked to have a table posted.
Should be up shortly.
I don't expect you to look at this in detail, but it's available. Thank you for the opportunity to present here today. Toronto, Peel Region, Durham Region, Waterloo Region, Halton Region, Hamilton, Niagara Region, London, Vaughan, Simcoe County, Richmond Hill, Belleville Quinte, Greater Sudbury, Barrie, Port Elgin and Southampton, Guelph, Kingston, Oxford County. Next, please. Thunder Bay, Wellington County, Northumberland County, Newmarket, Kawartha Lakes, Sault Ste. Marie, Dufferin County, Muskoka District, North Bay, Cornwall, Orillia, Stratford, North Grenville, Kenora, Carlton Place, Arnprior, Renfrew, Goderich, and Dryden. This is a list of some of the 132 municipalities in Ontario that have some form of user pay-as-you-throw system for curbside garbage collection. In almost all cases, the programs are partial user pay systems similar to what is being recommended for implementation in Ottawa. Most of the programs have a no charge, no tag allowance of 2 or 3 bags biweekly. I should also note that a significant number of the municipalities on the list I've just read are predominantly rural municipalities or upper tier municipalities with large rural areas, such as Niagara Region. For the municipalities that have green bin programs, which is the case for most of the large, more urban municipalities, waste diversion rates are higher than the city of Ottawa. User pay systems for curbside garbage collection are no longer just best practice, they are standard operating practice across the province. Ottawa stands out in not having such a program. A no-charge allowance of 2 bags or items biweekly matches the average garbage set out as staff has presented and focuses the program on the 25% of households that aren't participating in the recycling or green bin programs. Whatever concerns there might be about illegal dumping have been shown in other municipalities to be manageable through enforcement and promotion and education, and particularly perhaps in targeted promotion and education, and the impacts are limited in the early months of program implementation. Any concerns about the impact on lower income and larger families can be addressed in the implementation strategy plan for Q1 2024 that staff will be working on. For example, the city could facilitate through existing social services and community channels the sharing of unused tags. A user pay system will divert more material by incentivizing participation in the recycling and green bin programs. A user pay system will reduce the amount of waste sent to Trail Road. Enhanced waste diversion and reduced waste disposal have been experienced in all municipalities with the user pay program and will be the experience in Ottawa. Waste Watch Ottawa urges you to adopt the recommendations in the staff report and specifically approve a no charge limit of 2 items or bags bi-weekly. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much for your delegation, Mr. Burry. Any questions from committee? Okay, I do see Councillor Kavanaugh.
Thank you, Duncan. And thank you for bringing that list. You've obviously studied this a lot, probably as much as our staff. Why do you think it took so long for Ottawa? Why is?
I dare not go into that. Well, it's a very important question why we're so behind on this. I mean, Ottawa was a leader in this. In 1987, Ottawa was the third municipality in the world, along with Nepean and Gloucester, to implement a blue box recycling program. The first was Kitchener, the second was Mississauga in 1987, Ottawa, Nepean, and Gloucester. So we were leaders at that particular time. We kind of lost our way. I think we lost our way with Plasco. We spent 10 years not really focusing on diversion or organics and did very little. And now here we are playing catch up. I mean, frankly, a lot of the municipalities on that list have had user pay programs for 20 or 30 years. Carleton Place, they say 30 years. Kingston, I think is 1999, Niagara 1996. So I can't answer the question. It's a mystery to me. I think frankly, it's an embarrassment to the city that we haven't moved on this over the years. So now's an opportunity to do that and do the right thing.
Probably the biggest question is about the dumping. You said that that's been resolved, but I'd like to know, have you heard of how they've resolved it, if you've been looking at this?
Everything I've read and heard, and I would quote also, I think, the mayor of Carleton Place, who said that this really has not been an issue for them. The program has been so well established that everybody in fact adjusts and uses it well. There is initially, I think, a legitimate concern that there could be some illegal dumping, but there's always been a certain amount of that anyway, and there might be a bit of an extra, concern initially. But after the first 6 months or so, this goes away. I think with proactive promotion and education, enforcement for sure. I heard stories of some municipalities when they were finding a bag dumped into a back concession road ditch, would open it, find an envelope, drive over to the home, knock on my door and say, "Excuse me, sir, excuse me, ma'am, we found something of yours in the ditch." You only need to do this a few times before word gets out that this is not acceptable practice. So yes, enforcement's important, but generally, this is something you need to focus on in the first months of the program, not in the long term. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kavanaugh. Councillor Tierney.
Great. Thank you for coming out today in your delegation. By the way, I voted against Plasco because it was never a real established technology. It was a failed science experiment. Would you support high efficiency energy to waste if that became a plan in the future rather than building garbage mountains all over our city forever?
It's clearly an issue that needs to be addressed as part of the waste plan, and staff have always been very candid that incineration or waste from energy is in fact on the list that needs to be considered for residuals materials management. So yes, it has to be on the list. It should be. I think, frankly, we need to put way more energy into diverting organics for the climate change reasons we've mentioned and the waste quantity, and we've mentioned as well the concerns about the Trail Road landfill site. I think, frankly, if we up our game and we get to these kind of diversion rates, we can spin out the life expectancy of Trail Road long beyond the life expectancy of that we currently have. And I think that's the focus we should put on. And then at the end, I mean, ideally, we may find when we get to the end of this path that there's nothing really left to burn. If we move all the organics out, if we move the plastics out through recycling, the economic efficiencies of energy from waste start to take a major hit. And so I think we need to keep it on the list for consideration, but it's not a direction we should be pursuing aggressively.
Okay, terrific. But I think we can all agree taking a bag of garbage and burying it is probably not the best thing to do.
Agreed.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Tierney. Councillor Brockington.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Mr. Beret, for your delegation. The 132 municipalities you referenced that use some sort of pay-as-you-go program, how many have eliminated their landfills?
I don't think Toronto has. Toronto ships its waste to southwestern Ontario. I think
they rely on someone else's landfill, though.
Yeah, absolutely, yes. Yeah.
So no
There's still some
landfills,
residual management that needs in all these cases.
yeah,
Yes.
no landfills have been eliminated due to these programs. We already have a diversion program. It's called blue bin, black bin, green bin.
Yes.
And we're worried about the contents of these programs going to our landfill. So we already have a diversion program. It's just not fully subscribed or utilized. That's the problem that we have in Ottawa. We've
Yeah.
identified it for years and we struggle to figure out how to get the people on board, our residents on board. So I think the key thing that comes down for me is if we're going to spend time and effort on tackling diversion, do you educate and promote the public on programs that already exist and the benefits of using them and why it's more costly for all involved not to versus going down the road of a pay per use system and the ramifications just on dumping in River Ward. Almost every park is a recipient of dumping, excessive household dumping. Our NCC woods are routinely filled with household waste, let alone industrial waste that we find. Ditches, dead end corridors, Mooney's Bay, commercial dumpsters that are continuously used. Owners have to padlock and put cameras because of dumping, and schools that all are recipients. These aren't people who are driving from municipalities outside of Ottawa. These are our own residents who either don't have storage facilities to keep their garbage contained until garbage day, or they just don't want to keep it. And dumping is a very real problem that we have that just doesn't go away. So I just wanted to share that with you and my colleagues. Thank you.
Is there a question, is there a follow-up question there?
No, I just wanted to counter some of the comments I heard from the delegate.
Okay.
Could I respond,
Sure.
Chair?
Yeah.
I think the most damning
It's not a question to the delegate, so.
I mean,
thank
council,
you.
this is questions and answers, so.
Okay, so no, it's not, okay.
Yeah, the next up on the list is Councillor Brown.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair and Mr. Burry. Good to see you again. I'd like to go back to the Carlton Place example that you had referenced briefly. Do you know approximately how many people live in the town of Carlton Place?
12,517 in 2020.
Thank you very much. And do you know how large the town is itself in square kilometers?
Absolutely no idea.
That's okay. I did a quick Google search so we can take it for what it's worth, but Carlton Place is approximately 9 square kilometers. City of Ottawa is almost 2,800. My ward alone is more than 700 square kilometers. The challenge that I have when we talk about dumping and perhaps a very small town with approximately half the number of residents that my ward has was successful in eliminating dumping is because they have a very small area that they have to police. Rural Ottawa is extremely vast and dumping is just going to continue, which is why I oppose any kind of bag tag solutions. And I think going forward, it's important that we have context when we provide examples. And I think it's a good one to have, and I appreciate the conversation. But there are vast differences in some of these municipalities to Ottawa, and I think it's something that we should highlight here. So no direct question other than the ones I posed to the delegate. Thank you. Chair.
So I'm going to allow the delegate to answer. This is a question and answer period. If that's how the process works. So if we're to ask questions to the delegates. So go ahead, you can respond to that.
Yeah, so I mean, I appreciate the difference between Carlton Place and Ottawa, but you know, on the list of municipalities that have user pay, large upper tier municipalities that have large rural communities within their excuse me, within their boundaries, like Niagara Region, Dufferin County, Muskoka District, Cumberland, Northumberland County, Wellington County. I mean, these are more comparable to Ottawa than the Carlton Place example. And they, in fact, have had these programs for many years. And frankly, when I was trying to find if there were, you know, examples where people were complaining exorbitant amounts of illegal dumping associated with the bag tag, really couldn't find it. Partly, I think that's because these programs have been around for such a long period of time. But there needs to be some enforcement for sure. And it seems the staff have recognized that, and there's some extra dollars associated with that, and with promotion and education as well. And definitely parks are a problem, but I would argue that the collection system in parks right now is not really adequate. So there needs to be some new resources put into that above and beyond the needs to manage illegal dumping, which could occur associated with a bag tag program.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank
Any
you
other
for the
councillors for questions? No, okay, seeing none, thank you very much for your delegation.
pleasure. Thank you.
Kate Reiki, you were up next with cafes.
Morning, councillors. Thanks for the opportunity to speak to you on this important issue. I'm here today, I'm representing CAFES, which is the Community Associations for Environmental Sustainability. We are a network of community associations, environmental leaders from spanning the urban, suburban, rural divide. And we have about, at last count, I think 150 members, both individual and institutional members. So we represent quite a large constituency. We have been involved with the solid waste master planning process from day one for the last 4 years or so. So we're very, our members are very well acquainted with this proposal going forward, and we very much support it. We support the principle of people paying for garbage, and we support the specific proposal that's on our table today. So we really think that it's probably the biggest lever that municipal governments have to have residents reduce their garbage, and also to incentivize their participation in both recycling and composting options. And it's a proven strategy, as has been said earlier. 132 Ontario municipalities are already implementing these policies, both partial pay-as-you-throw and also full, which is full pay-as-you-throw policies, which goes even a step further. And many of these, as has been mentioned, they've been going on for decades. And those municipalities, specifically the ones that have green bin systems in place, offering an option to garbage, they tend to have much higher residential waste diversion rates than Ottawa. Bringing in the international experience, we can see that pay-as-you-throw is also very much very prominent in all parts of Europe and many parts of Asia, large, Korea, China, Vietnam. They all have examples of pay-as-you-throw. Closer to home in the United States, the Environmental Protection Agency has really been supporting this policy for many, many years. And so we see now 7,000 municipalities that currently have this system in place in the States. And we see recent studies. I did quite a bit of research on recent studies in the States, and they've found that one recent study that we saw in Massachusetts, where they basically looked at the amount of trash per capita going to landfill in communities or in municipalities that had pay-as-you-throw systems versus those that did not. And there was like a 30% differential, which is very similar to what is being proposed, the 5-year 28% reduction that is being proposed here. I just wanted to say that it seems very opportune at this time to be talking about this. Last week, I spent a lot of time at the World Circular Economy Forum in Helsinki, and this is a forum that brings together experts on environment, waste management, circular economy from all over the world. And there's total consensus on the absolute need for financial mechanisms, financial levers of all sorts for solving our waste problem and a pollution problem. So just as we heard earlier this morning about the EPR system that is coming into play in Ontario, which is aiming to really put the onus on producers of waste to pay up to take financial responsibility for their waste at the end of the line. This is another example of this. Really, this is saying, at the consumer level, at the citizen level, we have to take financial responsibility for how much we put out. So this polluter pay principle really has been shown to work. And really money talks. So this proposal in front of us today is really baby steps. It's a first step in this direction for Ottawa. And I know it's bound to encounter some initial public
Ms.
resistance.
Streak, I'll just ask you to wrap up. Your time is up.
Okay, sorry. But just to say that the resistance will over time be allayed, and we really think that it's very important to go one step further and that Ottawa move to a full pay-as-you-throw system, because we'll need to have even greater diversion and waste reduction.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Councillor Tierney has a question for you.
Great, and thank you for coming out and giving your delegation today. Just a couple of quick questions. First of all, and I said it in my previous questions, I voted against Plasco because it wasn't a proven technology. But where does CAFE stand on waste to energy incineration?
We're very much and unequivocally against it. The reason being is that although it is touted as a means of recouping energy and therefore an energy solution, the global consensus is that these are highly emitting, GHG emitting, and also air pollution and land pollution as well. They're polluting in general. All of these kinds of technologies, whether it's incineration where you're actually burning it, or whether you're creating high heat that kind of melts the garbage, whatever kind of those solutions, those are typically very, very high emitting and highly polluting and highly costly, and also go against the whole circular economy idea, whereby you're supposed to first try to reduce. And these kinds of technologies require feedstock, constant feedstock, and if we're trying to reduce that feedstock, then it's fundamentally at odds with what we're trying to achieve. And we've been saying that since day one.
And thank you for your very candid answer. So I think we're all in a position where we do want to see more diversion for sure, without doubt. We all feel the same way. But there's reality, and then there's the real world. And we see many incineration systems that actually give off less GHGs than literally burying a bag of garbage. So I just want to make sure I'm firm in what the position is of cafes, because we can't keep building garbage mountains forever. We have to change what people do in general. I agree. But at this point, you're pretty firm burying a bag of garbage is better than burning a bag of garbage.
Okay, thanks for that. I didn't hear a question in there, but this is a Q&A period. So listen, I appreciate Councillor Tierney. Was there a question part of that, or just a final statement there after the delegate responded?
No, that was a question, Chair. And
thank you.
As Chair, we don't allow debate, which I completely understand. But I'm just asking Cafe's position on a bag of garbage. Like, what's the final vision? Because we can't keep building garbage mountains forever. We all hate it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you.
The vision that we would uphold is a very radical change to what we have right now, where really all hands on deck to reduce everybody's garbage footprint, not just diversion, which means taking stuff that should be recyclable or compostable and not putting in the garbage, but going one step further and reducing our consumerism, reducing what we buy, reducing what we use, repairing, using, darning, everything, using food to its maximum extension. And then there will always be residual waste. I totally take your point. And there have been studies that show that actual landfilling our current technology, low tech, is better for the environment than these waste to energy and solutions and incineration. So it is actually the best solution. Now, of course, we are running into a crisis. There's no more room for these landfills. So this is why we need to put all hands on deck. And the vision of the solid waste master plan is indeed using the waste hierarchy and prioritizing reduction. But we need to put those words into action. That's the issue.
Thank you very much for your delegation today. Very
Thank you.
professional. I appreciate that.
Thanks, Councillor Tierney. Thank you for the delegation. The next delegation is Alice Irene Whitaker, the College of Ottawa. I believe you're online.
Good morning, everyone. Yes, I am. And there is a presentation as well, so I'll just wait for that. Good morning, and next slide, please. I'm the Executive Director of Ecology Ottawa, and I'd love to speak to you today about the looming waste dilemma, the solution that works in full support of moving forward with this partial throws approach, the importance of waste reduction, and then talking about this being one part of being a step closer to becoming a circular city. Next slide, please. As many of you know, we are facing a really critical dilemma here with the landfill reaching capacity. False solutions like incinerators would similarly be prohibitively expensive, as well as emit greenhouse gas emissions, toxic chemicals, noise, a whole host of reasons that we shouldn't move in this direction. And excessive waste, this is not just about garbage. This is really connected to climate change and the loss of nature that we're facing, from the use of resources at the very front end, right to the end when this is creating harmful GHGs contributing to increased climate change. Next slide, please. Waste management is the third largest source of GHGs from city operations. The waste piles up around our city. Also, you have the harmful microplastics and plastic packaging, which are especially problematic. And there's really is about food as well, with a shocking 58% of food produced in Canada going to waste. Similar levels I expect in Ottawa as well. Next slide, please. And we know that right now, 58% of what's collected curbside in Ottawa should have been recycled or put in the green bin. And that's really what this approach is about, is making sure that items are going in the right places and that people are incentivized to do so and continue to do so for free. Next slide, please. It is our responsibility to make sure that we're looking at this dilemma and coming forward with a solution and embracing it, putting it into action. As I said, Ecology Ottawa firmly encourages you to adopt a partial user pay system, but that knowing that this is one step of a much larger solution that we need. This is about reducing waste. It's not about increasing cost. Recycling in the green bin will continue to be free for Ottawans. User pay will improve the currently mediocre waste diversion rate, which is what we want to move towards, and extend the life of that landfill that we've heard is so critical as we're looking at longer term solutions. This is a good and essential first step, but it does not go far enough. And over time, we encourage the city to be more ambitious and continue to incentivize people to change behavior and reduce their waste in a whole host of ways, which I'll speak about. Next slide, please. Public education and awareness raising will be critical. We've heard a number of these issues today, whether it is illegal dumping, making sure that we are really addressing those equity considerations, and would encourage that direction from Councillor King around low-income families and making sure that equity is considered very strongly in the implementation, development, and plan. And that's a reason that we should still do this, is making sure that we make it as fair as possible. We do no harm. Next slide, please. User pay is proven and effective. We heard that from Duncan today. It works in other Ontario municipalities as well as municipalities around the country and around the world. We should learn from their example and experience and take back that lead position and be very bold and ambitious in what we're doing. Kingston, as you heard, has used the user pay. Carleton Place, there are countless examples. And at 55 tags, this is very generous, and there's a lot of space for people to be flexible with their waste habits and to find a way for this to work for their home. Next slide, please. Putting a price on pollution prompts residents to be more conscious. That financial incentive really does work. And this can change consumer habits. And then that also puts pressure on on the source of this, on the companies that are producing it, on, consumer decisions really do have a lot of power. And so this goes beyond just what's being put at the curb and goes into a more systemic change. Next slide. Reducing waste is fighting climate change. It is protecting nature. Meaningful action on waste management needs to be rooted first and foremost in reducing waste. And this pay as you throw will help to incentivize this. And there are a whole host of actions people can take to reduce their waste. Next slide, please. And we'd encourage that the education around the implementation of this take all of this into consideration. There are exciting initiatives happening across our city already. We could promote those and show people how they can refuse, reuse, repair, compost, reconnect with sharing with neighbors, embrace secondhand marketplace, buy nothing groups, buy plastic free, and then recycling as a last step in that move to being a circular household and a circular city. This isn't even the whole list. There are countless more. And my last slide, please. There's, as I mentioned, a close connection between waste and climate change. Moving to user pay system is not the only solution. It's one part of becoming a circular city, which has strong financial incentives as well as others. And so we do need to move from a take, make, waste to a circular model. And we encourage Ottawa to today embrace this pay as you throw model and move towards that in really bold and ambitious ways.
Okay, thank you very much. You're over time. So I just want to thank you for the delegation. Just see if there's any questions for the delegate. Yes, Councillor Tierney.
Hey, thank you, Chairman Ard. Thank you for the presentation today. It's funny, I look at our journey, and I've been on council since 2010. That's why I have a lot of gray hair. But that being said, I feel we haven't done what we should have done over many, many years to make sure we got those diversion targets in place. And I just want to know Ecology Ottawa's stance on waste to energy versus burying garbage bags.
Absolutely. So our stance would be against incineration. And this is for a number of reasons. One is the harmful GHGs that are produced from it. Another one is the cost. Another is figuring out where it goes. They have been shown to be susceptible to environmental racism, for example, or being put in low-income neighborhoods where, who wants it in their neighborhood with the harmful chemicals that come out, the worsened air quality. Those are all implications of these technologies. And so it's often the more marginalized folks in a community that have to live closest to it. It also lets us off the hook a little bit in terms of what I mentioned around how essential waste reduction is. And it has been shown that to disincentivize everything we're talking about today, which is that diversion, the reduction, because people think, oh, there's a solution, they're just going to burn it anyways. So there are a number of reasons that we would be against those technologies for the long-term solution.
Great. I just want to correct the record. It's less GHGs with the new technology of incineration. And I'm not talking Plasco. I was dead against that. Failed science experiment than actually creating more garbage mountains. So, I mean, we're kind of in a conundrum here. And I agree with you. We need more diversion. I've been a big supporter of it for many years. But we're at a point where we're 2,700 square kilometers. It's not like they're going to stick an incinerator in the inner urban area or outer urban where I live. And we have other councillors stepping up saying, yes, we'd like high efficiency waste to energy. You prefer burying a bag of garbage than creating energy? I'm just trying to understand.
Yeah, I'm happy to answer that. I mean, on making that long, there are two questions. There's today's shorter term decision, and there's that longer term decision, and would want to see the full data on the different options. We know we need a longer term solution for after the landfill fills, for sure. But in principle would be against incinerator based on everything that I have seen, and the huge looming question of what to do with that is not a reason to not do everything we can today to extend the life of the landfill we already have and buy ourselves more time and reduce waste and the harmful landfill GHGs that you're mentioning. We can do all of that right now with this decision we're presented with today.
I completely agree. And I think that's part of the problem we have is we don't have everything in front of us. And that's where it's a real challenge. from a counselor perspective and the emails we receive. But I do want to thank you for your very professional delegation coming out today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tierney. Any other questions for the delegate? Okay, thanks very much for being here. Next up is Brian Tansey. Brian, you've got 5 minutes to address committee.
Okay, thank you very much. So the 3 delegations ahead of me have really covered, especially with the councillors' questions so far, I've drawn out the key elements that I was more or less here to say. But I wanted to make a procedural point. Sorry to sound so dry, but when the chair opened the meeting this morning, he indicated as a kind of like a warning to everybody who wasn't a councillor that there's obviously been, he didn't use this word, but a flurry of motions at the last minute on this. I mean, a lot of stuff. So think about it from the point of view of a delegation now, as opposed to a councillor. The delegation, people like Duncan Burry, for example, who has a lot of experience in this field, operations, policy, the whole business. He's got to wade through all that stuff in order to respond, because the chair allowed that to happen. He said the reason he was telling us in advance was so that we could, like, in effect, so we could comment. But there is so much stuff there that you're not going to get the benefit of this delegate, particularly Duncan Burry, that I know very well. We started Waste Audit together. You're not going to get his stuff, really, because you've got too much stuff at the last minute. And I guess there are walk-on motion and stuff, I don't know what, but there's way too much stuff there for you to honor the delegates who come to respond. And the chair brought it right up to that point, to leave it for delegates to be able to respond. We weren't ready for that. It's not one motion. It was a bunch of motions, counter motions, details in it. Basically, that staff obviously must have been involved with. That's okay. I don't have a problem with staff doing that, but the delegations didn't really have a chance to respond to that. Okay. So my main point that I came here, which has been said in different ways, is that pay as you throw, no matter what version you have of it, is a message to the average citizen, I think, whether they're in a well-to-do community or not. It's a message. When you have to pay for something for more, you're telling the rest of the citizenry that they ought to start paying attention. So could I have my slide, please? Yeah. So there's the zero waste hierarchy. You see the number afterwards, it says 8.0. In other words, a lot of work has been done, but frankly, it's most of it by Europeans, but there is a Canadian who's been very much involved with that. He's in Vancouver somewhere. If you look at that, the very top of it is rethink, redesign, reduce, reuse. It's not recycle. Waste management doesn't start with recycling. Waste management starts with, as other delegations have said, by reducing, by trying to persuade consumers, both the feds, the provinces, and the cities, and that's like us, to do something about this. Pay attention to what you're buying. Do you really need to buy that, for example? Or can I buy something that I can reuse? Buy a pair of shoes that you can resole or whatever. Kate even talked about darning. Yes. So that hierarchy, if you see it, look at the bottom now, Councillor Tierney in particular, unacceptable, that's incineration. There should be no need for incineration in the end, maybe a tiny bit, but certainly not the kind of incineration that's needed that the big companies who want you to buy their incinerators need as feedstock to get so-called waste to energy. That's bullshit. Waste energy is a smoke and mirrors thing to persuade everybody. And as the last delegation said, it gives a message to the people, the exact opposite of pay as you throw, which is, it's okay, we can take care of it, we'll just burn it all. That's a wrong message to proper waste management at the municipal level. Municipalities have a responsibility because we are the front end. We are the pointy end of waste management. Yes, the feds have some responsibility. Yes, the provinces have some, but get right down to it. It's us and our citizens. And it turns out in Ontario, Ottawa is doing very poorly with regard to how our citizens, and it's not their fault, it's because the province hasn't put, the city hasn't put policies that are progressive. And pay as you throw is one of those policies that tells everybody, hey, pay attention to what you're buying, using. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that delegation. Questions, comment or questions? Yes, Councillor Tierney.
Thank you for your presentation and your use of colorful language today. I appreciate that. That being said, I get it. We're all very passionate about this. And at the same time, I'm asking the same question of many delegations. Do you feel taking a garbage bag and burying it in the ground is responsible? And I get we want more diversion. So don't take away from the fact that I actually believe we have to divert more. I've been doing this for a long time, and I want to see more diversion. But at the end of the day, there will still always be residual. Do you feel putting a garbage bag in the ground makes any sense?
Well, Councillor Terry, I do think you're right. Obviously, logically, there's always going to be residuals. But we're talking micro level residuals compared to the kind of residuals that are needed by these incinerator machines. You know that Sweden at one point was actually getting garbage sent to them from the UK in order to feed their incinerators. So no, it gives the totally wrong message to everybody. Pay as you throw gives the totally right message at the front end. Whether it's $2 a bag, $4 a bag, making people pay, it brings attention. Even this discussion today is the beginning of the raising of awareness, which staff have worked, you know, they've been very delicate about how they've managed this, I suppose, probably because the council in the past have not been too progressive and actually thought, as you know, thought that the simple facile solution of Plasco alchemy was going to work. And then they spent 10 years doing nothing because it was going to work, and it didn't work, as you know, Councillor Tierney yourself.
Which I voted against, and I actually called it a failed science experiment, where there's actually many proven technologies, and you must admit that. Edmonton's going online in 2025 with their very efficient waste energy new incineration plant. Many other areas are doing it too. So I don't want to conflate the issue because I was dead against Plasco. I don't even understand why we went down that road. But I just wanted to hear your stance on burying a garbage bag. And I thank you for your answers. We're very passionate about this. We want to see a better world for everybody. But at the same time, to say that we won't have any residual, I think is just, it's not reality. Thank you very much for coming out today.
Okay, thanks very much, Councillor Tierney. Thanks for the delegation. The next delegation up is Philippa McDonald.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me?
We can. Thanks. Go ahead.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Philippa. I'm an undergraduate student at Carleton University in Environmental Studies. I'd like to start by acknowledging that I'm speaking to you today on unceded and unsurrendered Algonquin Anishinaabe territory. And I'd like to talk about why it is time to pay as you throw. And I may not be sharing anything that hasn't already been said, but I want to try and represent the students that agree that it is time to pay as you throw and support the other delegates' points as well. Firstly, I'd like to address the concerns about cost, a small point that there is a long list of global alliances and institutions that have cited diversion, such as pay as you throw, as a far more cost-effective solution than investing in any kind of incineration or landfill expansion. Secondly, there are more concerns, or a more serious concern, that pay as you throw as a program, if not managed thoughtfully, can be costly for low-income households. But by taking example from other municipalities, even in just Ontario, there are very reasonable solutions that can be implemented to prevent these issues, such as tag sharing amongst communities like that's been said. I know many folks that live alone that would happily donate their spare tags to those who need them. Or there's the city that you can take example from in Kidcarden in Ontario, where their city allots 1,500 tags yearly to local food banks for those who need them. This issue will also be mitigated by how the city offers education and resources to support household waste diversion. And lastly, there are concerns about illegal dumping or wish cycling, which is my new favorite term for recycling something that you hope is recyclable but isn't. And how this unfolds will be up to how the level of education offered by the city and the organization of enforcement. Investigation by Waste Watch Ottawa revealed that around a quarter, whatever this number is, there is at least a quarter of Ottawa citizens that do not participate in any recycling or composting. And this is really disturbing. I'd like to ask this committee that for any members that are thinking about not adopting pay-as-you-throw, how are you going to engage those Ottawa citizens that don't care about recycling and composting? And how will just changing either the garbage limit or offering maybe a low GHG emitting anaerobic incinerator, how will that incentivize people to divert waste? Because I don't see it. And I don't think the list of I don't think I need to list a bunch of peer-reviewed studies to show or to know that humans usually need an incentive when they don't want to do something. Pay-as-you-throw is a simple, reasonable, and cost-effective solution to waste diversion and public engagement in sustainable waste management. There are cities across the world that have adopted similar programs and found significant success. It will take some work, but to not support such an effective, well-tested program would be, in my opinion, deeply irresponsible, because choosing to just change the garbage bag limit or choosing to rely on incineration, even if it's low GHG emitting, which still has a minimum input required, as mentioned, and is counter to our efforts here as it encourages the facile population to carry on not recycling and composting. Choosing to not pay as you throw is kicking this issue down the line, and adopting pay as you throw is not choosing garbage mountains. It's quite the opposite. It's trying to limit the garbage that's going to landfills now. So Ottawa needs this change. So I'm just going to leave you with the 3 E's that I think will help the city to implement this very exciting opportunity, which is examples, enforcement, and education. Following examples from other municipalities, and consult with the hardworking, knowledgeable groups like Waste Watch Ottawa, Duncan Burry, an amazing consultant to have. Enforcing this change, people will adjust, but we need that group of Ottawa citizens that don't recycle and compost to engage, and this is an already proven best incentive to do that. And education, education, education. Public waste management education and engagement through pay-as-you-throw will be an investment that will return dividends for generations to come through the stewardship of our land. And awareness that the waste you throw in the can goes somewhere and has an impact. So please invest in pay-as-you-throw. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that delegation, Philippa. I'm going to see if there's any hands up for questions. And I'm not seeing any. I want to say thank you again for coming out today. The next delegation up is Jason McLean. Jason, you've got 5 minutes to address the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Jason McLean, and I've been an Ottawa resident for about 2 decades now. I live in Old Ottawa East. I have a wife and a daughter who's in grade 3. And I'm currently the chair of the Environment Committee for the Old Ottawa East Community Association. And I'm now in my 2nd term in that position. I'd like to thank the Environment and Climate Change Committee for giving me the opportunity to speak to this issue on the curbside waste diversion policy. I'm in favor of Ottawa adopting a partial pay-as-you-throw program. And I just had a couple of quick points on that. My wife and I are homeowners here in Ottawa, and we like the neighborhood, we like the city, and we're happy to pay our property taxes each year. But for those funds, we, of course, expect certain services from our municipal government, among them being proper garbage collection and waste disposal. Now, the issue, of course, is what counts as proper garbage collection. And in this case, it seems our city has been shirking its responsibilities. From all the media coverage on this issue of pay-as-you-throw, and from the submitted Public Works document report itself, department report, we learned that Ottawa is behind other municipalities in the province on garbage collection and waste disposal. Other towns and cities already have a pay-as-you-throw program, that's been up and running successfully for a while now. And what that tells me is that Ottawa doesn't give the impression that it's serious about its garbage the way other places are. It tells me that Ottawa is far from being a leader on this issue. I think that that's on us as residents for not pushing our representatives to do what's right for our city, but it's also on you policymakers to be the leaders we want and to show that you're serious about making Ottawa a world-class city rather than one that's lagging behind others on issues like this. For those who feel on council who feel like opposing this policy, I really don't see how you think Ottawa is so unique from other municipalities and that its citizenry is so different from those in other Ontario towns and cities that a well-proven program like Tag a Bag won't work here because we're so different from everybody else. And importantly, I'd like to think that whatever differences in opinion council members may currently have on this issue, that they can either put them aside or overcome them, and that they keep their eyes on the prize and work together to get a waste diversion program up and running as soon as possible. So this policy as it's being proposed will mean our landfill will last longer, which is a money saver, but it'll also end up making residents more aware of what they're doing with their garbage. They'll think twice before putting waste in the trash instead of in the green bin, and we'll do the same for the blue and black bins as well. As we know, these little extra steps, it's often easier to not do them. There's a lot of paper and plastic that we buy, and where it's just a little bit easier to throw it in the trash than to put it in recycling. And so having this little reminder in your head, even if it's only a $3 ticket, that's enough, I think, that people will think twice about what's trash and what's recyclable and what's compostable. Finally and quickly, as a main point, I'd like to get across that what I see valuable about this approach is that it doesn't rely on governments telling residents what to do. It gives us the choice ourselves to act in the way that we see fit. If I want to go the extra step and recycle everything my family makes and consumes, that's my choice. And if I'm not the type to support that way of doing things, I can do that too. It just means I have to pay a little more for that privilege. And that ability to choose gets protected through this partial pay-as-you-throw program. And that's important to me, and I would guess that's important to a lot of Ottawa residents as well. So thank you.
Thank you very much for your delegation, and I'll see if there's any questions for the delegates. Okay, I'm not seeing any. Appreciate you being here. And the next and our last delegate is Jennifer Humphreys. Jennifer, you've got 5 minutes to address the committee.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good morning, councillors. In November 2019, I had the opportunity to join a group of 11 councillors with representatives from Waste Watch Ottawa, Cafes and Ecology Ottawa in a tour of the Cascade recycling facilities and the Trail Road landfill site. The tour was an early activity of the Solid Waste Master Plan Review, and it was led by then Chair of the Environment Committee, Scott Moffat, and then Vice Chair, Sean Menard, with city staff, including Nicole Hoover-Bianache. I was at the time co-chair of the Glebe Community Association's Environment Committee. Today, I'm speaking as a private citizen, though I firmly believe that our association is on board with everything that I will say now. The 2019 tour was an eye-opener for me. While it was encouraging to see the amount of recycling our city does, I also learned that tons of recyclables go to landfill, primarily because residents don't take the time to sort. And it was depressing to see the mountains of stuff in our landfill. I saw bicycles and deck chairs and fans, some of which might have been repairable. And if I had been closer, we were on a bus, I'm sure I would have seen recyclables of all kinds. So I'm here today to say that the state of garbage diversion in our city is not good enough, and that I support the partial pay-as-you-throw proposal because it will go some way to improving the situation. It's a way to jumpstart the new master plan, and we need to act now. We are literally awash in waste, and our population is growing, possibly hitting 1.5 million in the next few years. More people consuming things will inevitably mean more trash. In this context, the city's current limit of 6 items biweekly is much too high and absolutely cannot be maintained. I'm sure that I don't need to tell you that we need to do all we can to save our land, not to use more of it to build another landfill. There are already too many threats to both agricultural land and woodlands in our city. In particular, threats from development and from the more intense droughts, floods, fires, and windstorms that we are experiencing due to climate change. Doing pay-as-you-throw will extend the life of the Trail Road landfill, not long enough, but it's a beginning. I'm pleased to see an emphasis in the report on education and promotion. I've recently raised the proposal with neighbors, and they get it. They know there's too much waste. They know that it's not just about diversion too. It's about reducing, repurposing, and repairing. I urge city staff not only to explain this program clearly, but to vigorously promote other ways to decrease waste. You may know about the Great Glebe Garage Sale. It's been an annual event for 30 years, and it's a classic grassroots effort to reuse by finding a new owner for unwanted, unneeded items. Knowing that there will be unsold items at the end of the sale, the Glebe Community Association's Environment Committee compiled a list of 20 local charities that need a range of goods. The City Waste Explorer does some of this, but it would be great to have even more encouragement and information out there for residents who want to do the right thing. The Right to Repair bill is moving its way through our federal parliament. This legislation should prevent a lot of electronic devices and home appliances from prematurely heading to landfills and waste facilities. But there are lots of other household items that could be salvaged. At the municipal level, it would be great if the city banded together with the Ottawa Tool Library's repair cafes, for example, to get more residents accessing resources to repair their electric kettles and lamps and clothing. I'll conclude by saying that the city's work on the Solid Waste Master Plan has been going on for over 3 years. Staff has lots of information, data, comparisons, inputs, and feedback. They've offered very good reasons to implement pay-as-you-throw and to move on it quickly. I believe that the majority of citizens want to do something to reduce waste. This proposed program will give them the impetus and the means to act on their inclination. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your delegation. I'll see if committee has any questions for the delegate. Okay, I'm seeing none. Thank you for being here, Jennifer. So that concludes our delegations. There is also written correspondence, 6 other written correspondence from individuals that councillors can find in the shared drive. I think just given the time, so we're just before noon, we can just take a quick 10-minute break if that's okay with everybody and get some refreshments, and then we'll be back. Let's go right at noon if we can begin again. Thanks very much. Okay, we're gonna get started again. I think just with the staff team, we're back online on YouTube and streaming and took a bit of a break there, but we're coming back to the main item here after having had delegations come through. And so now it's time for committee questions to staff and a debate. I just wanted to outline a few things before we jump into that. Just in terms of process. So we've got a number of directions, a number of motions on the floor as it stands. So at the end of those questions and debate, sorry, just to begin with, because we're at committee, all directions and motions are on the floor right now. So feel free to discuss or debate them during your time allotment. Because we're at committee, you can come back on the list multiple times. If you just want to speak to one motion and then come back on and speak to another, that's your prerogative to do so. At the end of that, after our discussion and debates, we'll go through the directions. I'll ask if staff are happy to take that direction. If they are, the direction will be taken. If they're not, then we would vote on those directions at the councillor's discretion. I'm also going to ask for staff recommendations on each of the motion as well, each of the motions before we vote on them. I'm going to give councillors who have put forward motions a chance to wrap up at the end. So though you may debate during the time here, at the end, if you want to wrap up on your motion, you're more than welcome to do so as well. And then also, some of these motions have competing interests. They're not the same, and one may negate the other, or vice versa. And so, if one passes or fails, that has an implication on the other. I'm going to note that as we're going through in the order that they were read in. So, I will turn it over to councillors now for questions and debate. And appreciate everyone having a good and an honest and fair debate today. So with that, I'm going to Councillor Hill to start us off.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'm going to take a bit of a step back and ask a couple of general questions here just to set a bit of tone, because I know from my perspective, I've learned a lot in the last several months about solid waste in Ottawa. I had the opportunity to visit 3 of our waste management sites in Ottawa over the last few weeks, the Trail Landfill, the waste management site, and the Tomlinson diversion site as well, in order to prepare for this. And certainly what I'm learning is that this is an integrated issue. We're dealing with one issue today, and I understand that, the pay-as-you-throw report, which is looking to do very specific things. I'll talk about those objectives that I've taken from it in a moment. But for me, I've heard a lot, and from the delegations, from the content of the staff reports, the key theme I'm hearing is that there is a real need for us to extend the life of the Trail Landfill. And diversion is a mechanism with which we're looking to do that. I know that there are some options that now staff after the last council meeting are looking at in terms of the expiry of trail options. But from now until that expiry happens, we need to figure some stuff out. And I know diversion is kind of the key theme that I'm hearing. We're talking about residential curbside diversion today. I know that there is a multi-residential unit diversion policy that we're going to be looking at in due course. And I believe that there are other, city entities that are playing in this space as well. Commercial, industrial, hospital, and such. I know that there are different policies, provincial and private sites that implicate them. But at the end of the day, the remnants of a hamburger that get thrown in the garbage, whether it's in the hospital or somebody's house or in somebody's apartment, is a net negative. So I want to talk a bit about diversion at the actual landfill site itself. One of the things that I've heard is that there's a fairly high percentage of the actual waste that goes to Trail Landfill is construction and demolition waste. And my understanding is that 100% of construction and demolition waste can be diverted. I don't know that in our particular case, there's facilities currently to allow for that, but I do know that in other industrial best practices, there are mechanisms to do that, whether it's changing it into road aggregate or into fertilizers or biomass fuel for incineration machines and such. So I just wanted to get a little bit of an appreciation for of the current waste that is received at trail landfill. What percentage of that is construction and demolition? What are the current models that you have in terms of looking at diversion, if any? And then from there, we can perhaps have some conversation to where my direction can fit in. Thank you.
Through your chair, thank you for the question. So just to answer the first part, so we do, as part of our annual monitoring report, track the tonnages that come across our scale for the waste that's disposed of at trail. So based on 2022, 7% of the waste accepted at trail was from C&D, so commercial and demolition. So about 15,000 tons. As part of the residual waste management strategy that went to council last term, we spoke to adjusting some of our tipping fees in order to help encourage alternative means of disposal for some construction and demolition type products. So you mentioned aggregate, so concrete. So instead of an easy button, let's say, of having a very low tip fee for materials coming into trail, by adjusting the tip fees for some of these products, it may encourage alternative uses of that material versus having it come to trail. So that's one strategy that we put in place with the 2023 budget process to adjust our tipping fees in order to encourage other items. Now I'll hand it over to Nicole just to speak to solid waste master plan and other diversion opportunities.
Great. Thank you, Shelley, and thank you, Councillor, for the question. So construction and demolition waste, of course, is one of those options that we have been exploring as part of the solid waste master plan, and opportunities for how we could be managing that differently as opposed to how we do it today. So some of the work, as you had mentioned too, will require some further it's further analysis of our waste stream in particular, but also the identification of those different market opportunities. As you'd mentioned, in some cases, there are regulatory pieces, so making sure that there's regulated approval to be able to use those as aggregate, as an example. But those are certainly all being explored as part of the solid waste master planning process. And we'll be back in front of committee and council with some recommendations on prioritizing those different actions this fall.
Okay, thank you. And just a quick follow-up. So about 15,000 tons in 2022, and sorry, we're dealing with in 2022 is about 180,000 total tons that went to trail landfill.
So there was about 187,000 tons of residual waste, but in total, the material that came across the scale at trail is 227,000 tons.
Okay. And the estimate that we have for the total amount of tonnage that would be diverted through a full application of the pay-as-you-throw program as you presented it would be approximately how many tons per year? At least first year, second year kind of thing.
So based on the estimates through the modeling that was done in the report, we're looking at anywhere from 10,000 to 30,000 tons of garbage that would be diverted.
Okay, thank you very much. I will end it there. I just wanted to highlight, I think that there's a real opportunity here if we're looking at the pay-as-you-throw yielding us, between 10 and 30,000 tons of potential airspace in the trail landfill for us to look at some good options. So that's the reason why I've got that direction there, Mr. Chair, and I'll yield to the next speaker. Thank you.
Thanks. That's appreciated, Councillor. And next on the list is Councillor Kavanaugh.
Well, thank you very much. I appreciate those who brought motions forward. I'm supportive of the idea from Councillor Carr of for the 2 bags that we don't put tags on them, but tags for the others. I think that could be very helpful to selling this to residents so they don't feel that they're imposed each time they put out their garbage. I do believe we need more education. So I think those are very important. How are we doing the education and how can we reach those low-income communities such as in the motion?
Through you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Councillor, for the question. So in terms of the exact tactics, so that should Council approve the policy recommendation in front of you today, those would be, we'd be working through all those tactics and reporting back to Committee and Council as part of the implementation readiness plan that we're proposing for Q4 this year, Q1 at the latest next year. Next year. But the intent as part of the promotion, education and communications campaign will be to focus on using some of that market research data insights that we had through the study that we had commissioned back in 2018 and follow-up work done in 2020. And as you may recall, Councillor, that's where we were able to break down the city into different market segments and identifying the different demographic characteristics of those different segments. So we'll be using those data insights to help specifically target those pockets within the population where we're not seeing high levels of diversion today. So that's certainly a focus of the efforts. And then we'll be back with more of the specifics should Council approve today's policy.
Thank you. One of the points I've made to you before is about parks. And I don't think people appreciate that we're in silos, that parks are in one category and that solid waste management is in another. And I'm very concerned because already we get a lot of complaints about, especially after a very busy weekend, the amount of garbage, and it is not diverted at all. And it's glaring and it could be worse. So I'd like to see some sort of connection there, some sort of coordination. Especially with our bigger parks like the beaches, and see if we can do that. Is that possible?
I said certainly, Councillor, we can take that as direction.
Okay, I appreciate that. One of the things that keeps crossing my mind is that reason why many people may not recycle or use compost particularly is containers. Is there any improvements on the indoor containers? Is there any recommendations that we could improve, could take away the yuck factor?
Through you, Mr. Chair, it's a very good point, Councillor, and I think I'll just go back to some of that market research that we did with Hill and Knowlton. So we didn't necessarily have issues flagged in terms of the actual types of containers. As you will recall, Council did make the decision to expand or to enhance the green bin program back in 2019, and that's when we began accepting the use of plastic bags as well as dog waste, and that was primarily to address the ick factor. So we did have that follow-up market research in 2020. We had a subsequent report back to Committee and Council on kind of the initial preliminary success that we had seen with the introduction. And that follow-up market research had indicated that the yuck factor is no longer the number one reason that residents are not participating in the green bin program. So we know that has been effective, but we haven't received a lot of feedback or concerns with respect to the exact type of containers.
I saw at FCM that they were, there was booths promoting, containers that will compost right on your kitchen counter, that kind of stuff. But it's all, that's part of it, is just convenience. It's all about convenience. People will do things if it's easier. Do we promote that kind of ideas, those devices?
Through you, Mr. Chair, it's something we certainly don't discourage. We can take away looking at the opportunity to more actively promote it. I think there are always opportunities to do better. One of the things I will highlight, as you when we tabled the multi-residential waste diversion strategy for council consideration last term, one of the 5 pillars did include exploring opportunities for piloting. So that's one of the opportunities that we're looking at, recognizing there are a lot more unique considerations and barriers to participation within the multi-residential sector. Those are opportunities that we may look at to make it more convenient and easier for residents to participate. So certainly something we're looking at within the scope of that strategy.
Thank you very much. And I do appreciate the education outreach. And I think students are probably one of our biggest success stories if we can reach out to schools. So I hope that continues. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor Desroches. And Councillor, you're currently muted.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Some questions to staff. Heard one of the delegations talk about, and I agree with them, the sensitivity of citing, various facilities and what have you. And for the organics facility, what's the truck volume that goes into the organics facility at the present time, and what's the projected?
Through you, Chair. So currently today, depending on the season, there could be anywhere from 20 up to 100 trucks that go into Convertus daily. Moving forward, once we hit 2026 and we'll no longer be collecting the recyclable material, the vehicle choice under the next curbside contract may see larger capacity than we have today with the dual streams. So we anticipate, even with the city increasing and with our diversion strategies looking to increase, we see the number of trucks actually making a trip to Convertus reducing in 2026.
But in the meantime, we do have the truck volume there, and where's the discussion take place on upgrades to the road infrastructure to support that? Because we've seen the population growth in that area, and we're going to see some growth in trucks, and certainly in the short term. We'll see about the long term. Like, where's the discussion point on that for transportation infrastructure for this area?
Through you, Chair. So that conversation would take place with transportation planning, who are responsible for looking at the long-term needs of our road network. So we will engage with transportation planning on that.
The next question is on, again, heard delegations talk about they don't want to sort of see farmers' fields, turned into the landfill or what have you, other alternatives. But I want to understand the assets that are around Trail Road. I mean, those are mostly quarries, that area. Like, what is the real estate situation around Trail Road if we have to expand in long term?
Through you, Chair. So the city has a number of buffer lands associated with Trail Road. And so we're undertaking a study now in order to understand potential uses of these lands. And last term of council, we purchased property off of Moody, adjacent to our existing leaf and yard facility. And that parcel of land, pending the outcome of the master plan, could be used for mixed waste processing, organics facility, expanding the leaf and yard. One thing I will note is that land will not be used for landfilling purposes. So to go back to the point raised, yes, there are a number of parcels of land that the city has currently, and through the bufferland study, as well as the outcome of the master plan, we'll be exploring opportunities to leverage those facilities.
You went through some statistics in terms of the increase in waste, and how much of that is basically non-divertible. And heard some delegations talk about items that I don't like seeing at the curb, but they're not divertible. Like, they're going to a landfill. So what is the increase in basically garbage?
So through you, Mr. Chair, in terms of the actual percentage of what is set out at the curb that is ending up on landfill, about 45% of that is truly non-divertible material.
Right. And do we have a per capita statistic on that? I mean, again, I heard a lot of kind of criticism of the city and indirectly, I guess, the residents, unfortunately. But we've seen a significant population growth over the last 10 years. Do we have, like, how are we doing on a per capita basis versus on sort of the macro numbers that you provided?
Through you, Mr. Chair. So, Councillor, I can get you the per. I don't have it in front of me at this moment, the per capita, but I certainly can provide that. I think one thing, speaking to the actual the tonnages and the tonnages of waste that we've seen kind of generated within the city over the past 10 years. I think one remarkable thing to note is that we haven't seen significant increases in overall tonnage. So that overall waste generation or per capita of being disposed to at landfill. and despite population growth. And a lot of that primarily being attributed to the fact of those, those diversion statistics that Shelley had walked through as part of the presentation, as we've seen some of those, the introduction of the green bin program, the introduction of the or the transition to biweekly garbage and some of the changes to the organics program. Those have all been successful in helping maintain a relatively consistent per capita waste generation.
Okay, and I'm not going to criticize the last council. In fact, I'm going to compliment them. I think that decision to allow plastics should have been the backbreaker for dealing with the ick factor. How much did we actively promote the use of plastic as a mechanism to deal with the ick factor and get some reticent people on board? I think it was the best decision.
For you, Mr. Chair, there was a citywide campaign that was implemented in 2019. It was a year-long campaign that took quite a distinct targeted approach. We had on a monthly basis different topics that we were targeting education on. We had the green bin team who is out targeting specific or outreach within certain pockets of the population that we knew weren't traditionally participating in the organics program. So there was about $300,000 that was dedicated towards implementing that strategy. And that was a one-time campaign, but of course, on an annual basis, we do have annual promotion and education, which the green bin changes, as well as the acceptance of the use of plastic bags as liners, that is continually communicated.
Yeah, my experience has been we haven't had a lot of penetration of that messaging. In fact, at the time, we had people criticizing it, saying that just promotes plastic. And I think that's what set it on, unfortunately, the track that it came to, which was just a 3% uptake. So again, that's unfortunate, but I think we can bring more people over because of that decision, which was a good one. Councillor Kavanaugh was on, I think the right track with some questions on alternatives to the containers. So presently, there's no alternative containers that are allowed at the curb. So if someone said, you know what, I'm not gonna put all my organics out there, but I'm gonna do my bit, and I'm gonna put a bucket out there in the morning with my organics. So we wouldn't pick that up. We'd say, no, it has to be in the green bin, right?
Councillor, in terms of the green bin sizes, just to clarify, we do offer two different sizes. So I know you're not in council chambers today, but we do have the example of the 80-liter bin, but also a much smaller 46-liter bin option. We oftentimes seen that being requested by smaller households, so residents have the opportunity to order that, no additional charge. They can either call 311 or visit ottawa.ca to put in that request. But in terms of your question, so we would be collecting within the city approved containers.
Okay. To the question that came up by Councillor Hill on what's going to Trail Road. I mean, if it was red alert, why wouldn't we be saying, like, we're not going to accept any non-curbside waste at Trail Road, that can go elsewhere, so that we can expand that landfill capacity and prioritize the curbside? That's not on the table. That wasn't considered.
So through you, Chair. So through the residual waste management strategy, there were options that we were exploring. And certainly if it's the will of council for us to limit the types of materials that we accept at Trail, we can implement that. So it is based on the will of council. I will remind council, though, that 82% of the tonnage that is disposed of at Trail is based on residential. So whether it be through our curbside, through our multi-res, so it is primarily the stream now that we're receiving is primarily from residents.
Okay, and last question, just on the consultations, when you consulted, you asked people kind of where do you live and what do you think? Like what are you currently experiencing? So in other words, it wasn't a consultation that I live in a multi-residential, I'm not recycling, but I think other people should do more. You actually recorded the feedback, right? That it was had single household use, commenting on their own. Because I think we get into sometimes these consultations with, do what I say, not as I do. But in this case, you actually I think did the right thing, and I think we need to do more of that, is ask people what are they willing to do.
Through you, Mr. Chair, that is correct, Councillor. So as part of the more broader solid waste master plan, we've had a lot more engagement from the entire population in terms of the different options that are being considered as part of that. This particular, the engagement series is part of the curbside diversion options because it is more targeted towards curbside households. That was the targeted approach for engagement as part of this.
Okay, thank you. I'm probably at around 5 minutes there, Chair, so I'll stand down.
Okay, thanks very much, Councillor. Next on the list is Councillor Brockington.
Thank you, Chair. I wanted to speak to staff about some of the motions before us. First, I just wanted to say how much I appreciate the staff who work on this file. This is a significant and challenging file. And regardless of what happens today or at council, I want you to know how much I appreciate your work. I do think we have good people in the right positions who are trying their best to bring this committee and council the best recommendations possible. So I want to thank you in that regard. I'm first going to start with Councillor King's motion. This is regarding the education plan as part of the implementation plan. And looking at his whereas clauses, I do have some questions. So clause B talks about developing a response plan for illegal dumping. Can staff elaborate on what they think that means so I have a better understanding of what the plan might look like?
Through you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Councillor, for the question. So in terms of, I think I'll start with recognizing, and I think we've heard it around the table today, acknowledging that illegal dumping, it's an issue that exists today. As part of our work through our municipal scan and also through literature review, we do anticipate that there will be a temporary increase in illegal dumping across the city for about the first 3 to 6 months of program implementation. So this is where we are recommending, we've already started some of the work going through the data that we have available to us today to identify those different hotspots across the city. So whether they be parks within the urban areas, ditches within the rural areas, as well as private properties. And we're going to be using that in order to develop a targeted enforcement and a more proactive enforcement plan. So the recommendation in front of you today, you will see that we are recommending council consider approving the 2 additional FTEs that will help support more proactive education and enforcement. And there are also additional temporary resources, so up to 4 additional temporary enforcement resources. Temporary in that they would be up to 1 year to help with that initial anticipated uptick in illegal dumping.
Will you, I mean, the motion specifically talks about around high-rise buildings, low-income neighborhoods, areas that are known for large garbage items. If I want to unload garbage, I probably want to do it in an area that's not, you know, inhabited or high density residential areas. I'm going to the parks, I'm going to the NCC woodlands, I'm going down riverwards, dead end streets that parallel train tracks because there's no one's there, and I do my unloading. So, you know, there's no signage anywhere where we have chronic dumping that says no dumping or what the penalties are for dumping. So I just want to expand that in addition to the areas that this motion mentions, to consider woods, NCC trails, dead ends. The next clause C talks about targeted communication campaigns. Again, can you elaborate on what you believe this envisions?
Through you, Mr. Chair, the way I interpret this is it's using the, instead of broad-based, mass scale, kind of generalized communications, which we've seen in the past are not necessarily effective means. It's actually using those data insights that we do have, and in particular, just linking back to that note, the Hill and Knowlton market research, and being able to use that data, that insight, to target the direct demographics that we know require some additional resources and support. So that is the intent from what I see as part of this. It's more of that targeted approach.
Now, the next clause talks about focus on education and outreach first in communities where there is currently a low participation in curbside waste diversion. What do we do now in that regard?
Through the chair, thank you for the question. So currently now, our solid waste inspectors are roving in the area where collections are taking place. If they happen to witness an inordinate amount of garbage and no blue or black or green bin, they will tag the information, like, so that the notice is there for the homeowner, and basically come back with information about here are our programs, provide recycling green bin bins for the resident to use, and then monitor the next few collections in order to see whether or not the resident is now using those bins. So that's currently what takes place today.
Thank you. I'll just say to my colleague who moved this motion, if it is not successful, I do believe that this needs to be revisited for council, because there definitely needs to be, I think, more resources implemented to targeting those who aren't already using programs that exist. So I think this is very good. Just on the other motions, Chair, I'm not sure how much more time I have.
You've got a couple minutes, Council.
Okay. I'm going to save some minor comments for later. Park it now. So generally speaking, what I've heard from my residents, which I'll just share briefly, is no surprise. I think we've all heard significant pushback from our residents who are concerned about paying for yet another city service that they believe is sort of a basic or core service. There's a tax levy right now on all property, residential property tax bills. And people believe that should cover off the costs of waste collection and recycling organic waste. I do believe that data that I've seen with municipalities who have implemented bag tag or pay as you go does reduce some of the waste from landfill, does divert. The question I continue to wrestle with is, what's the long-term game plan for the city of Ottawa? We have heard recently about the revised timelines for our landfill, and this doesn't eliminate those timelines. It potentially will defer that end date. And even Mr. Burry acknowledged that of the 132 municipalities that have this program, they're still using landfills. So I'm very open to options and proposals that divert waste, because I absolutely believe reduce should be our number one objective. And we have effective programs right now, blue, black, and green bin programs, which should be diverting very high numbers, because what you have left to throw away, Chair, should be very, very little. And the timelines related to our landfill should be extended. So I remain open. I think there's a lot to be debated here today, but my residents are very concerned about an additional fee for their garbage. But I think we all share the concern that we shouldn't be talking about building a new landfill in the city. And any options that contribute, I think, should be on the table for discussion. So thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for that, Councillor. Councillor Derues. Councillor, I'm not sure if you're speaking there, but you're on mute at the moment. Councillor Derues.
I'm sorry about that. Can you hear me? I have technical difficulty this morning.
We can hear you.
Mr. Chair.
It's a little muffled.
I have a question for staff concerning the collection of garbage we do right now in the city. Like how our collection contractor charge us by? Do they charge us by the weight, or they charge us by a route or by a beat?
So through the chair, so Councillor, if you can just confirm that you're looking to understand how our residential contractors are currently compensated for the material they pick up?
Yes, please.
Yes, so right now for our curbside collection, they're paid by household. So regardless of whether somebody puts out 1 bag, 6 bag, that contractor is compensated the same price or the same rate. So the city does not pay a premium for tonnage. Our curbside contractors are paid by the household.
So if we change our way of we do collection, it's not going to impact or change the compensation on how we pay our contractor from a perspective of tonnage or anything like that? Or do we pay extra on some tonnage? Like, if you can clarify that, that would be great, Shelley. Thanks.
No problem. So thank you for the question. So no, we, through the development of this policy, we did engage with our vendors in order to ensure they didn't see any issues with it. And so basically they gave us the green light that basically they are supportive of this approach, and that wouldn't require any additional funding for them to provide the service for us.
Thank you on clarifying that. The other component, there've been lots of good discussion. There are lots of questions. My colleague asked lots of questions. I need an answer, but that's great. But the component I'm not really understanding, I can't wrap my hand around the enforcement. And I see that Councillor King put a motion about the education component, but I don't see anything from a rural perspective and how we want to enforce that. And I understand there is an FTEs, but really, and it's difficult to really control and monitor the ditches in rural area. Like we were talking this morning about geographically, like I have dead ends, I have road that there is nobody live on it, and it's not monitored and it's not controlled. And I understand the concern that my residents been pushing on, telling me and asking me, but Osgood had this before. Like really, can you give me a clear picture how you're going to control and monitor our parks and our rural ditches?
Through you, Chair. So currently we're blessed in Public Works to have our roads team, and they tend to go and drive our city daily. And so basically they are great eyes as to what is happening in the rural areas. So that practice happens today. And basically, as part of our implementation planning is to engage more closely with them in order to understand what they're observing, in order then to see whether or not we need to include additional strategies in order to mitigate any illegal dumping issues that we come across.
Yeah, I appreciate the explanation, but I personally don't think the bylaw and the city is going to be able to take the amount of calls that we'll be getting on garbage days from our residents, and especially the small businesses now they have to lock their bin. But what else you have enforcement? Because I know we have it's going to encourage a lot of people to have backyard incinerator, and people's going to start burning garbage. And I know probably you don't see it, or probably you've heard about it, but how we're going to even look at that component?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I think in terms of those particular pieces, unfortunately, I don't have data to be able to speak to at this point, but it's certainly something that we'll take a point to make sure that we are proactively looking at those calls and those complaints that are coming in for some of those the illegal burning. And it's something we can certainly monitor, take a look at the baseline data and see if those concerns actually truly materialize. But I just want to, I don't know if it'll necessarily give comfort to you, Councillor, but when we were speaking with our municipal counterparts as part of the municipal scan, they did not raise any concerns or any issues with illegal burning of materials when they implemented the policy changes.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair, I just want to, I don't want to come across that I'm criticizing staff. I appreciate all the work and what you've been doing. I know we've been having conversation in the past, and I want to appreciate Shelley's and Nicole and of course Alain's group for their great work they do. But I cannot, for the life of me, sit here and support any of the report, and not even, I want to be on record that I cannot even support any tag a bag, and I cannot support anything to gain that 2 year. Like we're asking too much from our resident to gain only 2 year. And I don't want to bring that conversation back again, open up, talking about incineration or whatnot. But as a representative from rural councillor, I heard my resident, and I have a concern from many things. We have an incinerator, people burning garbage in the backyard. ditches, rural enforcement, and our ditches and our parks, small businesses impact. And then we're turning around telling our resident, you know what? We're pointing our finger at them to say, well, you know what? It's because of you now we're going to collect, we're going to do a bag tag, and then our life cycle, our landfill life is getting shorter. We lost 10, 11 years. I don't know where they're gone. We keep talking about the life of the landfill, and all of a sudden we lose 10 years. And I did talk to the Auditor General personally about that also. So, Mr. Chair, I encourage my colleague, this report should not be even come to council. This report should go back, and for 2 years, really what we're trying to save, we shouldn't even have that discussion and get the resident of the city of Ottawa wild up over 2-year expansion. We need to go back and find a solution like we've done in the last council. And I think Councillor Hubley and Councillor Brown brought they brought a good motion, and I think personally I will support that motion, but I cannot support any of that report or the motion that they presented today. So thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you for that, Councillor DeRuse. Councillor Devine.
Thank you, Chair. So as I've mentioned in previous meetings, I've always believed that any viable strategy to deal with the crisis of how we handle our city's growing waste will rely just as much, if not more so, on changing our behavior as residents and as consumers as it does on technology such as waste to energy. And what I find ironic is that while we're having this debate, while we're measuring and even questioning the merit of reducing waste we send to landfill, the sun outside is currently obscured by the haze of forest fires from all across the country. So as the delegate from Waste Watch Ottawa said in his presentation, partial pay as you throw programs are no longer best practice across Ontario, they're standard practice. So 132 other municipalities have gone where we have chosen not to tread. So once again, here in Ottawa, as with high performance development standards, we are bystanders while other cities are moving forward. But as the delegate also said, on this front, at one point we were leaders, and I'd like to rejoin the rank of leaders among our fellow municipalities. So here we have an opportunity to take a step forward, and I can't even call it a bold step forward, because even in implementing it, we would be patting ourselves on the back for coming in 133rd in Ontario. And we're contemplating motions that either don't take us where we need to go, or they put a pause on a decision that, as I understand it, has historically been mired in a rut of indecision. So I have a couple of questions for staff. If among the choices we have before, if one of the choices we have before us is the original 55 bag tag approach versus the motion from Councillor Carr, proposing the 2 bag limit with no tags, can you let us know if both these two options will ultimately lead to the same desired outcome of increasing our rate of waste diversion?
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes, we believe so.
Thank you. Another question for staff. While I understand that if council were to support the proposal from Councillor Brown, there'd be no cost to residents to purchase tags as they would have to in the proposal from Councillor Carr or the current proposal from your report. Can you let us know if with the proposal from Councillor Brown, if there'd be a significant difference in the global cost per household in comparing these two options? And if so, what might that cost difference be?
Through you, Chair. So doing a little bit of math, so recognizing that the Carr motion speaks to diversion, which speaks to reduction in garbage tonnage. So as I mentioned earlier, let's say about 30,000 tons of material wouldn't be sent to landfill. So using today's estimated collection cost, as well as today's processing cost, that would be between $20 and $30 per household for the Brown motion versus the $2 for the Carr motion. So that's the best way to be able to present the differences between the two motions.
So by those measures, as we quantify which option is more or less affordable to households. By your measures, the Brown motion would cost households approximately $28, $27 more per year.
Yeah, so just comparing the two motions.
Thank you.
Yes.
So I can see differences. If we now look at the original 55 bag tag motion proposal versus the car proposal, I can see differences on the residents' end when it comes to that original proposal versus the car proposal. The 55 tags approach may have, as you mentioned, offered more flexibility to users, whereas the proposal from car won't have 74% of Ottawa shouting, "Where the heck are my tags?" every 2 weeks. Can staff confirm whether during the consultations, was there support from the approach proposed by Councillor Carr?
Through you, Mr. Chair. So in terms of the engagement, we didn't necessarily ask for, resident feedback on the staff proposal in particular as it relates to tagging every single item. That was a staff recommendation based on the analysis of the feedback that we had received through engagement. So two pieces through engagement. One, we heard from residents loud and clear that flexibility was important to them, recognizing that waste setouts are not necessarily consistent from collection to collection. There are times throughout the year where households may set out more waste than they do on compared to the average. So with that is why staff brought forward the recommendation for the tagging of all of the bags. So I think, but what we can go back to is there was, again, the greatest consistency in terms of feedback was there was the option that had the greatest amount of support was the partial pay-as-you-throw.
Thank you. And one final question, and I'm not sure if we have anybody from the AG's office here. So this is a question with regards to the motion from Councillor Desroches through Councillor Brown, where, and I hope I understand the motion correctly, and forgive me if I don't, but as I understand, the object of that motion is to have the Auditor General investigate the data that supports the various recommendations from staff and to pause any action on implementing anything until that investigation is complete and reported back to council. So my question to the AG, I guess question part one is, based on the premise of what the motion is drafted on, do you feel that there is merit for such an investigation? And part B of the question, how long would it take for your office to conduct and report back on such an investigation?
Thank you for your question, Councillor. Through you, Chair. Whether there's merit, I think that's up to committee and council to make that determination. Obviously, my office can come in and provide an independent perspective with regards to the data that has been used. At least from the councillors that have reached out to me, that was some of their concerns. So I would have to leave that determination up to committee and council. With regards to timelines, what I've also mentioned to Councillor Desroches, Councillor Brown, as well as other councillors that have reached out to my office recently with regards to consideration of other audits. My office is currently very strapped for resources. As you can imagine, I know the city is dealing with staffing issues. My office is not immune to that either. Even if we wanted to outsource this work, it's important to know that we need resources in-house in order to manage the work as well. We have quality assurance standards that we have to abide by in order to meet the standards that our audits, our reviews, and our investigations fall under. And so we have to take that into consideration as well. From a timeline perspective, we would need to onboard resources. I would need to obtain a subject matter expert or experts in order to help assist us in understanding some of the more intricate complexities of waste management. It does, however, align with one of the audits that we had as consideration in our 2022-2023 audit plan, which was waste management. And so taking in all of those considerations, also knowing that while we understand that committee and council have timelines that they're trying to meet, we want to ensure that we do appropriate due diligence and provide quality work back to committee and council. So I wouldn't be able to give a specific time frame, but most of our audits take 6 months to a year. So I think that's roughly what you could take into consideration. Now, there's how the motion is worded right now. That being said, if it's information that committee and council would want prior to, for example, implementation of these measures, I think we'd be able to commit to report back by Q2 of 2024, should that be the will of committee and council.
All right. Thank you to the AG and staff, and thank you, Chair.
Thanks very much, Councillor Devine. Councillor Hill.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. In my days in the Army, when we had a complex problem, we do what we call the mission analysis. And that's when you break things down and you take a look at what you need to do holistically. And I would call this a complex problem. So at the risk of perhaps making some mistakes here, on your first slide, I noticed that one of the objectives is we need to prepare ourselves for a new curbside contract. That's one of the impetus, that's part of the impetus to why we're doing that today. And listening to the three options that I think that were presented, the original that you proposed, the Carr motion and the Brown motion, I think they all check that box. We want to grow to a provincial target of 70% organics for 2023. I believe that all of these options by themselves will fail to do that, but some are better than others, but they all will divert to some degree, getting us towards that from the organics perspective. I took note, Mr. Gontier, of your comment, everything we can do to extend the life of the trail waste facility. And I've certainly heard that a lot over the last couple of months. It's for that reason that I put the two directions that I had today forward. One is about the importance of education and doing the best we can to reinforce the successes we've had on past diversion strategies in order to replicate that and do as good a job as we can. And the other, to look at essentially an untapped resource, a potential for us to look at waste that is currently taking up airspace tonnage in the trail landfill facility that could be diverted. So I'm interested to try and do the best, certainly that I can, but I appreciate the fact that we're trying to get towards everything that we can to extend the life of the trail waste facility. I would throw in there, I think we need to be synchronized. And right now, I think we're a little bit out of step. I know that this is a proposal that came forward early for very good reasons, but it's very difficult for me as a councillor to try and make a holistic decision on very broad solid waste management pieces when there are things that we are not in the process of discussing right now. So I think that's certainly going forward, having that broad perspective to the solid waste master plan writ large, up to and including, synchronizing options such as the potential Auditor General report on this, potential future solid waste master plan constructs, so that we're doing this as much as possible in a collaborative way with the outcomes that we're trying to accomplish. And then I took from Councillor King's motion the issue of the equity lens, which I think is pretty critically important here. I've seen certainly in the curbside waste diversion options report that you gave, there are paragraphs on each of the options there that talk about equity. And certainly from my perspective, I think there's an element of simplicity that goes with that. And so with those objectives in mind, I do believe that I'll be voting in support of the Brown motion, 4 bags with no tags. And I'll explain why. First off, it does divert, it's simple, and it's flexible. And I'll read a little bit from this curbside waste diversion options, the report from 2021. This wasn't in the report this morning, but I think it's important to look at the broader perspective. Respondents felt that this was the most easily explained option, this being the firm limit option, explained option, and offered equality to everyone, so no one would be able to buy their way out. It also imposed no additional costs on the residents, making it a fair option for people on low incomes, and was easier to implement because residents didn't need to get or use tags. Quote from a survey respondent, "This is a fairer option because there's no cost to anyone." Firm item limits was seen as a way to encourage more recycling and composting, as residents would need to consider what they throw out in the regular garbage and what could be diverted, including through donating items or refurbishing them. It would also provide incentives for people to purchase items with less packaging, which in turn would generate less waste and send fewer items to the landfill. Other advantages included making it easier for the city to plan waste collection, as the volume of garbage would be more predictable and there would not be need to deal with as many bulky items such as couches and mattresses. And I just highlight as well, I know that there's no specific number highlighted here, but in document 1 of the appendices, it says FERB garbage limits with the description, and then the estimated impact on diversion is up to 5% increase in the waste diversion rate. I understand that there's no specific number that's affixed with that, but up to, we've seen a lot of the up to today. So I'll use that number as well because it's in your text. I do want to talk a bit about the financing. I'm a big fan of the business cases and looking at that. And just simply put, we're going to be going into a process where first year, $3.5 million investment and then $1.5 million in operating costs going forward for this project. That is money that could be diverted into the solid waste capital reserve that could go towards whatever the long-term solution is, whether it be, you know, purchasing some more land for expanding the landfill, whether it is for incineration. And I know that none of those are attractive options, but we heard from the GM himself that there is a requirement to look at that option. So I wanted to highlight that.
Council, I'll just ask you to wrap up quickly in your 5 and get back on the list if you'd like.
Okay, I'll get back on the list. Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much. Councillor Carr.
Thank you very much, Chair. And just before asking a couple questions, I just want to thank everyone for their engagement. I think since being elected as being sworn in on November 15th, I've never seen so much engagement on a file. So I think it's great that everybody's so invested in this, and thanks to staff as well. While I'll be speaking to my specific motion in wrap up, I just want to confirm something that I heard. I think it was in response to Councillor Devine's questioning. Can staff confirm that between the motion that I'm putting forward and Councillor Brown's motion, that what I understood is that the motion that I put forward will cost the average taxpayer an additional $2 to $3 per year, and the Brown motion will cost an additional $30 a year? Can we confirm that? So that's well understood?
Through the chair, yes. So when you're comparing the two motions, that's the difference between the two motions.
Okay, thank you. And just, we've heard a lot of talk today about diversion, and I commend Councillor Hill for bringing forward the construction waste for construction. I think that's really important. My understanding was that, you know, the curbside waste diversion policy that we're speaking to today was really focused on those short-term actions to increase waste diversion, in particular increasing the capture of organics and recyclables, materials from the waste stream to meet those provincial regulatory targets that would be necessary, even if we were to proceed eventually with something like incineration. And I'm wondering, you know, Councillor Hill brought up the question about construction waste. To me, when I toured the trail waste facility, I was shocked that somehow we disposed of 70,000 mattresses a year in Ottawa. I don't know who replaces their mattress that often. I had mine for 25 years, so that's probably a bit unsanitary. I shouldn't have said that. But anyway, I'm just wondering if maybe we could walk through the other diversion programs that are being considered and that we will be brought back. Perhaps if staff could just give an idea of those.
Sure thing. Through you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Councillor, for the question. So I'll do my best to be exhaustive here, but in terms of some of the different options that we have been exploring through the solid waste master plan, really focus on that 45% of the existing waste stream that we say is non-divertible, where there might be opportunities to further divert those. So first and foremost, a bulky reuse and recycling program, which, Councillor, to the point about mattresses, that's an opportunity through that particular strategy. We're also looking at opportunities to enhance or to introduce recycling and reuse options for commercial waste. Construction and demolition waste. There's also opportunities that we're looking at through the solid waste master plan, which is to actually ban the industrial, commercial, and institutional waste that is coming currently to Trail Road, albeit a smaller percentage of all the waste that comes over the gate in Trail Road. It is an opportunity for council to consider further preserving the space within that asset. There are opportunities to enhance diversion of waste at city facilities, enhancing our parks waste management programs by introducing recycling programs. That just gives you, I think, a high level sense of an overview of the different opportunities that we are looking at. I know it's not quite exhaustive, but I'd be happy to follow up with members of committee and council with a more exhaustive list.
No, thank you. I appreciate that. I think the diversion programs are really important here to complement whatever proposal we approve today. I just have a question, and following Councillor Devine's line of questioning, just on the Brown motion that was brought forward on behalf of DeRoche with respect to the motion on audit. I'm a huge audit enthusiast. I definitely would support audit on solid waste. I guess I'm concerned with it delaying the implementation. So I have two questions. The first would be to the Auditor General. You spoke about the fact that the solid waste audit is on the agenda, on the work plan eventually. Could this be considered post-implementation in a time frame that would allow us to look at the success of partial PAT if we chose to implement it today, along with the data that's question that's proposed in the ground devotion motion today.
Thank you for your question, Councillor. Chair, through you. Councillor, could you just confirm that you're asking whether we'd be open to looking at the kind of early success of the program if implemented, or are you talking about looking at the data pre with regards to the potential for success?
Yeah, I'm sort of asking if it would be possible to do a hybrid as opposed to setting a delay. I'm going to have another question to staff about the implications of it, the delay of delaying a decision, waiting for an audit, but I'm just wondering if it's possible to sort of do a hybrid audit on what had been planned for solid waste, along with, looking at sort of the success, the first year of the program with sort of analyzing the data, or is that just too different to combine in terms of the scope of an audit?
I would say those would be two separate items for us to look at, not something that I would necessarily state that I'm not open to. I obviously would be, because looking at the data with regards to the success of the program is very important. But I think it would also be a question for staff, is that something that they are planning to do as well? And is it perhaps more so something that we would audit the work that they have done on that particular item?
Yeah, excellent. Okay, perfect. That fits perfectly into my second part question. I'm wondering if staff can speak to the data that was used in order to generate the recommendations and the confidence in that data, or lack of confidence in that data, and any plans, any evaluation plans on that data, as well if you could speak to the potential impact of delay if we approve this motion today for the audit, on what that would do to not only the curbside waste diversion policy, but also the plans for all solid waste master plan items as well.
Certainly, through you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Councillor, for the question. So I think maybe I'll start with kind of the intent of Councillor Brown on behalf of Councillor DesRoches' motion, and just note that first and foremost, we have taken the recommendations from the source separated organics audit, including we've taken all of that into account in terms of all the different studies and the data that you're seeing today when developing those studies and undertaking that analysis. We have been actively implementing those recommendations. So first and foremost, there's a couple of different data pieces that you do see. I think first and foremost, the waste audit, we can start with that. We did seek independent expertise and of course also utilized industry best practices to design these studies to support the staff recommendations. So the waste audit was conducted by a third-party consultant, which specializes in waste characterization, auditing, monitoring, as well as planning. And we also did the audit in conjunction with, or in partnership with, the Continuous Improvement Fund, which is, they jointly fund waste composition studies across the province. And they do utilize a standardized study methodology, funding, and project coordination. And that's where you saw through the staff recommendation that the waste audit showed that about 58% of what is disposed in garbage today can be diverted through our existing green bin, our black bin, and blue bin. In terms of the set out study, it was conducted by staff in-house using industry best practice methodology. We had a sample size was designed to achieve a confidence interval of 95% and a confidence level of 95% and a confidence interval of about plus or minus 2% or 2. We had a total of 2,400 homes that were sampled over a 4-week period in the fall of last year. And the study was designed to provide representative results for urban, rural, and suburban areas of the city. And this was based off of census population data. So we used a cluster sampling technique considering geographical, socioeconomic status. That's what we helped use to identify the different streets in the set out study. And then in terms of the estimated modeling that you're seeing in staff's report, we did retain a consultant that specializes in environmental science and management, so Dillon Consulting, to help build a model to estimate the impact of a curbside diversion policy on Ottawa's waste stream. So the model, as you can see from what was presented by staff, did estimate garbage tonnage reduction per capita and increased diversion rates by assessing the shift in material from our garbage stream to the recycling, organics, as well as leaf and yard waste streams. And that was all done based on the experience and the data from those comparator municipalities. We reviewed changes to each of the waste streams on a per capita basis to avoid population growth, minimizing the estimated impact of each of the policy options. And we also use standardized industry data available through the provincial data call as the basis for projections, because unfortunately it is every single municipality reports on their diversion rates differently. So that's why we use the consistency through the provincial data call. So I think that provides some of the more details, Councillor, in terms of the different data points that you're seeing supporting the staff recommendation today.
Okay, thank you. So if there was to be a delay of 2 years or whatever the time is, a year or so to make a decision on curbside waste, what impact would that have on your work?
So through you, Mr. Chair, Councillor, I think the biggest thing just to note is that with further delay achieving or working towards further achieving the provincial policy target of 70%, I think also important to know that the further we put off the decision, that of course it has implications on the entire integrated waste management system, and those projections that you see in terms of opportunities for waste reduction and additional capacity at the landfill, those would not be realized to the extent that you're seeing put forward in the staff recommendation today.
Okay, thank you. One question I've heard from my residents is that we're increasingly, and with changes to zoning, we're going to see less. I have a lot of R1 zoning, probably one of the most in the city. As we're moving to R2 and R3, we've got, multiple families, multiple tenants living in a single family home, or we've got more duplexes, triplexes. And so there's a bit of fear with curbside, with the partial pay as you throw, that they're not going to be within a 2-bag limit for free. And, this is going to have to be tenant managed, landlord managed. Those questions are up in the air. Can you speak a little bit to what the plans are for that situation, especially as we're moving forward with intensification?
Through you, Mr. Chair, thank you for the question, Councillor. So in terms of large households, I think just reading yourselves back in the data, it makes up currently about 8% of households across the city which have 5 or more residents. The intent with the partial pay as you throw policy is it's really to introduce that utility-based service. So paying for each household paying for how much they utilize that service. And setting that standardized base level at what we're seeing right now as the average set out. And again, recognizing that, over 3/4 of residents are already setting out or below that limit. I think important to recognize that when we did the set out study, because of its randomized nature, it also did incorporate into that some of the larger households. So with this policy recommendation, there's still ample opportunity for all households to actively participate in each of the diversion programs. But again, very similar to how water services work today or how hydro services work today. For those larger households that have more individuals living within the household, while they have some control over how much they utilize those resources and pay for them, it's the same sort of note on the waste management side under what is being proposed by staff.
Excellent. Yeah, no, I was hoping that was part of the rationale in my motion for having those 15 additional one-time tags to help out in those situations until we have more diversion programs. I just have a quick question, and maybe Chair, I'll leave it to your discretion if I ask it or not. I was wondering if staff could walk through the various motions and whether or not they support them or not, or maybe that's something that's done at the end.
Yes. So Council, you're up. Your time is up. Thank you for those comments. The motions that we've got, the directions of the motions that are on the floor, I've indicated when we came back that staff, I'll ask staff for their recommendation as we go through each of them at the end. So after debate and discussion.
Thanks for the time.
Thanks very much, Vice Chair. Next up on the list, Councillor Luloff came on and off the list there. So Councillor Luloff is actually next. So I'll go to you, Councillor, and then Councillor Tierney, you're up right after.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and I hope that I can get through this in 5 minutes. It'll be a bit awkward if I have to split this up in 2. I made a few decisions in the first 2 years of council based on pressure from the mayor's office and deferral to staff, which I wish I had spent some more time on. But as a new councillor, I trusted a little bit too much. And if I could go back knowing what I know now, I may have done things a little bit differently. And I'm telling you this because this item might be the play that haunts you. Making decisions without complete information is a mug's game, and I don't want to play it. People are struggling to make ends meet right now. Skyrocketing inflation means that families are being forced to take difficult decisions on groceries, oftentimes increasing the amount of plastic packaging coming into the home through no fault of their own. Why should we be punishing them for decisions producers have made on the packaging of their products? Some of this is being addressed by the last item, but not all of it, and it's an incomplete solution. If you are a family that puts out 3 bags every 2 weeks and your home is assessed at $375,000, it's the equivalent, this policy will be the equivalent of a 2% tax increase on your property taxes. Raising taxes outside of a budget cycle is disingenuous. No one ran on bag tags, and this was not discussed during the last budget cycle when people were actually paying attention to municipal politics. Our city does not have a good history of communicating our policies properly. We have an extensive history of it. In fact, service line warranties, vacant unit tax, road closures, changes to our water bills, all complete failures in communication. Our communication on major policies is so poor that a councillor sitting at this table today needed to write a motion on communication and education explicitly. This tells me that this report is incomplete, and even those that may support it have reservations. On the environment file, the ability to use plastic bags in the green bin was not properly communicated, as evidenced by the 3% diversion rate. And when I mention that you can put plastic bags in the green bin to residents, more often than not, they're surprised. This has been allowed since July 2nd, 2019. They're also taken aback that they can use the green bin for animal waste, including cat litter. Most people are working from home now, or more people are working from home, which means more trash at residential properties. This plan is half-baked and incomplete. We have no long-term plan before us today. We have no plan for multi-residential buildings. We have no plan for home-based businesses. We have no plan for farmers. We have no plan for large families. Home daycare costs are certainly going to rise because of this, and those that are registered cannot raise their prices, and provincial funding is not going to compensate. So we're essentially making it more difficult for home-based childcare when we don't have enough space to begin with. Pay-as-you-throw is great in small municipalities, as evidenced by the diversion rates that we saw today, but not in a city as geographically large as ours. We are a city of large multi-residential buildings, condominiums, single-family homes, farms, and businesses. But this policy really only targets single-family homeowners. We're not Halton, we're not Waterloo, we're not Mississippi Mills. This policy is incomplete and relies on estimates that are dubious at best and delusional at worst. Just a few years ago, we were being told that we had 10 more years on top of the current life of this landfill, but the staff made a mistake in the math. So I don't trust these numbers, and we're only presented with the high number, up to this and up to that. So why not show the range? Why not look at least instead of up to? The chair had mentioned that we'd already have pay as you throw for batteries, electronics, and tires. How's that working out? Well, we still have batteries in the garbage. The Queenswood Heights Community Association participated in cleaning the Capitol event and found televisions in the park. Take a drive out to our rural areas and you'll find hundreds of tires in the ditch. And in fact, there are tires sitting in mixed garbage in Councillor Turney's ward right now. He sent me a photo of it this morning. Pay as you throw is not going to work here, and it's just going to make garbage somebody else's problem. People in our city don't even know what the current green bin policy is. We didn't spend the time and effort on a proper campaign to see how it works. And why don't we finish the rollout of multi-residential diversion programs? Why don't we wait and see how the producer pay policies reduce the amount of packaging that families are forced to put in the trash bin? We're coming in for an emergency landing here, and instead of coasting onto the runway, we're pushing on the yoke. I want to see a long-term plan, not a new tax, to extend the city-owned landfill for 2 years. This is short-sighted and incomplete. Let's not punish residents for our poor communication. Let's not punish residents for having a large family, and let's not punish families with low income. Let's not punish farmers, and let's not vote on an incomplete policy today. This wouldn't come into effect until Q2 2024. We have time to really do the work on this, defer this decision to the solid waste master plan with a real long-term solution that we can vote on with confidence. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. I will just, Councillor Tierney is up next. I will just comment just briefly around the multi-residential piece, because I want to make sure people know this, and maybe it's going to be coming in the news shortly, but green bins can go in multi-residential as a mandatory piece now. Any new building that's multi-residential has to have the green bin in it. And then all multi-residential buildings in Ottawa will eventually, just like the City of Toronto, have that mandatory green bin in there as we move along. That's part of the solid waste master plan, and of course we approved that last term of council for those green bins in multi-residential, certainly. And I know this this has come in the media more recently, but obviously last few years, we've had the sponsors group that has met regularly on this. Obviously, last term of council with Environment Committee, and I know staff been working on it for, over 3 years now on the plan. And so I'm hopeful that, we've got that data in front of us, and that over the long term, the larger solid waste master plan contributes to this, which is just one of many decisions along the way. Totally understand you're taking issue with the one decision, but I think there's a plethora of decisions coming on this. That stay tuned for this term.
And I agree with you, Mr. Chair, but what I'm saying is let's make those decisions all together at the same time instead of piecemealing it out.
Okay, well, I appreciate your point, and I'm going to move to Councillor Tierney.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and Councillor Luloff. I think you've stolen all the points that are on my list here, by the way. I'm just going to say that. Half-Baked was in there. I had all the taglines. I was ready to go. So, but thank you, Chair. I know this is a really interesting discussion. If I can get Chris to put up slide number 1 of the 3 slides that I have sent him. This is, and thanks for stealing my fire, Matt. This is what I'm dealing with. I have 20 of these condo corporations on average. There's tires and toilet seats. This is multi-residential. What are we doing to address this issue? And I know it's coming later, and as Matt indicated, this is my concern. I'd rather have the whole buffet in front of us. I'll use that term because I know the mayor likes to use that, to be able to make strong decisions. Where are we at on multi-residential? This is this morning, by the way. This is about 2 hours ago.
Yeah, sorry, Councillor Tierney, I'm going to go to staff. I know you have a few points to make on this. We'll go to staff right away on the picture you put up there and that particular pad.
So
Thank you, Sean.
So through you, Chair. So thank you, Councillor, for sharing that. I believe this is probably a common pad location. This would be an example of a curbside initiative. And once the policy is approved by council, it would be as part of the implementation, working with the property management companies of the 1,000 or so common pad locations that are across the city in order to determine how best to deal with the mountain of waste, recognizing this could be the equivalent of 15, 20, 25 units. And it's figuring out a way, working closely with those property management companies to deal with an approach.
And are we looking at, and forgive me, I'm dog sitting today. Are we looking at other municipalities on how they deal with the multi-residential condos as well, and on fining, making sure that they get in line? Because they're contacting me saying, hey, Tim, everyone's going to start driving 2 blocks away and throwing all their garbage on our lot, which happened. You remember back in the day with Maria and in 2012, when we went to bi-weekly, I had people literally leaving garbage bags in my lawn because they were angry at me, but we got past that. In this situation here, it's a little bit different because there's no real place to put it anymore. And I'm afraid of the parks, but specifically the condo townhomes.
Through you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the question, Councillor. So absolutely the intent, as Shelley had mentioned, that we'd be working individually with each of these condos associations, but as part of our municipal scan, we have had conversations with municipalities on some of their best practices we can contemplate implementing in Ottawa for these particular examples. I recognize too that some of the challenges already exist today with those properties, and we still do continue to anticipate some of those challenges. However, one of the reasons for the staff recommendation for the requirement of tagging each of the items does make it much easier for enforcement at these particular locations. So that on this particular piece, I guess to answer your question, yes, we are looking at that feedback from other municipalities to help address some of the existing challenges. One other thing I will note is that if council does choose to approve the policy recommendation, in working with these different common pad locations, we do have an opportunity to transition them onto more of a cart-based system, which can help with managing some of the existing challenges with set out, but also helping further reduce some of the issues with the potential increase in illegal dumping. But that'll be dealt with on a case-by-case basis, recognizing that every single property has unique space considerations.
Thank you very much for that. And if I can get Chris to put up slide number 2, and this will be like a blast from the past, Nicole, so be prepared. This is a Councillor McCray and I, back in the day, and I've always been a very strong advocate for diversion. We got 22 new trucks, and we were given, it was $6.1 million of taxpayers' money to really increase it and have these multi-split trucks to be able to divert things. And we were given the promise, and this story is from Le Dois. I credit them for the photo, great photo. You may have taken one too, Nicole. But back in September 2012, we were given the promise of another 30 years of trail road. What happened? Because I'm looking at the math here, it's not really adding up.
I thank you, Chair, for that question. So I believe that that's part of an outstanding inquiry that we are working on and that we will ensure to get back to Councillors DeRose and Kitts prior to the next council meeting. But what I will preface to say is some of the lifespan of Trail Road was based on increased diversion and the use of private landfills. So when the approval for the expansion happened in 2005, the range was actually 10 to 40 years, depending on the diversion as well as the use of private landfills. But we will be coming back with a more fulsome response to that outstanding inquiry.
Excellent, because in the article of Le Dois, it's very clear, it was supposed to save us $10 million a year and extend the life by nearly 30 years. It's 2023, and I think we're at 10 years. But all that to say, let's go with slide number 3, Chris, and this is my final slide of my show and tell. And I by the way, I want to really preface the fact that I appreciate all the work of staff. This is Edmonton and their waste diversion, and I've recognized this from many municipalities. We set very high bars and targets, which is rainbows and unicorns. We all love it. We want to get there. But this is what happened in their last Auditor General report. So I'm hoping the AG report is going to really focus on where we've come from, where we got to today, and how we're not achieving targets similar to Edmonton. I don't want to lower the bar. I think we should keep the bar high. But you can see what they did here in 2007. They had a 90%, they were 65% in 2018, and they still can't get over the 51% today. Is this something that the Auditor General is going to look at about realistic benchmarks about how we can achieve this? Because I think that's where our problem is. We set the expectations so high as politicians. I love going out and taking photos with garbage trucks and saying we're going to divert things. And then when we don't hit those targets, my face is still stuck out there going, why did we do this? And I think it's unfortunate that we haven't had a plan that puts everything together, especially multi-residential. It's one of my biggest issues. And we keep referring to 130 municipalities out of 444 in Ontario that are not the same as Ottawa. So I want to know if the AG, and we can't direct the AG, but we can indicate we'd like this. Is this something that they would look at over, like, similar to Edmonton, looking at a 10-year window about what we've done realistically?
Thank you for your question, Councillor. Chair, through you. Obviously, we're always open to suggestions with regards to what we might consider within our audits. I think one of the factors we'd have to take into consideration is how quickly committee and council are looking to receive the results of our audit. The larger scope we take, the more time it takes. So again, I go back to the will of committee and council, which is what is it that you're looking for? And then we could take that back and determine what we feel would be an appropriate scope. One, to ensure that we're covering off the key areas of risk within this subject matter. And second of all, taking into consideration the time frame.
Thank you very much for this. And I want to thank staff again, even though I will not be supporting the current bag of tag program, because I feel that we need more options. We need everything on the table, multi-residential, possible incineration, all those other things in front of us. And we don't have that. If someone's willing to move a motion to defer, and I know that that always is like, oh, kick a can down the road. But reality is 2012 till now, we've had 6 bags unenforced, and now we're at a point where we're saying we're going to go to 2. So anyway, I thank you, Chair, for giving me the latitude on this one. I truly appreciate that.
No problem, Councillor Tierney. Thanks for that. And up next, I think was actually Councillor Brown, again, on and off the list. So Councillor Brown, you're up next, then it'll be Councillor Johnson after that.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and I'd like to thank staff. It seems like over the last few weeks, I've had a meeting or two a week, every week with Shelley and Nicole. So I appreciate that we're getting to know each other very well. I'll start off with a question back when the city transitioned to bi-weekly collection in 2012. Do we have any data on how many tons of garbage was recovered from parks or roadways, illegal dumping, staff time or cost, any of that data?
Through you, Chair. So unfortunately, we don't have data on that at hand back for 2012. I will offer, though, that data based on 2022. Out of the 64,000 bylaw inquiries that came in, about 250 were due to illegal dumping.
Thank you very much for that. And can staff, I guess, break down in their report the requirement or the request for enforcement and how that's going to play out over the next 12 months? I think Nicole had mentioned that there's 2 permanent positions being requested with up to 4 temporary for a year to help with the spike that we anticipate will come from the reduction in service.
Through you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Councillor. You are correct. So in terms of the first and foremost, the 2 additional FTEs, the intent with those they would be solid waste inspectors. So as it exists today, they do have a dual function. So they're managing compliance of our existing contract with our collections contractor, and they are also supporting education with households. While we will come back to committee and council with a more detailed implementation plan, I can say at a high level in terms of some of the visioning is kind of almost it's building upon our existing enforcement approach and education approach today. So the intent would be more of this kind of graduated enforcement approach, as if, if residents are not tagging their waste or they're putting out excessive waste, it would first and foremost, it would be, an oops sticker that would be left behind, and nothing beyond that. Practice already exists today with our existing collection contractors, but then collecting that data, so that if there are recurring issues with the same sort of households, that would then be the solid waste inspector who would be able to have a knock on the door, have a conversation with the household, making sure that they're well aware of the different programs that the city that they have access to and availability, and answer any additional questions. So that's the intent of those, but it's also to help bolster some of the existing enforcement within our parks. So in particular, it was solid waste services. We took over management of waste from road services into the solid waste kind of suite of services over the past 2 years. So we have our teams out there today who are able to track some of that data. Having these solid waste inspectors will help kind of expedite and create a more efficient process where we're able to inspect that waste and being able to follow up with those if we're able to identify someone who's been illegally dumping in the parks, helping support in that regard. The additional temporary resources, so for up to that additional year. So it's still to be worked out exactly where those resources will sit, whether it be through bylaw services or further with solid waste services. But we will be working, as Shelley had mentioned, with our partners in roads, but our partners in bylaw services to make sure that we have that robust process in place to meet the needs throughout the city. So whether it be within the rural areas and some of the illegal dumping in ditches on private property, as well as kind of the parks and some of those additional public spaces.
Thank you very much for that. And I hope this time staff will keep some of the data points in terms of dumping and calls for service and the cost to staff. I think that's very important to have. So I hope we're going to do that going forward. A point of clarification on the presentation, and I have it up on my screen here, that was made earlier today. The average citywide garbage set out is 2.1 items every 2 weeks. In the What We Learned report at page 10, 3.1, it indicates that the average garbage set out is 4.18. Can you describe or at least explain the difference in those two numbers?
Yes, certainly, Councillor. So what's included within the staff report today is an updated set out study data or set out that was done in the fall of last year. So what was included within those original documentations was from further set out.
Okay.
Or sorry, from an earlier set out study.
And so from the earlier set out study to the most recent one, residents put out half as much?
So when it came to the 4.1 or 4.18, when we were doing further analysis of that data, we did realize that there was an error from the consultant that double counted that particular piece. So one of the reasons why we wanted updated set out study data, we wanted to make sure we had a much more robust sample size. And that's when we undertook that additional set out study this past fall.
And I can appreciate everyone makes mistakes, but I think that plays to Councillor Drosh's request in his motion to have the Auditor General look at all of this data to ensure it is correct and being interpreted in the correct manner. The next question I have is in regards to the Carr and Brown motions and how staff calculated the cost difference, because this is new news to me sitting here, and I'm interested in how that determination came about.
Sure, Councillor. So through the chair, given that the Carr motion recognizes that it's more in line with the staff recommendation for the expected tonnage reduction, and based on that percentage, it could be up to 30,000 tons of garbage that is no longer needing to be collected nor processed. With the Brown motion of the 4 items, which really looks similar to today, the expectation is that we wouldn't achieve a same level of reduction in waste. So comparing the two, using today's estimated cost for the collection as well as the disposal, coming up with between $20 and $30 per household for the Brown versus the $2 to $3 per household for the Carr.
Thank you. And compared to the staff report that's come forward, is there a cost difference between the Brown motion and what staff have put forward today to committee?
Certainly, Councillor, in terms of first and foremost, looking at there would be an anticipated reduction in the capital costs as well as the annual operating costs. So in terms of annual operating costs, there'd no longer be the recommendation to have to tag every single item. So reducing about $600,000 per year is what the cost of that for printing as well as mailing the tag. So we do anticipate that to be one of the main cost reductions. And certainly based on kind of the direction within your motion, we would have to go away and do some further analysis on the exact capital dollars and therefore the recommended potential reductions in the staffing request based on your recommendation, but certainly something we could come back on.
Thank you. And I'll make my last point and then I can get back on the speaker's list, Mr. Chair. Pulling out of document 1, when it talks about enforcement at point of collection, I'll read it directly from the report. Experiences within Ottawa and those from other municipalities suggest that enforcement of proper program participation is essential to achieve the optimum results. Having a requirement for all garbage items to be tagged will allow for easier enforcement, as collection operators will collect only items that have a tag. I certainly see that confusion factor with the Carr motion, where the first 2 items don't need a tag, but everything else does. And the motion also offers, an incentive to residents with 15 free tags, but once those are gone, they're gone and you have to pay. It's the complication, the added inconvenience and the extra cost. The one thing I will say is I take issue when we compare garbage collection to a utility instead of a service. It's through the Solid Waste Services Department that this core service is administered. But with a utility, I don't pay for it on my property tax bill and then have to turn around and buy extra service. So I would certainly encourage my colleagues to go with a solution that shows residents that we're serious with diversion, that we're enforcing a limit, but it's even for all and easy for folks and across the city to adhere with. But thank you very much for all of your time and all of the support over the last few weeks. Do appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Brown. Councillor Johnson.
Hi, thank you, Chair. So I would like to understand from staff what kind of pilot has already been undertaken for the multi-residential strategy. I understand you've been in consultation with community groups and so on already. Can you describe some of that for us here today?
Through you, Mr. Chair. So I would say no pilots to date, Councillor. One of the core pillars, so 5 core pillars of the multi-residential diversion strategy. So the first one was focusing on providing or making it mandatory to implement a green bin program or a organics diversion program for all multi-residential buildings. So as Chair Menard had alluded to earlier, it is now, as of July 1st of last year, mandatory for any new building to have a green bin program in place. Staff will be coming back to you this fall with an update that we had committed to, which is providing an overview of the implementation plan for how to gradually roll out to the remaining about 50% of properties across the city that do not have green bin programs in place today. Second pillar, which was enhanced promotion and education. And happy to say we actually have a new temporary team on board that will be beginning, actually they began calls last week and we'll be beginning some of that more proactive outreach and communications and door knocking within multi-residential properties. First and foremost, we're starting on properties that already have the program in place, recognizing there's still an opportunity to increase that, then this fall transitioning over to support the rollout in all buildings. Third pillar was looking at pilot opportunities. So we're just starting some of that work. We've identified a number of different potential pilot opportunities. Now it's just figuring out where can we potentially get the biggest bang for our buck in terms of opportunity. So identifying that through a further business case, then upcoming changes to the next potential collection contract, and as part of the zoning bylaw review, some of the changes to make it to reducing some of the barriers to participating and making sure that we can create those conducive environments within those infill developments and communities to have programs in place.
Thank you for those details. I used to work for a landlord here in Ottawa called CCOC that underwent a voluntary diversion program well before it was actually policy. And I know that they've been working with the city as sort of a community partner to help develop that. And so, you know, in light of that, I really would echo the delegates. Now, I don't remember what his name was, but he did say a swear word, which was memorable and fun. But yeah, so he was saying how this is a signal, you know, as to where the city stands on this issue. And that was what CCOC was trying to do as well. And what it required was investment. So in fact, CCOC had its own staff that was doing, you know, garbage setouts and so on, so that we could do that extra above and beyond. We weren't outsourcing or contracting those roles within that organization so that it could be successful. And I think that's really just to offer, you know, and I'm not going to scoop you, Councillor King, when it comes to your motion, but, you know, for my direction as well, which is on the floor, looking at an equity lens, I really would like to emphasize that to create equity in a program is not to give certain groups a pass because it's impossible for them to participate and considering that fair. That is not what equity means. Equity means trying to figure out what will ensure every group to be successful in participating in XYZ. And so that is what we are trying to achieve by applying an equity lens. So unlike the Brown motion, which suggests that there might be alternatives for Good Samaritans or large families or whatever, I'm not sure that's actually what we're trying to achieve here through an equity lens. We're trying to figure out what additional supports they might need to be successful, but not to have a different standard for participation. I think that really cuts us off at the knees. So certainly I don't want that equity, that word equity, to be misunderstood around the table here. Similarly to what Councillor Brown was saying, bonus garbage around particular weeks where we make a lot more garbage. What are the most egregious weeks for garbage right now already? When does the city of Ottawa throw out the most trash? Does it hover around stat holidays or particular events, or what does the environmental scan show?
So through you, Mr. Chair, I think what I'll start with is just some of what we see through the data, and then maybe Shelley can speak to some from the boots on the ground, the operational perspective. So certainly after kind of the winter holiday season or in and around the Christmas holiday season is when we'll typically see an increase in some of our tonnages and overall all tonnages on both the organics, the recycling and garbage in and around, and this is this is specific to different communities, but in and around move outs from some of the rental houses for student move outs. So in and around the Ottawa University, La Cité Collégiale, Algonquin, as well as Carleton University. So certainly something that we work actively as it is today with those universities to try to, and students to try to minimize kind of those impacts. And then typically you will see, you know, spring cleaning, fall cleaning. We do see over the 4 seasons when we do our waste audits, it will fluctuate, not significantly, but you can definitely see that there are certain times and periods of the year that households more prominently are, I guess, cleaning up houses and will put out some additional waste. Or Shelley, if you want to speak more.
So thank you for that. So Nicole is bang on that traditionally there are cycles. Through the summer, it tends to be quieter as now that we're out of post-pandemic, people are often and vacationing more. We do see an uptick in recycling, especially the boxes leading up to holiday seasons as more people are ordering and shopping online, for example. So there are seasonal variabilities with their waste generation in the city that we do observe.
Okay, so I think my point would just be to, you know, I don't have a vote around the table today, but maybe something to think about for council or a cautionary for my other councilor colleagues. My 4-year-old daughter will not, for whatever reason, stay sleeping in her bed all night. And she's been doing this since February of last year. And do you know when her cycles of bad behavior happen? It's starting the day after my husband and I have caved and we've let her sleep in our bed that night, right? As soon as we do something that interrupts that behavior, she is right back where she wanted to be. And so the idea of bonus garbage around times where we're making a lot of garbage as like, don't worry, you get bonus garbage this week because I know that, you know, birthdays are really messy or whatever. I think when we're trying to coach people through a change in behavior, consistency will be key. And I understand that the residents of Ottawa, you know, wanted that flexibility. And to Councillor Tierney's comments about having garbage on his lawn after the first vote, however long ago, I had a resident write and tell me that every time they see garbage, they're going to see my face. So I appreciate this will be unpopular no matter what, but I do think we have, you know, an opportunity here to think beyond ourselves in the next election cycle and to do what's right for actually changing behavior according to evidence. So I just wanted to thank you for your time to offer my equity piece.
Thank you very much, Counselor, and totally agree. I have a 4-year-old too, and exact same thing happens. So good point. Counselor Hill, you're up next on your.
Thank you very much. Yeah, Mr. Chair. A quick question for staff. Can you confirm how many tickets or other enforcement mechanism type actions that have actually been taken in some type of time period, maybe annually or what have you, for the over 6 bags? Has anything or are there any statistics on any type of enforcement that has happened with extreme bad examples?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I would say I don't have the data in front of me. I can certainly take that back to the team to look at that particular, to see if we do have that data to provide it to you. The one thing I will note is, as we had identified and included in the staff report, is that we are not actively enforcing the existing 6-item limit. And that has traditionally, you know, when we have tried to enforce a bylaw, there have been complaints that have been received, and we have therefore gone back up and collected waste. So certainly I can look and see if we can provide that additional data. I'm not sure, Shelley, if you have anything to add on that. No.
Okay, thank you. And a question, I think, for Councillor Brown, with regard to your motion. If we were to pass the Councillor Darash's motion with regards to the Auditor General report cycling, if there was to be a delay of 6 months or a year or what have you, in order to allow that work to happen from the broader solid waste master plan perspective, is that something that you would sequentially need to wait before implementing or before you envision the 4 bags, no tags type construct being implemented, or could that happen concurrent to that broader work happening?
Thank you for the question, Councillor. I would have to defer to the Auditor General, but I believe it could happen concurrently. I don't see one having to take place before the other.
Okay, because certainly for me, I'm not a big fan of putting things off sequentially and kicking the can down the road. Certainly this is something that we want to address. So I appreciate that. I'll come back to my comments I was making before about the business plan. So what we have here is a program that is going to cost us an upfront $3.5 million plus $1.5 million operating fees every year. And out of that, we're going to extend the life of Trail Landfill by 2 years. If we were going to get more out of it, I would think differently, but just the return on investment we're getting there, it concerns me for what we're looking to simply pay. But when we look at this more, I guess, in the weeds, I'm looking at the total bag tags that we would take for each for the first year of the implementation of the staff plan. And so if the first 2 tags were free, or if the first 2 pieces of garbage didn't have a tag, I guess it's probably the same for both the recommendation and the car motion. And then on top of that, we have 15 tags provided for each calendar year. Just looking at the behaviors over the next year, if we mimicked what we had in 2022 data, we're getting close to $9 million in cost if behaviors don't change. And I understand that what we're implying is there'll be about a 6% diversion. So we would see 6% less than that. But my first read of the cost that we would be looking at with a pay-as-you-throw program, or sorry, not cost, the cost to the residents, what they would be paying out for these, comes to almost $8 to $9 million. So I just want to confirm, is that the ballpark that you're seeing this in terms of the cost to consumers, or the garbage tax they'd be paying?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I'm sorry, Councillor, I wasn't following necessarily the math in terms of your estimations on the 8.5 million.
So I guess I'll put the question back to you then. What do you believe the total amount of revenue that the city will generate through the residents are paying for the tags? How much do you anticipate that you would make on a first year annual basis? Because my initial read looks like it's going to be several $7 million, and I just want to make sure that we have a good understanding for what that's going to look like.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. So thank you for the clarification. So the anticipated revenue year 1 is in and around $450,000 per year, recognizing that it's very difficult for us to be able to estimate the impact of how many households we anticipate may purchase additional tags. And that's likely to reduce to about $400,000. And that's based on kind of the reduction, the tonnage reduction estimates that we have. So it's anticipated that revenue projections, they will change over time, and we will be able to come back to council, especially after that first year of implementation, having a better sense of how many additional tags were purchased, to also be able to report back and update some of the figures at that point as well.
So does that revenue then take into account the cost of administration and staff, additional FTEs or staff payments that need to happen in order to offset the cost of running the program?
That's correct, Councillor. So that offset would be, so the $1.5 million annual operating costs, you'd have upwards of a $450,000 cost, bringing that down to an estimated, like the net difference there being an estimated $1 million operating cost on an annual basis.
Okay, I'll follow that up probably with an inquiry, because I want to just follow up exactly on what the total residents we anticipate, how much they're going to be paying, and also what the total implementation costs of this program would look like. Because certainly a concern that I have is, in my experience over the last 6 months, when we run into a tricky problem in the city, our solution seems to be we're going to hire more staff and we're going to throw more money at it. At the same time, when we're trying to build programs that are looking at finding efficiencies. And I think it's really hard for us to kind of suck and blow at the same time. And so that's a concern I have. Thank you very much.
Chair, if I can elaborate on a couple of points that was made, because it's been made a few times around, this is only buying us 2 years of the landfill. And I just need to clarify that context. Yes, we're getting additional landfill life, and every year of additional landfill life is probably $1 million to $3 million in savings. So that's definitely a net savings to the city. But at some point, we will be beyond the current landfill sites, and anything that we can do to reduce the cost and what we're actually processing, whether it's at a landfill site, whether it's at an alternate facility, there will be an ongoing savings to the city and to the taxpayers for that. Our focus and the two reports that we had today are very much interconnected. We want people to be recycling more because basically the taxpayers no longer pick up that cost. So the more we can get that stream out of the waste stream is a direct benefit to taxpayers. We haven't factored that in to the discussion, but that is a savings by diverting more waste, getting organics out. And we're being very transparent in terms of the cost figures, because the 1.4 or the 1.5 million actually includes close to 500,000 that's related to additional organics processing costs that we're anticipating through this. And I'm saying transparent because in fact, right now, there's a lot of waste that's being processed at Convertus and through organics, that's leaf and yard waste, that we are trying to more and more divert away from that organics facility to our Barnesdale facility, which is basically the city's leaf and yard waste facility. And when we have the next collection contract, we'll make sure that basically we try to minimize basically what's being collected through leaf and yard waste through that organics contract so that we can send it to the leaf and yard waste. So there's even opportunities that over time that we will not be incurring that additional cost. So yes, there is an ongoing operating costs, but I think that those will get reduced over time. And what we're going to be left with is basically an ongoing benefit related to whatever reductions we're making. That's going to be a lasting benefit well beyond the current Trail Road landfill site.
Look, I just want to thank the general manager for that. I think that was probably the most important point of the discussion that I've heard. Even if you're in favor of full-on incineration, just let's burn as much as we can in the future, you still need to divert to save money. You're not going to save without diverting, right? So even if you have the position of let's burn it, if you don't divert, your costs are going to go up exponentially regardless of the long-term solution. And I think that point that was just made here is probably the most important piece that we haven't been talking about much, is the cost of not doing anything or doing something very, very small. On next list is Councillor Brockington.
Thanks, Chair. Just two heads up when we get to voting on the various motions. One is Councillor Brown's motion, amendments to the proposed curbside waste diversion policy. I'd like to move an amendment when we vote that all references to 4 garbage items or 4 item allotments, clause 1 and clause 4. Clause 4 has 2 references, be amended to 3. So instead of 4 bags, it would be 3. That's one amendment I would like to propose. And the other matter is Councillor Carr's motion, amendment recommendation 1, 2 bag limit. And her motion has 3 therefore clauses. And Chair, I'm not trying to cause trouble because procedurally this one's messy. I have the option of voting in favor or against the clauses. I support the clause that talks about a bi-weekly limit of 2 garbage items set out every 2 weeks, but I don't support the reference to the bag tag program. So I could propose an amendment that everything that refers to the bag tag in the first therefore clause, all of clause number 2, and the word untagged in clause 3 be voted on as a separate. So I just wanted to park that for now, but what I like about this motion is it talks about a 2 item limit, which I'm supportive of, but I don't want to vote for anything else. It's hard to split that out if we actually vote. And that's why I'm saying maybe I move an amendment and we vote on my amendment first.
Yeah, no, appreciate that, Councillor. And if you do move an amendment, we'll vote on that amendment first. But
okay,
given the issue you just mentioned, it may be something that you want to consider as a separate piece for council,
right?
Which may be a cleaner process in that way.
Hopefully my colleagues will love it and just pass it.
We shall
But
see.
those are two amendments I plan to move when we actually get to the vote.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you for those. And you've got those written and sent into the clerk's office for presentation.
I can do that.
Thank you. Okay, Councillor Kavanaugh, please.
Thank you, Chair. And thanks again to staff for all the work you've put into this and for the better good of our city. I appreciate it very much. I want to get some clarification in terms of Councillor Carr's motion and common pads, because they're not always in terms of multi-residential, they're individual homes, but they may use a common pad. And that might be a problem if you don't have tags because something like that photo. So I just wanted to get your feedback on that. That's the part that, I'm concerned about. If you live in a single family home, it's pretty clear, but I had to think about it for the common pad, how that would be. It might be a little more complicated, unintended consequences.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Councillor, for the question. So in terms of common pads, so Shelley had indicated earlier, we have about 1,000 common pads across the city. It varies. We see them in most wards across the city, and I think most predominantly within the Sandy Hill ward. In terms of our approach, the staff recommendation that you see today and kind of the requirement for tagging all pieces of waste, that was one of the means in terms of our recommendation, make it easier for our collection staff to be able to identify those items. As is the case today, we would work first and foremost, we'd work proactively with those condominium associations. We've actually thoroughly engaged a number of different condominium associations, as well as the Eastern Ontario Landlords Association as part of our engagement in developing this policy, bringing those perspectives to the table. So looping back with them as part of implementation planning, on working with them on more targeted communications to their tenants, their residents on the policy changes to make sure that they're well informed, but also working with them on a more regular basis, especially as we to deal with issues as they pop up on an as needed basis, but also to help work through some of the concerns and considerations, especially if there are issues of increased illegal dumping.
Thank you. But my question is, if there's no tags for the first 2 bags and you've got a number of houses, 10 houses, and there's 20 bags, it's not clear if people are following the program.
Through you, Mr. Chair, my apologies, Councillor. So in terms of what I would recommend that we take away through implementation planning would be looking at, so instead it may be an opportunity for just those 1,000 properties to look at a tagging requirement for all of those bags. And that could be something that we discuss with the property management. So much smaller impact in comparison to the 306,000 single family homes. But that would be something that would help us in easing and make it easier for enforcement.
Okay, something specific for those ones. I don't know if that requires an amendment or anything to the motion, but that makes it clearer to me. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Councillor Derash.
Thanks, Chair. I'm just going to speak to my motion that Councillor Brown is kind enough to move for me, and there's been some questions on it, and I do appreciate that. I'm feeling very much today like I did many years ago when Council was faced with the decision to bring in the green bin. And at that time, we were under tremendous pressure to approve it, and there was great urgency to make that decision. And we found from the audit afterwards that we didn't quite have the best information before us to make that decision. That was rather, again, hastily done in the circumstances at that time. So I kind of feel that way today, that the report certainly looks good. It sounds good, and it might even make us feel good. But I've sort of vowed that I don't want to go through a similar experience that I lived when we brought in the green bin. And again, we've been here less than a year. So I do think that we have some time to ask the Auditor General to look at the data and the assumptions that are going into this, the targets, the lifespan of the landfill. in part because we know that the information that we have is imperfect. It's not like the water department that has pretty good data because we have it metered. It's not like electricity where it's metered. This is one where they need to do some sampling. They need to do estimations. And again, I think I would feel certainly more confident in making a decision on this if we had the Auditor General look at this. And I acknowledge that certainly there would be some displacement in her work if she chose to undertake this. But again, I think it's a big decision, and it's one worthy of having a second look in the data that is before us. And I think that's been very much the theme of this council, right? It's not, hopefully not blaming previous councils, but saying let's learn from previous councils and let's implement better decisions with the information that we have from either a commissioner inquiry or the work of the Auditor General. And I think this is a case here where I think we all benefit from that. So if it's for that reason, I put that forward, Mr. Chair, again, to help us make a decision now, and what will be critical for us for making some longer term decisions as well. And as we heard from the Auditor General, she's already going to undertake a review of this. This is really accelerating a piece of this that will fold into the work that will ultimately give us an even broader picture in terms of how we've done with waste management. So appreciate the time and the consideration that's been given to the motion today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. And it's just a question for you on as the mover of that motion, because I think you're speaking to the source separated organics, the Orga World contract in the motion. And then this is obviously, that was the public-private partnership for the $140 million contract. What we're talking about here today is obviously an independent internal change. That's not this large $140 million contract, but I just want to clarify, that's the comparison that we're using here in terms of the audit plan coming in. I just wondered, do you see a difference in those two things? Sorry if you're on mute there, Councillor.
Yeah, sorry. Sounds like debate, Chair, but no, I don't see a material difference, Chair, between a decision involving waste management that was made in previous years where there were limitations in the data that came before us, and that was data that came from staff, and the decision that we're making today. So no, I don't see a difference, Chair.
Okay, thanks for that. Councillor Devine.
Thank you, Chair. And Chair, I just want to clarify, I have a question for my colleague, Councillor Hill, based on a comment he made earlier. Am I allowed to ask a question of my colleague?
Yes, you are.
Councillor Hill, so a few minutes ago, and I hope I get this right, you were asking Councillor Brown whether or not he believed that his proposal, i.e. 4 bags, no tags, could run concurrently with the AG investigation that would come from the DeRoche motion, should that motion be successful. And I presume that by asking that, you'd be comfortable with that. But earlier in the debate, you had said that one of your concerns over moving forward with a residential pay-as-you-throw program is that you'd rather wait until such a time as when we have all of the various strategies on the table, be it multi-unit residential, commercial, or otherwise. And I believe that you were suggesting that for you, the best strategy is to have all of the options on the table before deciding on individual measures. And so if this is so, do you see a disconnect between the position you stated earlier and how you'd be willing to advance the Brown motion while still awaiting the results of an Auditor General investigation?
The short answer is no. And the medium answer is, I do think this is a complex problem that we need to look at holistically. However, the simplicity about the Brown motion is simply that it's 4 bags, no tags. In my mind, we could do it in 2 months' time with a good communication strategy to the public. Say, hey, we're going to go from 6 bags unenforced, 4 bags firm limit. And there we go. Done.
Thank
Too
you.
easy.
If simplicity is the greatest rationale for choosing one tactic over the other, and whereas I can see, in 5 seconds, 4 bags, no tags is really simple, I can also perhaps guess that, let's say the car motion, 2 bags, no tags, and then a tag afterwards, with enough communication, that could also be seen as simple. But do you not see the inherent simplicity of what could be, as what General Manager Gontier was suggesting, in that if one of the proposals, i.e. the waste diversion proposal, either through the original proposal or the car proposal, which will increase our diversion rate by 6% annually, if that will extend the trail landfill by 2 years, which many of us have been speaking as if it's a small accomplishment, not really worth it. But Mr. Gontier, what did you say would be the annual savings to this city for each year we extend the life of that asset?
It's 1 to 3 million, and all depends in terms of the diversion rates.
So between 2 and 6 million is the potential savings of $6 million to the city through extending trail landfill. If your goal in advancing one method or the other, is that not a simple thing to communicate value to our residents? Yes, I'm sorry. I think so. I'm not.
I think that's a question to staff, but
Sorry, then it's
listen,
not-
and Eric could be rhetoric. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
But in any event, Councillor, I'll ask you to wrap up on the comments or ask other questions. I think you've made your point.
Yeah, but thank you. I'm done.
Okay. Okay. Thanks for that. Vice Chair Carr.
Thank you very much, Chair. I just have a quick point of confirmation when General Manager Gontier mentioned that the cost of the trail road extending, that it would each year saves us between 1 and 3 million, I believe. I was wondering if that factor was costed into the cost of the Brown motion versus the Carr motion, or if that hadn't been considered at all.
Sure. No, it wasn't. The simple math that Ms. McDonald was doing was just looking at the tonnages and pressing out basically the cost of the tonnages that you would expect in terms of diversion rates between the two options.
So from what I understood from this discussion today, is that with the Carr motion, it's expected to result in more diversion than the Brown motion. Therefore, it's expected to extend the role of the trail road landfill longer. Therefore, there would even be a greater delta between the costs of the two motions. Am I correct?
Chair, that's correct.
Thank you very much for that confirmation. Appreciate it.
Okay, thank you for that. So I'm not seeing any other hands. Oh, sorry.
Just a point of clarification, Mr. Chair. Can you give us the order of the motions?
Yeah, I will.
Is it going from like most permissive to least permissive, or what's the order?
Yeah, exactly. So the order is how we read them in. So first is the directions that have been given. So we're going to ask for staff confirmation they're willing to take those directions. If not, we'll vote on those directions. There's the King direction for Johnson, the King direction, then there's the Hill direction. I'm also going to just check in on the Kavanaugh direction separate to that. Following that was the King education plan motion. After that was the Carr motion, the 2-bag, no tag motion. I understand there's going to be an amendment from Councillor Brockington to that motion. Depending on what happens that motion, if it passes, it changes other motions. If it fails, it changes other motions as well. So then the Brown motion would follow the Carr motion, and then the DeRoche motion at the very end. So the DeRoche motion would be a referral to, or a recommendation to City Council on the overall audit. The reason why is there's competing motions here. So you can't do both on some of these things. You got to take one at a time and see where they end up.
I would respectfully suggest that the Carr and the Brown motion be flipped, given that one is more permissive than the other. So, I mean, because you can't go back, right? But yeah. I'll leave it in your hands, Chair. You're here to manage the meeting, not me.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. I think obviously one is a larger comprehensive change, more similar to I think what staff recommendation is. One is more modest, and so if that Carr motion fails, then obviously council is looking for something more modest, and we would go to that change. And if the Carr motion does pass, there are some recommendations in the Brown motion that we would then still be able to vote on that wouldn't relate to it. So that's the order we've set out based on discussions with staff, and happy to go through it one by one as we move on here. So I appreciate that. Okay, so sorry, Councillor King.
I just wanted to check to see if we would have wrap on the motions. I did have my hand up, but
Absolutely. So, and I had indicated this just when we started again, but every mover of a motion will have wrap up on their motion as well. So I may speak to them as we go along too, but you'll have the last word wrap up. Okay. Any other questions or comments before we move to the directions and motions? Okay. All right. So the first one up here is the direction to staff from Councillor Johnson, from Councillor King on behalf of Councillor Johnson. And just wanted to check in with staff on this. You've accepted this direction from Councillor Johnson and King.
Mr. Chair, yes, that's correct.
Thank you for that. So that's a direction that's been carried through. The second direction to staff is the Councillor King direction and the work with Ottawa Community Housing. You've also accepted that direction?
Yes, that's correct, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you for that. And the third direction is the direction from Councillor Hill. There's a couple lines there. You have the direction in front of you. Staff have accepted this direction.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, I'm wondering if Chris, you could put the direction up on the screen. Sorry, I just don't have a copy. Thank you.
This one came in a little bit later, so just double checking.
So through you, Mr. Chair, the only comment on this is that we are already looking at options through the solid waste master plan that will be coming back and table for council consideration this fall.
Okay, so that jives with that direction generally, though. That seems
correct.
I was in favor of, seems generally supportable. So okay, that's great. Perfect. And then there was also the Councillor Kavanaugh direction, which I think, Councillor, you've probably been asked to write it out to staff. It kind of came on the floor.
Yeah, it's related to Councillor Carr's motion, and just that consideration be given to common pad units in terms of the baggage or bag of tags. And I guess that implies that if that motion passed. Thank you.
Yeah, no, good direction. And I believe staff took that direction on the floor. So understand that they're taking that direction. So the first motion that we've got up is the Councillor King motion, which is the education plan as part of the implementation plan. I think personally, this is a great motion. I think that staff are able to work with it, but I want to go to staff and just check on the motion and see if this is something that you support and help work on.
Yes, Mr. Chair, certainly staff are supportive of the direction of Councillor King's motion.
Okay, thanks for that. Councillor King, did you want to wrap up on this motion?
Yes, I just wanted to really note that it's very important that we provide enhanced education about the changes to the curbside waste diversion policy. This is why I was happy to work with both Councillor Johnson as well as Councillor Kavanaugh to emphasize education, as well as ensuring that we work with all communities so that the implementation of this is more streamlined. So I really just wanted to thank both my colleagues for the collaboration on the motion.
Fantastic. Thanks for that. Can we carry that motion? Carried? Okay. Any dissents? Okay. Thank you very much for that, Councillor King. The next motion is the Vice Chair's motion. That's the two bag, no tags on the first two tags after that, as well as the 15 additional tags at no cost with no expiry date, and the household's permission on the third untagged garbage item. I recognize there is a potential amendment if it's being brought now versus council. So wanted to get Councillor Brockington to just let us know about that.
So Chair, there is no wording to provide colleagues at this time. What I would just repeat is there are 3 clauses in this motion. And what I'm trying to get at here is that basically any reference to a bag tag program would be deleted. So in the first, therefore, clause, it would say the report be amended to read, and I would simply keep a bi-weekly limit of 2 garbage items set out every 2 weeks. Everything after that would be deleted in that clause. Clause 2, referencing 15 tags, would be deleted. And clause 3, the word untagged, because there will be no tags, would be deleted. So I am accepting the proposal for 2 bags per collection period, but then all other references to bag tag would be deleted. And I suggest that be sort of a bundled amendment. We deal with it all together because they're all connected.
Okay, no, I appreciate what you're trying to get at. It may in fact be better for council. I wanted to go to staff on the proposed amendment at this time. So it would be eliminating the tag system as well as the 15 additional tags, obviously, as well as the 2 extra items for the holiday period. So just looking to get staff comment on the amendment to the car motion. And I think, Councillor, just given it's on the fly, you may want to work with staff to council at that point, but do you want to comment on this?
Chair, I'll just correct you by saying the final clause would still permit a 3rd item at the holiday period.
Just not.
Okay. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
So through the chair, so just a clarification. So Councillor, you're looking at a firm limit of 2 items, save and except for 1 additional item the last week of December and the first week of January.
That's what my amendment is proposing. That's correct.
Okay.
So staff, if you can just comment on that, on the lack of a tag system above and beyond those items, and based on your own research, where you're at with that amendment.
Certainly. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Councillor. So in terms of the revised recommendation of a 2-item limit, I think first and foremost, just highlighting that does sit at it aligns with industry best practice in terms of setting the set out limit at or below the average set out. However, recognizing that transitioning that away from a pay-as-you-throw model, so it reduces flexibility. So flexibility for households and residents who are wanting to set out additional waste above and beyond that limit. I think just highlighting and recognizing that through the set out study data, we did see that household set outs do fluctuate from collection to collection. So it's just recognizing that with this model, it will likely result in less flexibility for households.
Okay, thanks for that, Councillor. Just recognizing that, because obviously if somebody wants to put out a 3rd item at some point, wouldn't want to eliminate that potential, I guess. Did you want to work on the language with staff towards council, or are you comfortable just kind of on the fly here?
Thanks, Chair. I will remove it, not because I don't want to see a resolution today. I'm trying to offer an option that reduces capacity, reduces what people are permitted to put out at the curb, which this does, but also address the opposition to a bag tag program. And I don't know what the perfect amendment is, but I think this one needed to be aired out. And I will provide more cleaned up wording for an amendment at council. So I'll take this off today, but I do believe what I'm trying to propose here, Chair, is that happy medium between both sides. Thank you.
Okay, thanks for that. It's appreciated. So on the vice chair's motion, which I know the mayor supports as well, the mayor's office supports, and I think is trying to find a happy medium, a compromise motion where the psychology of having to tag every bag for 75% of residents doesn't sit well. And that if you want to put out more than the average is being set out, you can purchase a tag for that, as we're seeing in many other municipalities. To me, this strikes the right chord for the city in moving forward. This is something that I know would have much broader support with the additional 15 tags for that flexibility we've seen for lower income families, larger families, as well as speaking to the holiday period. And as I understand it, another motion will be coming forward to council around farming communities and our farmers in Ottawa, and flexibility for them at council. So I think on this one, I'm supportive of it. I certainly, on the broader motion, I want to get staff comment on this, the difference between the recommendation initially and what's come forward in the motion. And then I'll go to the vice chair for wrap up. So if staff can comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So in terms of the proposed CAR motion, so I think I'll start with first and foremost, just acknowledging that this is the model that's more commonly seen within the industry. And the rationale for staff's recommendation about tagging all waste, again, was to provide some additional flexibility to residents, recognizing the varying set out, but also to help with enforcement. So it would represent first and foremost, a less of a change to residents, so not requiring every single item to be tagged. So potentially seeing as more favorable. It's there would be some funding implications as well. So I would anticipate that, there wouldn't be that additional cost of printing and mailing out the additional tags. So certainly within that first year to mail out that allotment of 15 additional bags, I think the original staff budget as proposed would stay in, but you'd see and realize those savings from year 2 and beyond. And I think just one other final note, and it's very similar to what I mentioned in response to Councillor Brockington, is that with the 2-item limit, again, while aligning with industry best practice, just because we do see those varying setouts from week to week, it may be seen by some residents as slightly less flexible. However, still having the pay-as-you-throw model would still allow flexibility for residents to purchase additional tags as needed.
Thank you for that. Any other comments from staff on the motion? Okay, that's appreciated. So I'll move now to the vice chair to wrap up on the motion.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair, and thanks to everyone for the discussion today. I mean, obviously over the past couple of months, we've had lots of public discussion and there's been lots of media coverage about this proposed partial pay-as-you-throw curbside waste diversion policy. There's been a lot that's sort of referenced it as the only component of the solid waste master plan. And in fact, it's one of many, and we're going to have those all come back to council. I've heard a lot of people say that we need to discuss everything at once, but I think, it's really important that this is specifically focused on short-term actions to increase waste diversion, to capture those organics and recyclable materials from the waste stream, to reach those provincial regulatory policy targets specific to the single-family home sector. So we've heard lots about multifamily residential. We've heard lots about, well, what about incineration? We still need to meet those provincial targets, no matter what. And, over the last few weeks, heard from thousands of residents about their concerns. I believe that the changes proposed in this motion present much, support for much of what we've heard. We already know 74% of our residents put out 2 bags weekly. And the current proposal of 55 bag tags that we offered a year, that's an average of 2 bags. But the motion I'm putting forward, and it was, you're right, Chairman Art, it was developed collaboratively with input from others, yes, including the mayor. It proposes that we don't change anything for that 74% of residents. Nothing will change for them. They'll still be able to put out 2 bags or items biweekly without the nuisance of a tag or the administration of a program for themselves. But noting that the proposal that staff put forward had the 55 tags, that offered a little bit of flexibility. So when you have the 2 untagged bags bi-weekly, you would lose the flexibility if you're doing a big move out, or if you're away for a month and come back and do a big clean. And we've heard of lots of exceptions to residents. And so I think that component is really important to have those 15 tags being mailed out that never expire. Right now, we know that diversion programs will be presented to council in the fall. They're not in place yet. So having those 15 tags as a security blanket in case they don't get developed in time to answer some of those questions about large families, that's really important to give them that flexibility. Perhaps there's a time, Councillor Brockington, where we can look and say we don't need the administration of these, tags in the future. But I think right now this is a really good transitional option. There'll also be the opportunity, if we can't get in options for low-income individuals, perhaps we can work on donating those tags for those of us that will never need them to, perhaps working through the food bank. It also provides, this motion provides ability for residents to have an extra bag at the time of holidays, when I know I've got, kids away at university, they come home, they mix lots of garbage. We've got visitors. I think that's really important. I think this motion overall provides a compromise. It will move us forward to meeting our provincial targets, increase diversion, help extend that landfill. I think it's a cost-effective option for taxpayers. When I hear that it's $2 to $3 extra for taxpayers a year, the Brown motion is $30 extra for taxpayers a year. Plus, we didn't factor in the cost of that we'll save by extending the trail landfill. I'll also just say, you know, I know this decision's hard. We were elected to make decisions. I don't actually believe that any of my colleagues around the table ran on a platform of enabling status quo and not making decisions. And we've seen the impact of not making decision. You know, we're in an unfortunate position as a committee and as a council. You know, the results of years of deferring decisions and not making them. You know, we haven't had substantive change to our program in 11 years. I know that it's difficult to make changes and that they're met with opposition, but we need to legislate changes to behavior. And as one of the few of us around the table that's actually been alive for more than 50 years, I've seen many instances where it was necessary to legislate to change behavior. I mean, I only have to look back to the days when the air in the Ponderosa was blue because there was no delineation between the smoking and non-smoking section. You know, we drove around in the back of station wagons with simulated wood paneling, listening to the 8-track with no car seat or seatbelt. Not only were car seats not mandatory, but seatbelts weren't either. We need to legislate change to change behavior. When I was young, there was no recycling. We would throw away our glass bottles of marshmallow fluff, our cans of fruit cocktail, and our Jell-O packages that we used to make jelly salads that were so popular back then. We didn't divert any organics even 10 years ago. You know, Councillor Brockington mentioned the need to focus on education and outreach. I absolutely agree, but without having changes in place and a system to follow, that will be really difficult. If you look at the fact that we introduced a number of changes over the past few years, none of us resulted in us
Just ask you
meeting
to wrap up.
our diversion
Wrap up the wrap
target.
up.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah, no problem. Sorry it took too long. But overall, I think the changes are minimal and represent a great compromise. But the cost of not making these changes is much higher. And I believe the amended motion is a cost-effective alternative. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Vice Chair. Well said. So I just want to check, we've got committee members here. I see everyone in place. Is Councillor Curry online or here? She's not here. Okay. Thank you for that. So I guess we'll do a roll call vote on this, a recorded vote, yeas and nays. Councillor Cavan, did you have something? Sorry, I see your hand there.
I was just going to say carried.
We carry the report? Carry the item? No, but I think we're going to go to yeas and nays on it. And this is on the car motion. That's correct. Yeah.
Councillor Luloff.
No.
Councillor Hill.
No.
Councillor Curry. No. Councillor Kavanaugh.
Yes.
Councillor Devine.
Yes.
Councillor Tierney.
No.
Councillor King.
Yes.
Councillor Brockington.
No.
Councillor Brown.
No.
Vice Chair Carr.
Yes.
And Chairman Bernard.
Yes.
It's actually tied 5-5.
Okay, so that's a tie vote, 5-5. So the motion fails on a tie vote and expect that'll be back at council. The next motion is Councillor Brown's motion on the 4 bags, no tags. I think we're going to hear from staff on this. So we've heard from staff throughout the meeting that there's essentially very little change here compared to what we're currently doing. And that's how I see it, as a status quo motion personally. So staff, did you want to comment on the Brown motion? And I apologize that Councillor Brockington, you may have an amendment on this first. So did you want to read in that amendment? My apologies.
It's okay, Chair. Thank you. Long day. It's very simple. Be it resolved that the Brown motion to amend the proposed curbside waste diversion policy be amended to replace quote 4 unquote items with quote 3 end quote items in the 2nd, 7th, and 8th resolutions.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Brown, is that a friendly amendment?
No, thank you, Chair.
Okay. So we'll take the vote first on the move to a 3 versus 4. So we'll do a roll call vote for that as well. Oh.
Kind of order or clarity. if we support the amendment, that's not a de facto support of the motion, is it?
No, that's correct. You can support the amendment and not the main motion. I won't be supporting either. So this vote is on the amendment to the Brown motion. So this is the Brockington amendment on the Brown motion to move from 4 to 3. I won't be supporting that. I think either of these aren't going to get us where we need to go without some type of system of enforcement and education. So the vote is on the amendment, the Brockington amendment to move from 4 to 3.
Councillor Luloff,
No.
Councillor Hill,
No.
Councillor Kavanaugh,
Yes.
Councillor Devine,
No.
Councillor Tierney,
No.
Councillor King,
No.
Councillor Brockington,
Yes.
Councillor Brown,
No.
Councillor Carr,
No.
Chair Menard.
No.
That's 8-2.
Okay, thank you for that. Now we're back to the Brown motion, which you'll have a chance to wrap up on after we hear from staff. So does staff want to comment on the Brown motion?
Through you, Mr. Chair. So in terms of the proposed amended motion, so first and foremost, putting in a firm item limit, sitting at 4 items biweekly. So just acknowledging and recognizing that about 91% of households across the city already set out 4 or less items every single collection. So the anticipated impact on waste reduction as well as diversion would be anticipated to be much lower than what staff have projected through the initial modeled results. For council's information, the modeled results were based on council direction to look at those industry best practices. So that model was developed to recognize setting the item limit at that average at the average weekly set out. So again, we would anticipate this would result in lesser diversion, lesser waste reduction, also a less likely increase in terms of extension of landfill life. And one other thing just to note too as well in terms of the motion would be it's a very similar, so it would be building off of the existing model that is in place today. And I think we have seen without strict enforcement that it's not an effective policy. So just in recognition that if the motion, if it is the will of council to approve the motion, staff's recommendation would be to make sure that it is an enforced 4-item limit.
Okay, thank you for that. I think we hear very clearly from our professionals in front of us who have been working on this for years that this is not the advisable way to go. Councillor Brown, you're welcome to wrap up.
Thank you very much, Chair. And I do appreciate the comments by colleagues around the table today. Long days, Councillor Brockington had indicated, but I hope the end is near. Colleagues, this plan is moderate and it's acceptable to residents. It's not heavy-handed and it doesn't punish residents for living in this city. It's very clear that residents aren't in favor of the staff report. And I think, certainly the motion would not have passed the smell test with residents. We're looking right now at an option through the staff report to allow a privilege tax. We hope you'll comply, but if you don't, a few dollars extra and we'll close our eyes and allow you to go forward. That doesn't help with diversion. And I believe at the end of the day, we're going to see an increased level of dumping. We're going to see more garbage in parks and roadways, and residents aren't going to comply. And so at the end of the day, a bag tag is nothing more than a cash grab, which is why this motion is simple and straightforward. It allows residents to have the flexibility to live in this city while drawing on a core service. I would encourage my colleagues to support this. This is something that was not created in a vacuum. There was tremendous amount of cooperation among several of our committee and council colleagues, and there is support for this from the public. So thank you very much, Chair. I do appreciate the opportunity to wrap up, and I would encourage my colleagues to support it.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Brown. We'll do yeas and nays on this.
Councillor Luloff.
Yes.
Councillor Hill.
Yes.
Councillor Kavanaugh.
No.
Councillor Devine.
No.
Councillor Tierney.
Yes.
Councillor King.
No.
Councillor Brockington.
Yes.
Counselor Brown,
Yes.
Vice Chair Carr,
No.
and Chair Menard.
No.
Lost in a tie.
So actually. So I believe that vote was 6-4 in favor. So that motion, was it 5-5? Am I missing it? My apologies. 5-5. Okay. My apologies. I thought Riley voted a different way. 5-5. So that motion fails as well. We're moving now to the Councillor Brown motion on behalf of Councillor Darush. I think Councillor Darush, Councillor Darush is with us, so I can give you an opportunity to wrap up after we hear staff comment on this, and I'll have brief comments on it as well. I think for me, the important distinction in this motion relates to the 2011 contract that is referenced in the motion over and over again. That's the Orga World contract. That was a $140 million public-private partnership that we've had to change throughout the way.
Mr. Chair, I thought the time for comments was over. We're going to hear from staff and then a wrap up.
Well, I mentioned
this is the same thing that used to get mad at the previous mayor for doing. I'm just pointing.
The difference is I let people wrap up after though. So I'll make a couple comments on this and then I'll allow wrap up as well, because I didn't fully comment on these things during the debate. And so the difference between this is the city and Orga World's contract was $140 million over a 20-year life cycle. And the audit conducted was about procurement practices related to that partnership, which I fully agree with. Staff have taken that into consideration, that audit, and incorporated it completely into what work they're doing now, which is actually quite different. They action those recommendations, including recommendation 1, which asks staff to have a process for challenging consultant statements and assumptions to ensure they are reasonable and supported by data. This time around, staff have ensured that that data is secure. The AG considered this recommendation addressed by the work done by the SSO contract renegotiation, and staff have continued those practices since. They've also shared the documentation from the CDO project with the AG's office as part of a follow-up audit to assess if staff, in fact, have been continuing to follow the recommendations of that 2011 contract and have accepted as having met the original recommendation. So this would not just do this audit on top of it, it would delay this decision again. And we've seen this as a hallmark on this committee. The request to delay decisions after good work has gone on for years and years to get to a point where we're ready to make a decision, we've educated, and we have an implementation plan that will be phased in. So this is a delay. It's separate than that Orga World contract, and we should not be voting in favor of a further delay to this program, which was already delayed from last term, one time. So I'll go to staff for their comment on this, and then I'll allow the councillor to wrap up.
Sure. The only things that I would add is that certainly as part of the process from the beginning of the solid waste master plan, and we've already had 2 phases that have been tabled with council. This is in between basically phase 2 and phase 3. We've been very transparent with council. Basically, all of the information that we've provided in terms of the analysis is part of the documentation that's been put forth before council, including this report. At the end of the day, this is a decision of council, but we've tried to be as transparent as we can. The other piece too is this is not about trying to introduce a totally new policy. It's really to continue to advance the city in terms of its recycling and diversion targets. So it's really building on previous programs. So what we've tried to do is basically provide you with all of the analysis from the public engagement, the analysis from the consultants, the set out studies, all of that data is before you in terms of helping to support a decision. Ultimately, and I think we've heard it around the council or the committee table is around trying to continue to increase diversion rates. And that's just really the basis for the report that's before you.
Okay, thank you for that. I'm going to go to Councillor Darush to wrap up.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I guess I'd just start by saying, I'm really not sure what we're going to actually audit if this is approved, because nothing is coming out of committee. That's unfortunate. So I guess the icebreaker will happen at council. And if there is a decision there, I hope we will agree to advance an audit that's already going to take place much sooner so that we can avoid that situation down the road of us potentially saying, gee, if I would have known then what I know now. This is your opportunity to know now, to ask the Auditor General to look at the data, which is the cornerstone of the program that we want to put in place. And this is one where, again, we don't have perfect data. It's sampling, it's estimates. And while there was some good work into it, I would like to hear from the Auditor General. And in my ward, I probably have 98% of the residents there are going to be carrying the water for this program because they're diverting waste every week. There, I don't have very many multi-residential units in my ward, so you'll forgive me if I ask that we get it right, so that we don't put 98% of my residents through something and have very little at the end of the day. And again, ultimately, this is going to feed our long-term decisions and hopefully decisions that we're going to make to advance the multi-residential. So again, I wish we had more time, Mr. Chair. Previous council made a good decision to allow plastics, and it's really, really unfortunate that the mixed messaging on that, I think, confused residents and set us back. And I think we would have had more time to make a decision. So thank you, Chair, for this opportunity.
Okay, thank you for that. We'll go to yays and nays on the motion.
Councillor Luloff.
Yes.
Councillor Hill.
Yes.
Councillor Kavanaugh.
No.
Councillor Devine.
No.
Councillor Tierney.
Yes.
Councillor King.
No.
Councillor Brockington.
No.
Councillor Brown.
Yes.
Vice Chair Carr
No.
and Chair Menard.
No.
It was a 6-4.
Okay, so that is not carried. We're now moving back to the main staff recommendations that are in front of us. So there are several clauses that you see of recommendations there. Having gone through all the amendments, I think we'll go to a yays and nays on the original staff recommendation. Obviously, I don't need to go to staff. They obviously support it. I'm going to support it here today too. I believe there's a better compromise that we're going to get to at council. But there's a lot of good work in here that has formed the basis of that compromise. So I'm going to support the current staff recommendation with the hopes that at council, we come back and we get to a fulsome decision on the item. So I think with that, I'll go to yays and nays.
Councillor Luloff.
No.
Councillor Hill.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair. I'm kind of confused here. I just need one rehash here on what is it that exactly I'm voting on?
Not to worry, it's the main staff report recommendations now, because all the amendments have either passed or failed. Now we're on the
original
recommendation, the original
Thank
recommendation.
you very much for the clarification. I'll be voting no. Thank you.
Sorry. Councillor Kavanaugh.
Yes.
Councillor Devine.
Yes.
Councillor Tierney.
No.
Councillor King.
Yes.
Councillor Brockington.
No.
Councillor Brown.
No.
Vice Chair Carr
Yes.
and Chair Menard.
Yes.
5-5.
Okay, so that's 5-5. So that fails as well. And this will rise to City Council at the meeting on June 14th. I expect we'll have a long meeting then as well.
Point of order.
Yes. go
Would you
ahead, say
please
your point.
clarify what exactly will rise to council?
Yeah, so yeah, it'll have to be lifted there, but just like the previous tie votes that we had, I expect there's going to be motions to this effect at council and that we'll be redebating it there. So yes, so I'm just going to confer with the clerk's office to make sure procedurally we're okay to move on. I know we have some other other business to take care of. But just,
Yeah, point of clarification, Mr. Chair, I just want to make sure. So to lift it, it will require 3/4 of the vote of council to put it onto the agenda?
no, that's not correct. Maybe I'll just get clarification from the clerk.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
So, Caitlin, can you just clarify?
Yes, Mr. Chair. When a matter is submitted to committee and loses on a tie vote, it rises to council with a recommendation that council consider the matter. So it will be before council on June 14th. To move approval of it would require a motion moved and seconded.
And Madam Deputy Clerk, what would it require for that motion to pass? Is it 50%?
Mr. Chair, it would be a simple majority at council.
Okay, thank you. That's what I thought. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. So I'm going to move on now. In camera items, there are no in-camera items. Information previously distributed has been noted. And then notices of motion. So Councillor Hill, I believe, has a notice of motion. Councillor, can you introduce your notice of motion?
I just want to make sure I have the right one. Is this with regards to, oh, there we go. Thank you. Whereas the city of Ottawa declared a climate emergency on April 24th, 2019, and whereas the city of Ottawa has declared a housing and homelessness emergency on January 29th, 2020, whereas the city council has committed to build 151,000 homes by 2031, whereas the city of Ottawa has explored and implemented innovative financing models to support retrofitting existing homes to increase energy efficiency, including the Better Homes Ottawa loan program. And whereas creating financing models to support the consumer choice allows the city to support its climate change objectives while reducing the front-end financing barriers to home buyers. Therefore, be it resolved that staff be directed to investigate options with financial institutions and other levels of government for green financing models that would reduce the upfront financing barriers to home buyers, considering the purchases of new homes with green and energy efficient technologies. And therefore, be it further resolved that staff provide an update on this effort for Environment Committee's review by Q1 2024.
Okay, thank you very much for that, Councillor Hill. So that'll be considered at the next meeting, which is June 20th of this month. Any other notices of motion? Okay, not seeing any. Oh, did you have more?
Other business? Is that where
we're going to other business? There's something else in front of you and you can jump in after that. So any inquiries? Okay, seeing none, other business. So we're Vice Chair Carr has a motion to reestablish the Solid Waste Councillor Sponsors Group. So Councillor Carr, I'll just get you to read in that motion. If there's amendments to it, we'll hear those after.
Perfect, thanks. If somebody could share it on the screen, I would appreciate it.
Perhaps just the therefore be it resolved portion.
Yeah, absolutely. Sweet.
And maybe the last whereas clause.
Okay. Thank you very much. So starting with the last whereas clause, whereas staff have proposed that the sponsors group should include the following composition: Chair, Environment and Climate Change Committee, Vice Chair, Environment and Climate Change Committee, councillors able to provide rural, urban, and suburban representation, and a designate from the mayor's office. Therefore, be it resolved that Environment and Climate Change Committee recommend that council approve the establishment of a new Solid Waste Council Sponsors Group as described in this motion, and be it further resolved that Environment and Climate Change Committee direct the Director of Solid Waste Services, in coordination with the Office of the City Clerk, to circulate an expression of interest for membership on the Sponsors Group to all members of council and submit the proposed membership for council's consideration at its June 14th, 2023 meeting.
Okay, thank you very much, Vice Chair. And is there any amendments or comments on the motion?
Yes, I have an amendment.
Yeah, go ahead, Councillor Hill.
Okay. Whereas on July 10th, 2019, council considered the staff report titled Solid Waste Master Plan Roadmap and approved the establishment of a council sponsors group to work with staff on the development of the solid waste master plan through each phase. And whereas staff have proposed that the sponsors group be reestablished for the 22 to 26 term of council and should include the following composition: a chair, Environment Committee, Chair, Environment and Climate Change Committee, Vice Chair, Environment and Climate Change Committee, councillors able to provide rural, urban, and suburban representation, and a designate from the mayor's office. Whereas the recommended structure does not provide for a representative mix of councillors and provides disproportionate influence from unelected participants. And whereas council may establish subcommittees to address specific policy matters within a standing committee's mandate. And whereas, unlike a subcommittee, the structure of a sponsors group does not support public oversight, transparency, and participation, including matters such as formal rules of procedure, meeting minutes, open meetings, and public delegations. Therefore, be it resolved that the Environment and Climate Change Committee recommend that City Council approve the establishment of a new solid waste subcommittee instead of a sponsors group. And be it further resolved that the subcommittee's membership include the following: the Vice Chair of Environment and Climate Change Committee, 6 councillors, including 2 councillors representing rural wards, 2 councillors representing suburban wards, 1 from the East End, another from the West End, and 2 councillors representing urban wards. Be it further resolved that the Environment and Climate Change Committee direct the Director of Solid Waste Services in coordination with the Office of the City Clerk to circulate an expression of interest for membership on the subcommittee to all members of council and submit the proposed membership for council's consideration at its June 14th, 2023 meeting. And be it further resolved that council direct the Office of the City Clerk to work with Solid Waste Services to bring forward recommended terms of reference for the subcommittee for approval by the Environment Committee and council as soon as possible.
Okay, so we'll consider that motion first as an amendment to the CAR motion. I have concerns about it because I'm not on the committee. So I don't know if that was on purpose to leave me off there, but certainly not something that I want to do in terms of the chair. Obviously, this is an important sub-sponsors group, and certainly the chair and vice chair were included previously. I think the committee breakup under the CAR motion speaks to representation from rural, urban, and suburban, as well as the mayor's office and the chair and vice chair. So I don't think there's a need for this motion, and I'd encourage committee to vote it down and then pass the main CAR motion. So with that, we'll move to yeas and nays.
Can I just have a 1 sentence wrap up there, Mr. Chair? Thanks. Yeah, so this isn't anything to be insulting. This is, we've discussed earlier today about the complexity of this issue. And I think doing this as a subgroup or subcommittee as opposed to a working group, it provides more transparency, it provides more opportunity for this to be a formal process so that we don't get mired into a space where there can be complications behind closed doors. So we want to make sure that this is an open, solid process. It's fair, it's got equitable representation, and that's the purpose behind it, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so we'll go to. Yeah, we can debate it, certainly, if there's debate.
As this, I'm not sure who to ask, perhaps staff or clerk's office. I'd like to hear a clear understanding of the difference between a sponsors working group and a subcommittee. That's my first question.
Mr. Chair, I'll take that one. And if solid waste staff want to add anything, they certainly can. A subcommittee is a formal committee of council. It abides by the same rules of procedure as a standing committee, similar to our light rail subcommittee, for example. A sponsors group is usually established to work with staff at an earlier stage in report preparation, and staff would then bring any feedback from the sponsors group in their own recommendations to committee and council. So they are different entities, usually at different stages of a project.
Thank you, because as I understand it from Councillor Hill's motion, there was a reference to a subcommittee consisting of elected participants and not unelected. Councillor Hill, in your desire to make the subcommittee more properly representative, would you be willing to accept a friendly amendment of adding the chair to that subcommittee?
I don't really have a problem with the membership that's on it. I mean, an option would be to swap the vice chair and the chair. I'm fine with that. If that meets your intent. I don't have any issues with the personnel.
I'm not sure. I want to hear from some other colleagues. Well, there's a friendly amendment. Will you accept that?
I
friendly
do.
amendment?
I accept that's a friendly amendment.
So I don't know if the vice chair will be okay with that either.
Yeah, I know.
And I would just recommend, just given where we've been the last 4 years to get to this point, with the membership that we had last term, changing over because people have left council. There's going to be new members on this, but I would stick to that smaller number. If we expand this to be a sponsors group of 6 councillors plus the chair, plus the vice chair, and another representative of the mayor's office, you start to get to a pretty large group. And obviously, this motion was meant to exclude, and I think even in the friendly amendment, it would exclude. So I don't think we should pass this motion here today. I think we should stick to the original recommendation.
Mr.
But
Chair,
I'm gonna go to Councillor Carr now, unless you have a point of order.
just to properly represent this, there is no mayor's representative in the
Okay.
replacement motion.
Okay, so it's also eliminated the mayor's representative. Councillor Carr, Vice Chair Carr.
Yeah, hi, I'm not going to make a comment on whether or not I be included or not. I'll leave that to the discussion of the committee. I'd just like to understand, so we're proposing a subcommittee. Earlier this year, we had a long and protracted discussion about whether or not citizen transit commissioners should be on subcommittee, and there was an advisory committee that was struck, was there not, to discuss representation on subcommittees, committees of council, and now we have before us a motion to change this from an advisory group, which has been what was recommended by staff and what has been used in the past. I wasn't obviously elected last term. So I'm just wondering, as still a new councillor, is this, typical that we would just establish a subcommittee in the middle of a discussion for one particular item? Is this, if I could get a comment from the clerk's office, and if I could also get staff comment on changing this to a subcommittee, I'd appreciate that.
Yeah, so to the clerk's office, when would something like this normally come? Is it midterm governance review? Is it the start of a term? What is normal timing for things such as this?
Council has the authority to establish subcommittees as it sees fit. Generally, this would be done either as part of the term of council or midterm governance reviews.
Okay, Vice Chair, any other comments?
No, so at any time, we can propose any amount of subcommittees, and as long as I've got everyone to vote with me on the subcommittee, we can establish limitless amounts. That's what I understand, although typically this is done at midterm governance or review, right? That's correct?
For subcommittees, that's correct.
Okay.
Sponsors groups are created throughout the term in my experience.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay, thank you very much for that clarification.
Okay, thanks very much.
Sorry, can I just ask for staff comment as well? Like, if I don't know if solid waste staff have any comment on the sponsors working group, or why that was a recommended option, or if they'd prefer to see it as a subcommittee. If I could get staff to, I'd appreciate it.
Chair, I think from the beginning, we've been working with the councillor sponsors group, so I don't think at any point the intent of a subcommittee was contemplated, but that's really at the will of council.
Okay, thank you for that. So any other comments, Councillor Carr or Vice Chair Carr?
No, that's great. Thank you so much.
Okay, thanks so much. So I think with this one, we're going to vote first on the Hill subcommittee piece. And then if necessary, the Councillor Carr original motion. Councillor Hill, if you'd like to wrap up on this, feel free. I'll just make mention that I think this motion is certainly meant to exclude, and one that would establish a subcommittee mid-council term instead of at the governance reviews when we normally have it. And that we should go with the original recommendation from Councillor Carr. You're free to wrap up, Councillor.
Oh, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And just to give that wrap up, there is a significant amount of engagement right now on solid waste to get this right. It didn't come up at the beginning of the term, so we couldn't have said it then. And I don't really want to wait until midterm to do it then. And as we just heard, it is appropriate as council sees fit from time to time to do this. This is why I've raised it. It's not about being exclusionary. It's about trying to be functional, open, transparent, and I want to provide that to the public. So that's why I'm providing this. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Okay, we'll go to yeas and nays on that motion, please.
Councillor Luloff.
Yes.
Councillor Hill.
Yes.
Councillor Kavanaugh.
Oh.
Councillor Devine.
No.
Councillor Tierney.
Yes.
Counselor King,
No.
Counselor Brockington,
Yes.
Counselor Brown,
Yes.
Vice Chair Carr,
No.
and Chair Menard.
No.
5-5.
Okay, so that motion fails. So I'd encourage us to pass the sponsors group so that we can work with staff in this manner as we have in the past. So can we carry that item? Okay, thank you very much. All right, so that's it for other business. Any other business from members? Okay, seeing none. We are adjourned and our next meeting is on June the 20th. And I look forward to the discussion on June 14th at council on this item. Thanks, everybody.